Section 45 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 75, Germany Shortens Her Western Line, November 16, 1916 to April 5, 1917, Part 2. But now there were signs that the time had ripened for the greater withdrawal, which Hindenburg had long contemplated. Haig had met Neville's request to take over a larger part of the front, and by 26 February had extended as far south as Roye, so that the British line in the west was now 110 miles long. This gave us a long and most intricate front to watch, and the two armies in the center area, the 5th under Sir Hervey Gough, north of the Albert-Bapaume Road, and the 4th under Sir Henry Rawlinson, to the south of it, had a task which tried to the utmost their capacities. The Germans were in an awkward salient between Arras and Le Transloy, and they were in a position scarcely less difficult in the greater salient between Arras and the Aisne. To cut off the former mental withdrawal to the line on the eastern side of the Bapaume Ridge, running from Roquigny, 300 yards east of Le Transloy, through Bapaume to Ablerville, 3,000 yards northeast of Buchan. It meant the surrender of Le Transloy-Loupart line and the retirement of the last of the prepared positions of which we were cognizant in the Somme area. To cut off the larger salient involved a far greater retirement, a retirement to the Siegfried line itself, which branched off from the old position near Arras, ran southeastward for 12 miles to Quarante, and then passed west of Cambrai and Saint-Quentin and Le Fère to the heights of the Aisne. By the beginning of the second week of March, the Allies were conscious of a general movement in the enemy lines everywhere between the Aisne and Arras. For the Germans to carry out their program, it was necessary first to extricate themselves from the local Bapaume salient. There they held one of the strongest positions on the whole Western Front, and it was intended to yield it by slow degrees while preparations for withdrawal were completed in other areas. But the British advance was speedier than the enemy foresaw, especially in spite of the tortured ground. The guns had been brought forward with surprising celerity, and roads prepared for the ammunition supply. On 11th March, our artillery opened against the Le Transloy-Loupart line, and in 2 days the enemy had been shelled out of it and driven back upon his last position. This was not according to his program. Grevillers and Loupart Wood were now ours, and we lost no time in pressing the bombardment of the final line. The event dislocated the German plan and hustled a retreat which had been meant to be more orderly and leisured. On 14th March, our patrols found the German first line empty at Saint-Pierre-Vast-Wood. Cautiously pushing forward, we held the whole of that wood in the western half of Mouselaine Woods by the evening of 16th March. Meantime, we had discovered that the enemy front south of the Somme was becoming fluid. It had grown very thin, and seemed to be held mainly by rear guards with machine guns. The time had come for a general pressure along the whole front. Hitherto the fighting had been almost exclusively in the British area. The advance was now to spread from the Scheldt to the Aisne. On the morning of 17th March, the Allied commanders, French and British, ordered a general forward movement on a front of 45 miles. The movement was indeed greater, for it embraced virtually the whole line from Arras to north of Soissons, 70 miles as the crow flies. Well over 100 of the sinuosities of the front trenches were followed. There was no serious resistance. Rear guards had been left in places like Chalons. government farm between the woods of Saint-Pierre-Vaast and Vaux, Beaupont, and Achiet-le-Grand. But they were no more than rear guards and were easily pushed back, leaving a track of flaming villages. That night the Australians of the British Fifth Army were in Beaupont, and advanced troops of the Fourth Army were in Shortens. The French Sixth Army entered Roye, where they found some 100 civilians whom the enemy had had no time to remove, and southeast of the town, reached by the Roye-le-Signy road. Next day, the 18th, British and French cavalry met in the streets of Nesle. Rawlinson entered Peronne at 7 that morning, and south of the town forced his way up to the bank of the Somme. By 10 in the evening, our engineers had partly repaired the bridge at Brie, and our vanguards were over the river. The next few days revealed to our soldiers some of the most surprising sights of the campaign. With the crossing of the Boulogne-Ypres line on 18th March, they were beyond the old tortured battlefield, with its infinite ramifications of trenches. Henceforward, up to the new Siegfried line, there was open country. The fields were not pitted with shell holes. The trees were not splintered into matchwood. The villages had not been leveled by the Allied artillery. But the enemy himself, in falling back, had made a great destruction. Some of his doings were no doubt justifiable on military grounds. He was within his rights in destroying roads and mining certain areas and leveling buildings which might give billets to the Allies, and cutting down woods which could afford cover. Such is the ugly business of war. Such it has been from the beginning of time. But war among civilized folk had always had its decencies, and no rag of them remained to cover the nakedness of German barbarism. Around the villages were often little orchards of immature fruit trees which could not have offered shelter to a rat. Every one of these had been methodically killed. Footnote: when thou shalt besiege a city a long time, and making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by wielding an axe against them, but thou mayst eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down. For it is the tree of the field man, that it should be besieged of thee. Only the trees which thou knowest, they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down. Deuteronomy 20:19. End of footnote. Every house in town and hamlet had been looted of all goods that could be removed, and what could not be taken away had been smashed up or defiled. Churches had been ruthlessly violated. Graves had been broken open and plundered. Wells had been fouled. Sacred symbols had been defaced. And in these deeds Germany gloried. Shameless details were published in her press as examples of how masterly and orderly had been the retreat, and how thoroughgoing were German methods. On a wall in one ruined town some apologist had written, "Do not rage at these things, only wonder." The uncommon allies wondered, and they did not rage. Their loathing was too deep a thing for the honest passion of anger. When the French cavalry cantered into some village and saw the thin faces of their fellow citizens, lit now with a new hope, but bearing terrible marks of ravage and suffering, they said nothing. No more did the British soldier, when he found a peasant groping blindly among the wanton ruins of his cottage with some of his pitiful little treasures, now in some German haversack. The thing was beyond words. They recognized by his mark the evil thing which they were pledged to destroy, and the knowledge, long possessed but now 1,000-fold increased, was shown only in their eagerness to get to grips again. Their wrath found vent in superhuman labor to restore the roads so that the guns could come forward, for the guns were the only argument to deal with savagery. Like the sack of Belgium, the German retreat in the West emphasized that in the Allied purpose was penal and retributive. On the last day of March, M. Viviani in the French Senate spoke the mind of his countrymen. These acts of murder and rapine and pillage are not merely an outrage on international law and honor. They constitute crimes dealt with in the penal code of all civilized countries. In order to prepare the verdict of history, these crimes must be placed on record adequately and accurately. We shall fight until victory be gained, for it is on it alone that chastisement depends. Footnote. Mangan's verdict is worth quoting. Consacra un grande quantité d'exposits a faire sauter de ruin importanti, et un main divers, considerable ad resetu la arbres fruitiers, c'est le fait d'une sauvagerie perfectionnée. Comment fou de guerre, page 117, end of footnote. During those days, the Allies had literally to grope their way forward. They were advancing over country in which all means of communication had been destroyed, against an enemy whose armies were still intact. Strong detachments of his infantry and cavalry occupied points of advantage along the line of advance. His guns, which had been withdrawn to prepared positions, were available at any moment to cover and support a sudden counterstroke, while the broken country made the progress of the Allied artillery slow. He had a most formidable defensive system, upon which he could fall back should his counterstroke miss its aim, while the Allies, as they moved forward, left prepared defenses farther and farther behind them. The position craved wary walking, and those were anxious days for the Allied high commands. Their cavalry felt their way gingerly through a country full of unknown perils. The infantry behind them prepared, as they advanced, successive lines of resistance in the event of a counterattack. Behind them, again, the engineers and labor battalions did wonderful work in restoring roads and bridges and pushing on light railways, so that presently the difficulties of the old battlefield were conquered. The retreat of the Germans was, all things considered, a brilliant performance, but scarcely less brilliant was the work of the Allies, which nipped in the bud the counterstroke that had been one object of that retreat. To continue the chronicle of events, on the evening of 19th March, the British held the line of the Somme from Karnitzy to Peronne, with outposts across the river, while northward their front ran from Brovran, just south of Arras, by Saint-Léger, and Ville to Balestra. The French were moving toward Ham, and had entered Noyon in the Ypres valley. Between the Ypres and the Aisne, they had occupied the old German front line, and had taken Crouy, on the plateaus north of Soissons. On the 20th, the British were fairly across the Somme by the new bridge at Brie, which had to be carried across both the river and the canal, while the French were in Guiscard and east of Ham. Footnote. The magnitude of this performance may be judged from the official account. 6 gaps had to be bridged across the canal and river, some of them a considerable width and over a swift-flowing stream. The work was commenced on the morning of the 18th March, and was carried out night and day in 3 stages. By 10 p.m. on the same day, footbridges for infantry had been completed. Medium-type bridges for horse transport and cavalry were completed by 5 a.m. on the 20th March, and by 2 p.m. on the 21st March, or 3.5 days after they had been begun. Heavy bridges capable of taking all forms of traffic had taken the place of the lighter type. Medium-type variation bridges were constructed as the heavy bridges were begun, so that, from the time the first bridges were thrown across the river, traffic was practically continuous. End of footnote. The British advance was now reaching its limits in the north, for we were within a mile or 2 of the Siegfried Line, which entered the old German front-line system of Tilloy-les-Moufons. On the 21st, we took Beaumetz, and had to rebut 5 attempts to recover it, for the enemy's resistance was hardening as he drew near his prepared position. The French on that day had pushed as far as Rupy, only 5 miles from St. Quentin, had reached Terquier, and crossed the St. Quentin Canal and south of Choni were on the line of the Erlet. But though each day saw some gain, the progress was slower, and the enemy had to be forced out of each outpost. Those days saw some brilliant cavalry work. On 27th March, a single British squadron drove the enemy from Villers-Faucon and its neighboring villages, taking 23 prisoners and 4 machine guns. So at Econcourt and Logan-Vesny, where the Germans did not await the charge of a handful of our horsemen. At the beginning of April, the British were close up against the Siegfried line from Beaurains to Dognes, and lay south by Epernay and Joncourt to near Solency, a few miles northwest of St. Quentin, at which point they again touched the German prepared position. The French were within a mile or two of La Fère. On 1st April, the British, after a sharp fight, took the village of Savy, which gave them a prospect of St. Quentin, and next day drove the Germans from Savy Wood. During the following days, in spite of frequent counterattacks, they pushed north of the wood between the St. Quentin-Cambrai Railway and the Croisade Canal, which links the Scheldt and the Somme. They took half a dozen villages on the western skirts of St. Quentin and established themselves within 2 miles of the town. Farther north, they carried the line of fortified villages, the outposts of the Siegfried Line, stretching from Dognes to Courcelles. There now only remained the advanced position between Dognes and Solency, and on the 4th and 5th of April, in bitter, snowy weather, they took the villages of Rossoy, Lemperre, and Maison-au-Court, and pushed into the outskirts of Havrincourt Wood. Meantime, the French were moving towards the Wevre north of La Fère, advancing on the outworks of the Saint-Gobain Plateau, between the Wevre and the Alette, and south of the latter stream, moving along the ridge north of the Aisne. On the 3rd, in the first area, they took the villages of Dallon, Giffencourt, and Cesny, and in the last reached the edge of La Faux and occupied Vaux-Allion. On the 4th, they entered Moy, on the west bank of the Wevre, where it flowed due south to La Fère. The position now was that between Arras and the Aisne, the Allies were almost everywhere in front of the German Siegfried Line. By the capture of Moy, St. Quentin was slightly outflanked towards the south. The vital point was the Saint-Gobain Plateau, the occupation of which would make La Fère untenable, and would be the first step towards the capture of Laon. But the enemy was well aware of the importance of this plateau, and its many ravines and dense woods made it a hard position to carry. Already the French had won Coucy, with its noble old castle now blown up by the Germans, and had reached the western edge of the tableland. But there the enemy's front hardened, as it hardened south of the Alette, on the limestone scarp between that river and the Aisne. His plan was now apparent. He had reached his famous line, and believed it to be impregnable. He would fight desperately for all parts of it, but especially for the pivots on which its security depended. These pivots were the positions about Arras in the north, and those in the south around Laon and the Chemin de Mars. The German retirement was an event of supreme military interest, skillfully conducted and on the whole successful. The enemy did not yield much ground, for though some hundreds of ruined villages were restored to France, the depth gained was at the greatest only some 20 miles. He had few casualties and lost few guns, but it is well to remember that he did not succeed in his full purpose. He sought to retire at his own time, but he had to submit to the Allied will, for the fighting on the Ancre in February and early March drove him from the Buchan ridge, whether he willed it or not. He was more hustled in his retirement than he intended, and he wholly failed to draw the Allies into the snare which he had devised for them. He had never the chance of the crushing counterstroke for which he had hoped. Moreover, as he told his people, he aimed at restoring the old war of movement. But in a fortnight he was as tightly pinned to his entrenchments as he had been on the hills of the Somme. The Siegfried line was destined to remain for long not a fortress from which he could sally, but a prison. The honors of the retreat, therefore, were evenly divided. To follow in the wake of the advancing armies was a strange experience for one who through the preceding 8 months had watched the patient grinding movement of the Somme battle. The roads were speedily repaired, and the Albert-Bapaume highway, once a honeycomb of shell pits, soon attained the perfection of a route nationale in peace. It was strange and eerie to move swiftly through the country, where a month before a man could scarcely crawl, and to pass the ghostly tumulus of the Butte de Wallencourt, round which so much good blood had been shed. Beyond Bapaume, the observer saw, almost with a shock, fields yet cultivated and trees unbroken. In the shallow pocket where St. Quentin lay, the guns still rumbled. But by the end of the first week of April, the new Siegfried line seemed quiet, save for an occasional burst of counter-battery work and the bickering of outposts. But in the south around St. Gobain Forest and on the Aisne Plateau, there was a steady bombardment, and as the traveler went north and came to the point near Arras, where the new enemy positions branched off from the old, the ear was deafened with a heavy rumor of war. The Allies were preparing their spring offensive. The Siegfried line had been reconnoitered, and the next blow would be struck at its pivots. End of Chapter 75, Part 2. Section 46 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued in the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 76, The Battle of Arras, April 4th to June 6, 1917, Part 1. At the end of the first week of April, the German armies were back in their sanctuary, and everywhere from Arras to the Aisne, the attack of the pursuing enemy had been checked. The French were involved in the difficult country of St. Gobain Plateau. Sir Henry Rawlinson's Fourth Army had halted at the outskirts of St. Quentin. Sir Hubert Gough's Fifth Army, having forced the outlying positions early in April, stood in front of the main defenses in the upper valleys of the Codel and the Sensee. In the Arras region lay Sir Edmund Allenby's Third Army, and beyond it, Sir Henry Horne's First Army, before Lens and La Bassée, and thence to the sea, Sir Herbert Plumer's Second Army, all three in the positions which they had held for more than a year. The group under the Crown Prince of Bavaria had been extended to include the 4th, 1st, and 2nd Armies, and with some 60 divisions held the front from the Channel to the Weiss. Footnote: Duke Albrecht of Württemberg had been moved from Flanders to the group of detachments in Lorraine and the Vosges. The third group, that of the Imperial Crown Prince, lay from the Weiss to east of Verdun and embraced the 7th, 3rd, and 5th Armies. End of footnote. To meet the Allied artillery, the enemy had increased the range of his field guns by some 2,000 yards. He had in use a large number of long-range naval guns, and in his 5.9-inch howitzer, he had a heavy weapon of exceptional value. His air work had vastly improved, especially as regards fast single-seater fighting machines like the Albatross and the Halberstadt. He comforted himself with the reflection that his Siegfried line gave him a position stronger than that which he had lost on the Somme, that the Allies, wearied with the hectic business of pursuit, were not in a position to launch any great attack yet awhile, and that ere they were ready, his defenses would have become impregnable. The eyes of the Allied generals were fixed on the pivots, and Britain's concern was that northern one where, at the hamlet of Tilloy-les-Mouflons, The Siegfried Line branched off from the old front. Between that point and Lens, the original lines were very strong, consisting of 3 main systems, each constructed on the familiar pattern of 4 parallel lines of trenches, studded with redoubts and linked up with numerous switches. A special and very powerful switch line ran for 5.5 miles from the village of Fuji northward across the scarp to beyond Theolis, and so constituted what was virtually a 4th line of defense. The whole defensive belt was from 2 to 5 miles deep, but the German command were not content with it. They had designed an independent line running from Drocourt, southeast of Lens, to the Siegfried Line at Caulkins, which should be an alternative in case of an assault on the Arras salient. But at the beginning of April, this position, which was to become famous as the Drocourt-Caulkins line, was not yet completed. Footnote, known to the Germans as the Wotan line. End of footnote. It was intended as a protection for Douai and Cambrai, the loss of which would have made the whole Siegfried system untenable. But it was designed only pro major cartella, for there was every confidence in the mighty remained defenses between Lens and Tilloy, and in the resisting power of the northern Siegfried sector. The plan devised at Chantilly in November 1916 had, as we have seen, to be wholly recast, in view of the different policy and the enlarged powers of the new French commander-in-chief, and the German retreat to the Hindenburg Line. The position now was that the Arras attack, which Haig had regarded only as a preparation for the main campaign in Flanders, became the principal task of the British Army during the first half of 1917. This action, at the same time, was conceived as a movement subsidiary to the greater effort of the French in the south. It was admittedly an attack in the region where, except for an unexampled piece of fortune, good strategic results could scarcely be obtained. The success of the British depended on what the French could do on the Aisne. If the latter failed, then the former, too, must fail in the larger strategic sense, however valuable might be certain of their local gains. If, however, Nivelle succeeded, the pressure from Arras in the north would beyond doubt greatly contribute to the enemy's discomfiture. The danger of the whole plan was that the issue might be indeterminate, and the fighting at Arras so long protracted, without any decisive success, that the chances of the more vital Flanders offensive later in the summer might be imperiled. This, as we shall see, was precisely what happened. The Arras neighborhood had seen some of the bloodiest fighting of the war. It had been occupied by the Germans on September 1st, 1914, and on the 18th of the same month, reoccupied by the French. There, in October 1914, Madou had held the fort through a desperate month. There, in May and June 1915, D'Urville and the French 10th Army had battled in vain for the Vimy Heights. There, in September the same year, during the Battle of Loos, a portion of the heights was won, but the true crest was never gained, and during the succeeding month the French were forced back to the boggy valley of the Souchez. At the moment with which we are now concerned, the British line from Loos southward lay just west of the double Crassier, east of Souchez and Neuville-Saint-Vaast, and thence in a sharp curve eastward to recover Roquelincourt. The key of all this area was the Vimy Ridge, which dominated the British lines on the Souchez, as the Messines Ridge dominated the southern part of the Ypres salient. Our front crossed the Scarpe just west of Blangy and south of the Arras-Cambrai road, came in contact with the Siegfried line from Toulouse-les-Beaufrons onward. Beaurains was now ours, and Arras was therefore free from its old encirclement on the south. Here, where the Picardy walls break down into the flats of the Scheldt, long lone spurs reach out to the eastward, separating the valleys of the Scarpe, the Codjel, and the Sensee. Their sides are scored with smaller valleys, and on their crests are various hillocks, such as Telegraph Hill, south of Tilloy, and the more considerable height above Monchy-le-Preux. It is a pockety country, the last foothills of the uplands of northern France, and like all foothills, a strong position for any defense. Haig had a formidable problem before him. The immediate key of the area was Vimy Ridge, the capture of which was necessary to protect the flank of any advance farther south. It was clear that no strategic result could be obtained unless the Drocourt-Quéant switch was breached, and that meant an advance of well over 6 miles. But this position was still in the making, and if the fates were kind, and the first 3 German systems could be carried at a rush, there was good hope that the Drocourt-Quéant line would never be manned, and that the drive of the British, assisted by the great French attack on the Aisne, might bring them to Douai and Cambrai. It was a hope, but no more. A result so far-reaching demanded a combination of fortunate chances, which as yet had not been vouchsafed to us in any battle of the campaign. The city of Arras, situated as it was less than a mile inside the British lines, might well have shared the fate of Ypres. It was, like Ypres, the neck of the bottle, and through it and its environs went on the transport for the front between the Scarpe and the Cogil. But, strangely enough, it had for 2 years been a place of comparative peace. It had been badly shelled, but mainly in the autumn and winter of 1914. The cathedral, a poor rococo edifice in the Palladian manner, had been wholly destroyed, and looked far nobler in its ruin than it had ever done in its integrity. The beautiful old Hôtel de Ville had been wrecked, and much damage had been done among the exquisite Spanish houses of the Grand Place. Few buildings had altogether escaped, but the place was a desert and not a fragment. It was still a habitable, though a desolated city. Entering it by the Baudemont Gate on a summer's day, the stranger saw the long white street running intact towards the railway station, and it was not till he looked closer that he noted shell marks and broken windows and the other signs of war. There were many hundreds of civilians still living there, and children could be seen playing on the pavement. Visitors came often, for it was the easiest place in all France from which to enter the first lines. Across the railway, a short walk in communication trenches, or even on the open road, and you were in the actual battlefront near Blangy, or in the faubourg of Saint-Sever. One inn at least was still open, where men could dine in comfort and then proceed to their posts in the line. But up till April 1917, the place had the air of a tomb. It was like a city stricken by the plague, whole yet tenantless. Especially eerie did it seem in the winter twilight, when in the long echoing streets the only sign of life was an occasional British soldier or a hurrying peasant woman, and the rumble of the guns beyond Vimy alone broke the depressed silence. The gaunt choir of the cathedral rose like a splendid headstone in a graveyard. At the beginning of April, Arras awoke to an amazing change. Its streets and lanes once more became full of life, and the Roman arch of the Baudemont Gate saw an endless procession of troops and transport. A city makes a difficult base for a great attack. It must be the route of advancing infantry in the habilitating area, and it is a mark which the enemy guns can scarcely miss. To minimize this danger, the Allied generals had recourse to a bold plan. They resolved to assemble in this section their armies underground. After the fashion of old French towns, Arras had huge ancient sewers, like those of Paris, which may be read of in Les Miserables. A map of them was found, and the underground labyrinth was explored and enlarged. Moreover, the town had grown over the quarries from which the older part had been built, and these also were discovered. The result was that a second city was created below the first, with 3 divisions could have been assembled in perfect security. The caverns were lit by electricity, and plans and signposts were put up as if it had been a tube railway station. As a matter of fact, the thing was not needed. The Germans shelled the town intermittently, but there was no real bombardment, and before Arras could be methodically assailed, the enemy had been pushed many miles eastward. The British front of attack was slightly over 12 miles long, from Givenchy-et-Gohel in the north to a point just south of Courcelles in the south. Against the Vimy Ridge lay the right of the First Army, Sir Julian Byng's Canadian Corps, with one British brigade. Then came the Third Army, between the Canadians and the Scarpe, Sir Charles Ferguson's 17th Corps. Opposite Arras, Aylmer Haldane's 6th Corps, and south of it, astride the Côte d'Jules, Snow's 7th Corps. In its constituents, the Army of Assault was largely Scottish. 38 Scots battalions were destined to cross the parapets, a larger number than the British at Waterloo, and more than 7 times the size of the force that Bruce commanded at Bannockburn. Footnote: the dispositions from left to right were 1st Army, Canadian Corps, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Canadian Divisions, and British 13th Brigade. 3rd Army, 17th Corps, 51st, 34th, 4th, 9th Divisions, 6th Corps, 37th, 15th, 12th, 3rd Divisions, 7th Corps, 14th, 56th, 30th, 21st Divisions. The 37th and 4th Divisions were to go through after the road had been opened. End of footnote. In the 3rd week of March, a systematic cutting of the enemy's wire began, and our heavy artillery shelled his back areas and communications. About Wednesday, 4th April, the British guns woke along the whole sector. There was a steady bombardment of all the enemy positions, more especially the great fortress of the Vimy Ridge. Wonderful counter-battery work was done, and battery after battery of the enemy was put out of action, located partly by direct observation from the air, and partly by our new device for sound identification. These were days of clear, cold spring weather, with the wind in the northeast, and from dawn to dark, our airplanes fought a mighty battle on their own account. In the history of air fighting that week must rank as an epic, for it was a last desperate struggle on the enemy's part to defend his side of the line against our encroaching supremacy. It was a week of heavy losses, for at all costs the foe must be blinded, and the British airmen kept up one continuous offensive. 48 of our own planes failed to return, and 46 of the enemy's were destroyed or driven out of control. The attackers, as was natural, paid the heavier price. The preparation was intense till Sunday, 8th April. That day was perfect weather, with a foretaste of spring. A lull seemed to fall upon the British front, and the ear-splitting din of the past week died away into sporadic bombardments. It is possible that this sudden quiet outwitted the enemy. He was perfectly aware of the coming attack, and he knew its area and objective. Footnote: the Germans had intended a local advance between Lens and Arras at the beginning of April. On the 6th, Ludendorff realized that a British offensive was coming and ordered up his reserves behind the 6th Army. My War Memories, English translation, 2, page 419. End of footnote. He had expected it each day, and each day had been disappointed. On the Sunday he began to reply and rain shells at intervals into the streets of Arras. But he did little harm. The troops of attack there were waiting comfortably in cellars and underground assembly stations. In the late evening the weather changed. The wind shifted and blew up to rain and squalls of snow. During the night there were long spells of quiet, broken by feverish outbursts of enemy fire from Vimy to Courcelles. Our own batteries were, for the most part, silent. 0 hour was 5:30 on the morning of Easter Monday. At 4 a.m. a drizzle had begun, which changed presently to drifts of thin snow. It was intensely cold, and it was scarcely half light, so that the troops waiting for the signal saw before them only a dark mist flecked with snowflakes. But at the appointed moment the British guns broke into such a fire as had been yet seen on no battleground on earth. It was the first hour, the psalm repeated, but 100-fold more awful. As our men went over the parapets, they felt as if they were under the protection of some supernatural power, for the heaven above them was one canopy of shrieking steel. There were now no enemy front trenches. Soon there was no second-line trenches, only a hummocking waste of craters and broken wire. Within 40 minutes, all the German first position was captured, and our men were moving steadily against the second, while our barrage crept relentlessly before them. On the left wing, the Canadians with a bound reached the crest of Wehmeyer and swarmed onto the tableland from which the ground fell away to the flat industrial area between Lens and Douai. Few finer pieces of dogged fighting were seen in the campaign. The guns had done the work for them till they were beyond the crest, but after that, over a mile of plateau, they had to fight their way from shell hole to shell hole under a deluge of rifle and machine gun fire. Before 9 o'clock, all the Wehmeyer Ridge was ours, except its northern corner and the high point, marked Hill 145. Between the Canadians and the Scarpe, the 17th Corps had taken La Folie Farm and were advancing on Thielas. In front of Arras, the 6th Corps had overrun Blangy and were facing the formidable railway triangle, while farther south, Tilloy-les-Beauflains had fallen, and south of it, the great fortress called the Harp. The Harp was such a place as in the early days of the Somme would have baffled us for a month or more. It was stronger than Contalmaison, or Rosières, or Guillemot. It was rushed with the assistance of a batch of tanks, some of which stuck fast in its entanglements, while others forced their way through to the plain beyond. By 9:30, the whole of the German second position had fallen, except a short length west of Bailleul. By the early afternoon, the enemy had been forced from the two worst points south of the Scarpe, Observation Bridge and the Railway Triangle. This last, formed by the junction of the Lens and Douai lines, was a formidable obstacle, bristling with machine guns, and for a little it stayed the advance of the Scottish division on the left of the 6th Corps. The 15th Division, which had captured Loos and Martinpuch, and had long ranked as part of the corps d'élite of the British Army. But our artillery came to their aid, and presently they were surging eastward, and in the hollow called Battery Valley, between the German 2nd and 3rd positions, they made enormous captures of enemy guns. By the evening, that division had taken the German 3rd line at Fuji, and to the north of the Scarpe, the right of the 17th Corps. The Scottish and South African troops of the 9th Division had carried Athens, and the 4th Division passing through them had taken Fampoux village and Hyder Adab redoubt, and broken into the German 3rd line on the front of 2.5 miles. The Fuji switch line had now gone, and the enemy front had been utterly destroyed. He had no prepared position of the Drocourt-Quéant line, and that was still in the making. But the weather was on his side. The ground was sodden, and our guns took time to bring up. He was holding with machine guns in pockets, which prevented the use of cavalry for what was the true duty of cavalry. Had we possessed a light type of tank in reasonable numbers, the rout could have been made complete. As it was, there was no chance of a dramatic coup de grace. The infantry could only push forward slowly and methodically, and complete their capture of the German 3rd position. In wild weather on Tuesday, 10th April, the Canadians carried Hill 145, and with it gained the whole of Wehmeyer Ridge. The relics of the 14th Bavarians, which had formed the defense, were withdrawn and sent to recruit on the eastern front. To the south, the village and wood of Farbus were taken, and that evening, after hard fighting, the 6th Corps reached the hill where stood the village of Mongy-le-Preux. Next day, the 11th, in a snowstorm, Mongy was carried with the assistance of detachments of cavalry, but not without heavy losses. Footnote: the cavalry had been brought east of Arras on the afternoon of the 9th, in case the break in the German 3rd line should be sufficiently wide to permit the use of mounted troops. They were held up, however, by the unbroken wire south of Fuji and by Monty-le-Preux Hill. Some bodies were employed during the afternoon to maintain touch with the troops on the two sides of the scarp. On the 10th, an attempt to pass them south and north of Monty was defeated by the enemy machine gun fire. They took part next day in the capture of Monty, when Brigadier General Lawley-Jones fell. On the 12th, they were withdrawn west of Arras. It was a clear proof that cavalry were useless for pushing on through a gap in a modern trench line. The event might well have been foreseen, and this needless slaughter avoided. End of footnote. It was a key position on the country between the Scarpe and the Sensee, standing on the ridge of a little plateau some 90 feet above the surrounding levels. Its approaches on four sides were sunken roads lined with machine guns. In the end, it fell to a converging attack from the north and west, but its defense showed that the enemy was recovering from his first demoralization. Moreover, he had begun to counterattack. End of Chapter 76, Part 1. Section 47 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 76. The Battle of Arras, April 4th to June 6, 1917. Part 2. We may take the evening of Wednesday, 11th April, as the end of the first stage of the Battle of Arras. It was now necessary for the infantry attack to wait on the advance of the guns, and meantime to devote itself to minor operations to round off its gains. It had been a remarkable success, won at comparatively small cost by a preparation in which no detail had been neglected. Aircraft, artillery, infantry, and tanks had worked in perfect combination. The result had been that on a front of 12 miles, we had broken through all the German defenses and come halfway to the Drocourt-Quéant line. We had carried 2 miles to the northern end of the Siegfried line. The exploits of each corps in action had been magnificent. The Canadians at Wehmeyer had stormed the last of the great German viewpoints south of the Lys. By their speed, they had cut off large numbers of the enemy in honeycombs of the hill, and had taken over 4,000 prisoners. The 17th Corps had won desperate fortresses, like the Heiderdrad redoubt, where a general and all his staff were captured, and had between 3,000 and 4,000 prisoners. The South African Brigade, taking nearly as many as it had effectives in action. The 6th Corps had dealt with the Harp and the Railway Triangle, and by their doings in Battery Valley, were responsible for the larger number of guns taken. Altogether in the 3 days, something over 12,000 prisoners and 150 guns were captured, and the guns were speedily turned into British weapons. Byng formed a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Pan-Germanic group out of the batteries which fell to his share. These were the largest captures so far made by the British Army in a like period of time. But no victory can truly be measured by booty, and the essence of the achievement lay in the breach made in the German wall. It was an undeniable breach, the thing we had hoped for at Loos, and on 2 occasions during the Somme, but it was a breach of which full use could not be made. Modern war is so intricate that against an enemy, with the proper equipment, it must be slow. The lightning dash is forbidden, since the speed of an advance is the speed of its slowest unit. The guns and their munitionment. Cavalry could not be used as in old days, since a machine gun outpost could frustrate any cavalry action, and the true weapon, the tank, had not yet been perfected. The first days of the Battle of Arras confirmed in their views those who had always held that on the Western Front there could be no shortcut to success. The Germans, it is true, had been able to drive back Russians and Romanians in a war of movement, but in both cases They fought against troops who had an imperfect military machine to support them. Against an enemy approximately our equal, we could hope for no spectacular triumph yet a while. The Somme tactics still held the field. The limited objective. Progress was slow in calculated stages. A steady, grinding attrition, since the debacle of Russia was not yet foreseen. Some days these methods would wear thin the stoutest metal, and then the end would come. Hagen never subscribed to the heresy, common at that time in certain civilian and military circles, that by some superior cleverness the fruits of victory might be reaped without the enemy being beaten. The first and only task was to beat the enemy, and against an enemy so well equipped, so stubborn, and on the whole so well led, success could not be won by any bold, sensational strategy. Each time we struck, we won a victory, though not the victory, but each time brought us nearer to the desired goal. On 12th April, we improved our position on each flank of the new battlefield. On the south, we took, with the assistance of tanks, the two villages of Wancourt and Heinetal, which faced each other from the opposite banks of the Cogil, and with them added to our gains another 1,000 yards of the Siegfried line. It was a day of snowstorms, and on our left, north of the Vimy Ridge, the Canadians took the two small hills known as the Pimple and the Bois en Hauche, on each side of the Souchez stream, behind which the enemy might have concentrated troops for a counterattack. This last success drove the Germans back upon their third line from Gavril northwards, and compelled them to bethink themselves of the defenses of Lens. The wind had veered to the south, and brought squalls of rain, through which on the 2 following days we pressed hard on their retreat. A wide tract of country from Fampoux to just south of Lens became ours, including the villages of Vimy, Balliol, Wilverall, Givenchy-en-Gohel, Angers, and the town of Leven. There fell too the double Crassia, south of Los, which had once before been ours. Looking from the ridge, our men saw clusters of red brick dwellings, broken by slag heaps, tall chimneys, and the headgear of mines, and now obscured by the smoke from burning buildings and the debris of explosions. In all the mining suburbs of Lens, the cités, named after diverse saints, the enemy strove to make a great destruction, but he was driven out before he could complete his work. We captured vast quantities of stores and ammunition, truckloads of tools, pioneered dumps, and many guns, including 4 8-inch howitzers, which he had not time to remove. But the rough weather had given him his breathing space, and his resistance was hardening. More guns had come up, and new divisions had arrived from the eastern front. On the 14th onward, counterstrokes were frequent south of the Scarpe, and on the morning of Sunday the 15th, an attack by 5 regiments of the Prussian Guard was launched on a 6-mile front astride the Bapaume-Cambrai road, from Hermes to Noriel, against the 1st Australian Corps under Birdwood. The assault failed completely, except at Langencourt, where, for a moment, the enemy gained a footing, only to be driven out an hour later. He left 300 prisoners in our hands, and 1,500 dead in front of our positions. There was also heavy fighting around Monchy, where the famous 3rd Bavarians were in action against the not less famous 29th Division. Their advance up Monchy Hill in 5 columns was broken by our guns, and their losses were not less than 4,000. Next day, Monday, 16th April, saw the great French attack on the southern part of the Siegfried line, the consideration of which belongs to the following chapter. As we shall see, its success fell far short of the hopes of its commanders, and it was incumbent on Haig to press his advance toward Douai and Cambrai in order to divert the troop strength from the Aisne heights. So far as the British armies were concerned, their main task was finished, and their duty was now subsidiary to distract the enemy from Nivelle, rather than to win their own special objectives. At dawn on Monday the 23rd, the British attacked on an 8-mile front on both banks of the Scarpe against the line Rue Gueniap, Fontaine-les-Courcelles. Southwest of Lens, in a subsidiary assault, we advanced our front along the Souchez stream. The 17th Corps carried Gavrelle on the Arras-Douai road, and the enemy defenses were 2.5 miles south as far as Ypres Cemetery. Beyond the scarp, the 6th Corps won Guiliap on the Arras-Cambrai highway. It was a day of sustained and desperate fighting, continued during the night and prolonged far into the next morning. The enemy was in strength and counterattacked fiercely, and though some of his units made but a poor resistance, the 3rd Bavarians lived up to their old renown. 7 German divisions were engaged, and by the evening of the 25th we had advanced our line on the whole front from 1 to 2 miles, and by the capture of Guenap had won the key of the country between the Cogil and the Sensee. This section of the battle cost us dear, but it cost the enemy more, and his losses in these days' fighting were as high as any that he had suffered during the campaign. He left 3,400 prisoners in our hands, and it was estimated that the total casualties of the defense were at least thrice those of the assault. His misfortunes were due to the fact that he had to launch his counterattacks across ground swept by our artillery, and, since the fight was fought in clear weather, he had no shelter from our omnipresent aircraft. The 28th and 29th of April saw the battle renewed north of the Scarpe. The enemy had on the 9th lost his 3rd position from Fampoux for some miles southward, but on the left of our front he had been in his 2nd position since the 12th, and, at the moment, was holding his 3rd line of defense from Gavrelle northward. On the 28th, we drove him out of it on a 2-mile front at Arles-en-Cohel, and won ground at Alpi and on the western slopes of Greenland Hill, between Gavrelle and Brou, taking over 1,000 prisoners. South of the Scarpe, we advanced our line to the north of Mongy. He was fighting stubbornly for his Douai positions, for we were already halfway from Arras to that city, and only the Drocourt-Quéant line barred the way. The countryside falls in long, easy slopes to the Douai plain, and no hill or river gave a natural protection. The Germans had to stop the gap with men, and let it be freely admitted that they showed a stalwart resolution. The close of April marked the end of the Battle of Arras as originally planned. That plan, and its ultimate objective, involved the destruction of the northern pivot of the Siegfried Line, and the first step to the reduction of the whole position. But the failure of the French at the southern pivot made this great scheme impossible in the immediate future. 2 tasks now lay before the British commander-in-chief. The scheme of the attack on the Siegfried pivots had not been his. His original plan had been to cut off the enemy in the Arras-Bapaume salient by flank attacks and win at the same time the Vimy Ridge. After the German retreat, he would have contented himself, had he been solely responsible, with carrying Vimy, and then would have flung his weight into the Flanders operation. The action against the Siegfried pivots was Neville's conception, accepted by the Allied governments, and once begun, it could not readily be broken off. Sir Douglas Haig had, therefore, to work with a double aim. He had to continue his efforts in the Arras area, partly to ease the pressure on the new French positions on the Aisne, partly in order that, when the time came for breaking off the battle in this sector, he should be able to leave his front in a favorable position for future operations. Likewise, he had to prepare for that great assault upon the German right wing in Flanders, which he had long ago determined should be the main British enterprise of the summer. The fighting of May was, therefore, in a different category from that of April. The initial impetus had gone, the main strategical end had not been attained, and, as during the last phase of the Somme, it was an affair of local offenses and limited objectives. The main attack was made on Thursday, 3rd May, on a 12-mile front from the Archeville-Vimy road, north of Arleux, to a point in the Siegfried Line at Bullecourt, south of the Sensee. Its objective was to distract the enemy In view of a new French attack impending on the Aisne, our troops crossed the parapets at 3:45 a.m., just before dawn, and were faced by a stubborn resistance. On our left, the Canadians of the First Army broke through the strong Épée-Méricourt line and took the village of Fresnoy, crippling the German 15th Reserve Division, which had just been brought up preparatory to a counterattack for the recovery of Arleux. In the wood north of Épée, we forced our way forward, encountering the 1st and 2nd Reserve Divisions of the Prussian Guard. On both banks of the Scarpe, at Rouy, and the ridge called Infantry Hill east of Monchy, we advanced our front, and farther south made progress near Crécy. On the right, the 2nd Australian Division of the 5th Army carried the front and support trenches of the Siegfried Line at Bullecourt, and parties of advanced troops actually reached the Quai-Fontaine-les Croiselles road beyond. Footnote: some idea of the strength of the Siegfried position may be gained from the following details. There were two main lines, the first line and the support line. 125 yards in front of the first line was a belt of wire 25 feet broad and so thick that it was impossible for a man lying on the ground to see through it. In the line itself were double machine gun emplacements of ferroconcrete 125 yards apart, and other lesser emplacements were dotted all over it. The communication trenches were exceptionally broad and deep. More belts of wire defended the support line, which was the main line of defense. Here a continuous tunnel had been dug in the chalk at a depth of over 40 feet. It had been constructed entirely by Russian prisoners, and every 35 yards or so were exits with flights of 45 steps. The tunnel was roofed, lined and bottomed with 9-inch by 3-inch timbers, and had numerous rooms opening off it. It was lit throughout by electricity. Large 9-inch trench mortars with concrete emplacements stood at the traverses and were led with ammunition from below. Strong machine gun positions covered the line from behind. End of footnote. Our prisoners numbered close on 1,000. We were not left in quiet possession of our gains. At once the enemy counterattacked with determination, and his artillery shelled heavily our new positions. The struggle lasted all day and far into the night, and under the pressure of the incessant attacks, our center gradually retired, till, except for small lengths of line at Fontaine-les-Croiselles and on both banks of the Scarpe, it was back in the trenches it had occupied before the assault began. Here the enemy was stayed. He had compelled us to relinquish our winnings, but he could not recover any of the ground he had formerly lost. On our flanks we fared better. The Canadians clung to Fresnoy, and the Australians still held the Siegfried supply port at Bullecourt. The situation now resolved itself into a struggle for 3 points, on which the enemy set high value: Fresnoy, Roeil, and Bullecourt. On the 8th May, very early in the morning after a heavy bombardment, a German division, the 15th Reserve, attacked our position northeast of Fresnoy village, which, since the enemy held Arqueville and Méricourt, were dangerously exposed. They entered some of our trenches, but were rejected by a counterattack. At 8 a.m., supported by 2 other divisions, the 4th Guard Reserve and the 5th Bavarians, which cut in on the flank, they renewed the attack on a wide front, and compelled us to fall back from the salient formed by Fresnoy village and wood. Next day we retook the wood, and held it thereafter. Fresnoy was one of the few cases in the campaign of a place won by us, and held for more than 24 hours, which the enemy succeeded in recapturing. In the center there was steady fighting. On 5th May, and again on the night of 10th May, we were busy pressing forward south of the Scarpe, in the neighborhood of Infantry Hill. There were many counterattacks, and one on the night of 10th May, where flammenwerfers were employed, was of exceptional violence and complete futility. The following night, 11th May, we attacked in some force on both sides of the Scarpe. On the south bank, the 56th Division took Cavalry Farm on the Arras-Cambrai road, and a mile of trenches north of it. On the left bank of the river, the 4th Division carried Rouet's cemetery and the chemical works in the neighborhood of Rouet's station, taking some hundreds of prisoners. On 12th May, we took the enemy's position on a front of 1.5 miles between Rouet and Greenland Hill, and by the 14th, the whole of Rouet village was captured by the 51st Division. But the great episode of this final stage of the Battle of Arras was the struggle in the Siegfried Line around Bullecourt, where the Layer Regiment of the 3rd Guard Division, the Cooke chasers, toiled to win back the ground lost on 3rd May, and the Australians and British troops of the 5th Army sought in their turn to increase their winnings. The massive strength of the Siegfried Line was hard enough to force, but not less formidable, with the machine gun positions behind, linked to concrete pits protected by steel coverings, through an orifice of which the guns fired a few inches above the level of the ground. The Australians had carried this section on 3rd May with superb audacity, and they showed the same coolness in defense. But the situation was a grave one, for on the left, Bullecourt village projected in a kind of promontory, and to the right was the Raincourt Ridge with Caillant behind it, and both positions were occupied by the enemy. The Australians' hold on the Siegfried Line was the ugliest kind of salient. On 7th May, the 7th Division gained a footing in the southeast corner of Bullecourt, and next day 10 of our men were rescued who had been in Bullecourt since the 3rd of May. By the 12th, the greater part of the village was in our possession, though parties of the enemy still held out in the south and southwestern outskirts. Then came the counterattacks, more especially upon the Australians in the Siegfried Line. The Layer Regiment had rehearsed every detail of their work, but 2 minutes after the assault was delivered at dawn on the 15th, the plan had melted into air. The Australians, gallantly assisted by London troops, turned their defense into a brilliant offensive. On 17th May, the 58th and 62nd Divisions completed the capture of Bullecourt village. On the 20th, the 33rd Division struck at the Siegfried Line between that point and Fontaine-les-Courcelles. On the morning of that day, after a stiff fight, the whole of the enemy's front position was captured. In the evening, we attacked the support line and carried it on a front of a mile. All counterattacks were repulsed, and on the 26th and 27th of May, we secured our position beyond danger. The battle was now drawing to its close. On Sunday, 3rd June, our advanced troops were attacked southwest of the Cherisy, and on the same day we gained and lost ground in an attack by the Canadians on the electric power station south of the Souchez River. On the 5th, we won the power station, and on the 6th we took a mile of the enemy position north of the Scarpe on the western slopes of Greenland Hill. But these actions were in the nature of feints, for the center of gravity had now shifted north of the Lys. On 5th May, the French carried the Crayon Plateau, and thereby won their immediate objective on the Aisne. Haig's subsequent operations had, therefore, been either for the purpose of securing or rounding off the ground won, or of misleading the enemy by a show of activity in an area not seriously threatened. On the 4th and 5th of May, an Allied conference in Paris agreed to the British plan of an immediate Flanders offensive, a decision which marked the formal abandonment of Neville's policy. Already the Arras front was being thinned, and troops and guns were moving northward. On 20th May, the French extended their line to the Ormignon River, thereby taking over again the part of the front which they had relinquished to the British on 26th February. As early as 24th May, the German bulletins reported great activity in the district between Ypres and Armentières, and in the early days of June, they daily informed the world that the British artillery was shelling the Vachetta-Messiny Ridge. They foresaw a new offensive, but they did not guess how deadly that offensive was to be. The Battle of Arras may be regarded with some truth as an action complete in itself. It lasted just over a month. It was a limited victory. That is to say, It attained completely its immediate objectives, but owing to events outside the control of the British command, it did not produce the strategical result upon the Western Front as a whole which was its ultimate design. It was, therefore, an action on the Somme model, a stage in the process of attrition, the value of which must be measured in terms of its effect upon the enemy's morale and the efficiency of his military machine. Judged by such standards, it compared brilliantly with every previous British advance. In a month, we took more than 20,000 prisoners, 257 guns, of which 98 were of heavy caliber, 227 trench mortars, and 470 machine guns. Footnote: between 1st July and 18th November on the Somme, we took 38,000 prisoners, 29 heavy guns, 96 field guns, 136 trench mortars, and 514 machine guns. End of footnote. If we contrast the first 24 days of the Somme with the first 24 days of Arras, we shall find that in the latter battle we took 4 times the amount of territory, engaged double the number of German divisions, and had half the casualties. We had advanced many stages in our knowledge of the new methods of war. But such figures did not exhaust the criterion. The vital fact was that we had defeated the enemy's plan. When his too hasty retreat to the Siegfried Line deprived him of the chance of taking the Allies at a disadvantage, he determined to avoid battle, to create a stalemate on the west, and to set his hopes of victory on the success of his submarine campaign. The first day of Arras shattered that illusion. He lost the Vimy Ridge, one of his most cherished observation posts. He lost Bullecourt, where the Wotan line joined the main Siegfried position. He lost between 6 and 7 miles of the cherished Siegfried line itself. The new defenses of which he had boasted had proved no more impregnable than Thiepval or Guillemot. He had 104 divisions in action, and of these 74 by the end of May had to be withdrawn to refit. The whole German plan of defense was based on the impregnability of the old lines from the sea to Arras, and of the Siegfried line from Arras to the Aisne. When he lost ground, he was compelled to throw in large numbers of his best troops in the attempt either to win it back or to gain time for the construction of other lines in the rear. We therefore achieved our major purpose of inflicting great losses on the enemy and using up his reserves. It was still hammer play. We were still painfully destroying the wall, and had not reached that nodal point which would involve a widespread cataclysm, but each blow of our hammer had gone truly home. Arras, therefore, though the earlier and better plan of Haig had been relinquished, emphasized and continued the effect of the Somme battle, and, had the Russian front remained intact, would have brought Germany's strength very near to breaking point. Already there were indications that, in spite of Hindenburg's new divisions, she was having difficulties with her manpower. New regiments, for example, which had been destined to form new divisions, were broken up to provide drafts for divisions shattered in the battle. More significant still, there was a general reduction in the establishment of infantry battalions from 1,000 to 750. But the slow weakening of the German machine was best shown by the new tactical device, the use of Sturmtruppen, or Strasstruppen, which the course of the action revealed. Footnote: a battalion of Strasstruppen was attached about this time to each army corps. This battalion contained 4 companies of assault, each 100 strong, a machine gun company with 6 machine guns, a company of bombers, a company of flamethrowers, and a battery of assault. The battalion commander had usually a captain's rank. Motor cars were attached to each battalion for rapid transport. End of footnote. Germany had always been inclined to amuse herself with the idea of crack corps, from the Pomeranian giants of the Great Elector to the Prussian Guards and the Brandenburgers of the present campaign. To some extent the idea was a just one. Each army had its units, which are respected beyond others. But in Germany's case, the practice was a contradiction of her whole theory of war. This skimming of the cream from the army left each time the residuum weaker. In her efforts to raise the drooping morale of the ordinary line, Germany still further depressed it. Moreover, the practice spoiled the machine. In the old warfare, a picked cohort of knights might cut its way through a mob of footmen, but with the mass armies of Germany, the foundation was the equal discipline and the even efficiency of every unit. For in a machine, one wheel should not be a better workmanship or one crank a fine temper than the rest, since the strength of the machine is not its strongest, but its weakest part. The well-oiled and remorseless modern engine, which had rolled smoothly through Flanders and Picardy in the early autumn of 1914, was changing to the archetypal form of barbarian armies, the sullen commonality and the spirited and privileged few. Such conclusions might reasonably have heartened the Allies in that month of May, for the utter ruin of Russia was not yet dreamed of, a ruin which was to enable Germany to mass everything in the West, to win a substantial superiority in numbers, and to use her shock troops, begun as a counsel of despair, in a brilliant new tactical plan, which brought her to the very edge of victory. End of Chapter 76, Part 2. Section 48 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 77, The Second Battle of the Aisne. December 16, 1916 to June 2, 1917. Part 1. On 16th December 1916, Neville succeeded Joffre in the command of the armies of France, and, as we have seen, altered the original plan for the coming spring. The new scheme had some of the features of the old. The British were to advance at Arras, and the French east of the Somme, and then, when the enemy was confused by attacks in widely separated localities, the deadly blow was to be delivered in the south. But in designing this last stage, Neville departed wholly from Joffre's conception and from the Somme tactics of a movement by steady stages to limited objectives. On the Aisne, where already he had fought as colonel of artillery and as divisional general, he hoped to break through at once between Vayli and Reims, smash the southern portion of the Siegfried line, and envelop the whole position. Verdun had brought him fame, and that fame had been won by enterprises of peculiar audacity and brilliance. His great winter battles there in 1916 had followed the Somme method, but Neville had never regarded this method as the final device in war. He had written to a friend, the trench warfare which we have been waging on the same ground for 2 years is only one of the numerous forms of war, a form which cannot last forever because it cannot bring a decision. Be sure that the essential principles of war, those of Napoleonic strategy, have lost none of their value. The moment approaches when the decisive blow will be struck by the stronger and more resolute. He considered rightly that the last word had not been spoken in tactics, that new devices might be found, and that the enemy's stolid strength might be broken by other means than slow sapping. His aim now was the decisive blow, not to weaken but to crush, not to break up but to break through. With robust self-confidence, he promised himself Lorraine as the result of the first day's action, and such a gain was inconceivable unless he really succeeded in crumbling the whole enemy defenses. As in the previous winter at Verdun, he told his government precisely what he meant to do, and by what hour he would accomplish it, and to members of the government like Monsieur Briand and General Lyautey, he communicated his own optimism and ardor. But in the third week of March came a political crisis. Monsieur Briand fell from power, and Monsieur Ribault became premier, and Monsieur Ponliev, Minister of War. The last did not share Neville's cheerfulness and, like Falk and Petain, had grave doubts of the whole enterprise. He was alarmed at the shrinking manpower of France and reluctant to incur further serious losses, and he was also critical of Neville's proposed methods and skeptical about the promised success. He found abundant support for his skepticism among other generals and subjected the commander-in-chief to such constant interrogation that the latter was with difficulty dissuaded from resigning his post. Things came to a head on 3rd April when Neville was summoned to a conference with the Premier and the Minister of War. Distracted by his cross-examination, the commander-in-chief was induced to hazard all and promised that within 3 days the armies of attack should be on the Syria, with 30 kilometers of new ground behind them. The civilian statesmen expressed their satisfaction, but 3 days later summoned the commander-in-chief to another conference and again demanded that he should lay their doubts. The result was that Neville began his task with 2 serious handicaps. The perpetual questioning had weakened his confidence in himself, and since the tale of it had gone abroad, had shaken the faith of the armies in their general. It is not easy for a soldier to venture everything when he has been warned that his government expects him to be chary of losses. Let us consider in greater detail the nature of the blow which Neville contemplated and the area in which it was to be delivered. In the first battle of the Aisne, in September 1914, the Allies had won the passage of the river from the forest of Laigue, above Compiègne to Berry-au-Bac, where the Roman high road from Reims to Lyon crosses by the most famous ford in France. At one point, the assault of the British First Corps had reached the Chemin de Mans north of Troyes and the crown of the Aisne Plateau, but the German attack in January 1915 had driven a broad shallow wedge into that front and given them the south bank of the river from Mehedi to a little east of Chavon. From that date onward there had been no action of any significance between Soissons and Reims. East of Reims, the western end of the Champagne, Pont-à-Louse, had been part of the terrain of the Great Battle of September 1915, and in October the same year, Aragon had striven in vain to cut the Reims-Chalons railway by an attack between Prunay and Aubervilliers. But since then, the whole section had been stagnant and thinly held by both sides, while the main conflict raged round Verdun and on the Somme. The retreat of the enemy during February and March 1917 had altered the configuration of the French front in the western end of the area. The advance along the heights south of the Ailette had brought their left just west of the village of La Faux. Thence it ran to the Aisne west of Missy, and continued along the south bank to a mile or so east of Chavon. From that point, it turned to the northeast by Soupir, across the Aisne-Ouise Canal, below the tunnel, and so to Troyes and the Chemin de Mans. It then left the ridge and continued below the south edge till it struck the marshy flats south of Crayon, whence it continued west of Villers-Bois to Berry-en-Bac. From the Aisne crossing there, it ran west of the Reims-Laon highway to Bethany, covered Reims, and passed south of the Nogent-la-Besse and Morinvillers heights to the upper stream of the Sweep. This stretch of the front was in length some 50 miles, and its physical character was most intricately varied. The heights of the Aisne, on which a century before a foreign invader had defied the genius of Napoleon, were, as we knew to our cost, one of the strongest positions in Europe. The limestone plateau, curiously wooded and cut by deep ravines, had been turned by the enemy into a veritable fortress. The sides of the glens had been forested with barbed wire. Tunnels had been driven through the ridge, which formed perfect concealed communications. Machine guns had been cunningly emplaced at every angle of fire, and the many natural caves in the limestone had been converted into underground shelters and assembly stations. Moreover, He had all the viewpoints, and from the chemin de domaines commanded everywhere the French lines. His only weakness was that he held an acute salient, the apex of which was south of the Aisne. The first section, therefore, was the salient from Fauzelon, above the Ailette by Missy to Troyon on the chemin de domaines, a front of some 20 miles. It was a region of long, narrow spurs abutting in bold bluffs on the river valley. Along the Hog's Back from which they sprung ran the western part of the chemin de domaines. Of these spurs there were 5 specially notable, from west to east, those running from Le Faux to Missy, from above Alamont to Chivres, from Vandison to Vozels, from Malmaison to Valley, and from Ostel to Chavon. Each spur was serrated like a comb by ravines, and radiated under features. The second section comprised the eastern end of the Aisne Heights, which culminated in the promontory of Craon, rising from the plain like the hull of a ship at sea. Here the plateau narrowed at one place to the width of 100 yards, and also reached its greatest elevation, over 650 feet, near the farm of the Houtevis. Its wooded sides rose steeply both from the Aisne and the Ailette. North of it, across the Ailette, rose a second broad plateau, for the most part lower than the chemin de domaines ridge, but at its eastern end rising to nearly the same height. Beyond it again lay Léon upon its little hill. The third section extended from Craon to Bethany, a distance of some 12 miles, with the front, after leaving the marshy woods south of Craon, entered the rolling Champagne country, unbroken save for the height of Bremont and Fresny, where the German guns were placed for the bombardment of Rheims. East of that city, from Nogent-le-Beuf, stretched for 7 or 8 miles as far as Auberive, the wooded hills of the Morinvilles group. Such was the nature of the ground on which Neville designed to fight the coming battle. It was a difficult terrain, for at all points save Troyon, the enemy had the dominating positions. The idea in the mind of Neville was to make of the gap between Craon and Bremont an alley into the plain of Léon. But this alley was everywhere commanded, and success was not possible at any one place, unless it was simultaneously won at others. To win the alley, the hills of Bremont and Fresny must be turned on one side, and the Craon heights secured on the other. But the Craon bridge could not be won unless the western end of the chemin de domaines was also mastered, and the alley would remain insecure on the south unless the enemy were driven from the Morinvilles upland. Moreover, in each section, the tactical difficulties were immense, owing to the skillful sighting of the German line. When a problem so intricate presents itself to a commander in the field, the natural method is to take it in stages. But Neville, hoping to find the enemy already confused by the attacks in the north, resolved to make a bid for instantaneous success. His plan was to force the Aisne heights in one bold assault from west, south, and southeast, at the same moment to carry the Rheims heights from the north, and simultaneously to launch his center through the gap between the two into the plain of Léon. Next day a fresh army would attack the Montauvilles Massif to distract the German counterattack and protect his own right flank. In the center he would use the new French tanks, machines less stout and solid than the British, but believed to possess greater speed. Pétain, in whose group area lay the terrain of assault, was utterly skeptical about the scheme, so a new group was formed for the purpose under Michelet, the former commander of the 10th Army. Neville proposed to put this group into action from the Ailette to Rheims, in order the 6th Army under Mangin, between Le Faux and Houtevis, and the 5th Army under Mazel, between Houtevis and Rheims. The 10th Army under Duchesne was in reserve. East of Rheims, the day after the main attack, the 4th Army under Anthine would begin the Morinvilles battle. It was by far the largest front of attack seen on the west since the Marne, and the divisions of Saul to be employed were 3 times those which Haig had used at Arras. Whatever our verdict on the result, let us do justice to the audacity and courage of Neville's conception. Like Browning's grammarian, he ventured neck or nothing. That low man goes on adding 1 to 1. His 100 soon hit. This high man, aiming at 1,000,000, misses and unit. Unhappily, in a war of life and death, it is results that counted, not loftiness of aim, and the 100 hit is more valuable than the 1,000,000 missed. The plan was indeed doomed from the start. In the first place, it was not the culmination of an arpeggio of attack, as had been proposed, but Franchet d'Esprit, who attacked on 14th April near St. Quentin, failed utterly, being brought up sharp against the strongest part of the Siegfried defenses. In the second place, the scheme was known in full detail to the enemy. In the middle of February, a German raid in Champagne captured an order of a French division, pointing clearly to a great French offensive on the Aisne in April. This set the Germans to the work of preparation. In the area of attack lay their 7th Army under von Boehm and the 3rd Army on von Aisne, and between the two was interpolated Fritz von Below with part of the 1st Army. Then on the night of April 4th, they made prisoner a French non-commissioned officer carrying a document which gave the order of battle of the troops north of the Aisne and the various corps objectives. Never was a defense more amply forewarned. In the third place, the aim which Neville set before himself demanded forces in the perfection of physical and moral well-being. An army of shock troops, and the French armies were weary, dispirited, out of temper, doubtful of their leader, and in the mood to listen to treasonable tales. Small blame to them, but they had been too highly tried. Many had had no leave for 2 years, and the small comforts which keep troops in good humor had been neglected. To launch an ambitious offensive with jaded and captious men was to court disaster. Let it be added that Neville himself had been compelled by the government, before the battle, to spend much of his time away from his troops, and that he had already lost the high confidence of December. He had shifted his general headquarters from Chantilly to Beauvais, and then presently to Compiègne, and confronted with the suspicion of the cabinet and the hostility of certain of his colleagues, had already begun to fumble. To retain composure and conviction, unshaken in the face of an all but universal skepticism, required a character far different from Neville's gracious and buoyant temper. But, even had there been none of these attendant misfortunes, the plans of the French general would still have been open to censure. He proposed to break through a strong enemy defense, but his tactical methods were not different from those already used for less ambitious objectives. His main conception was right. Trench warfare could be ended. An enemy front could be not only pierced but crumbled. But he had not discovered the means. His tanks were mechanically imperfect, and there was no knowledge of their true tactical use. He did not appreciate the real character of the enemy defense. Indeed, he envisaged the whole battle with a strange amateurishness, for he thought that if his losses became too high, he could easily break it off. Neville represents the first crude revolt against the Somme tactics, the tactics of attrition, as the conception of Van Houtier 6 months later was the second stage in the change, and the tactics of Folk the ultimate solution. On 6th April, the French preparation began from the Ailette to Reims. On 10th April, it was extended to the eastward from the Thésy-Thorold road to the Oberrive. That day, the civilian population of Reims was evacuated, for the enemy had begun to shell the much battered city and inflict new wounds on its great cathedral. The weather was snowy and wet, and aircraft observation was badly crippled. So 0 Day, which had been fixed for the 14th, was postponed. The French bombardment rose in a crescendo till, on Sunday the 15th, every gun sounded on the 50-mile front. That night saw a blizzard of sleet, but just at dawn came a clearing of the sky. At 6 a.m. on the 16th, the 1st French infantry crossed the parapets, and almost at once the pall of storm closed in again on the battlefield. The extreme French left, the 1st Colonial Corps, attacked the routes of the westernmost spur around Le Faux. It took Marzy Farm, east of Ozalon, and surrounded Le Faux, but was driven back by a counterstroke in the afternoon. Farther south, on the other side of the salient, the attack was directed against the Ostos-Chavon Ridge, a spur in some parts over 600 feet high. The French crossed the Aisne, broke through the 2 German lines on its northern bank, entered Chavon, and struggled all day for the southern underfeature of the spur, which was named Les Grilons. The main assault failed, and by the evening, Manger's center was forced back to the edge of the river. But on the right, a chasseur battalion had stormed another underfeature called Mont de Sapins, and in spite of many counterattacks and a constant rain of bullets from the machine guns concealed in the shattered woods, it clung to its winnings and held the approaches to the farm of Le Coeur de Soupir on the main ridge. Farther east, the little spur which runs from Courtecombe to Moussy had been forced, and Moroccan infantry from Troyes had pushed westward along the Chemin de Dames and cut off the retreat of the enemy troops in Chivy. But the main attack in this section was to the east, where 2 corps had advanced along the crest of the plateau. Houtebi's farm, at the narrows of the ridge, was carried by Marchand's 10th Colonial Division, and on the right the French entered the skirts of Crayon village. Beyond that lay the gap which it was hoped would prove the alley to the plain of Lyon. Here, Juvincourt was the immediate objective, and the approach was guarded by 2 little hills, outliers of the Crayon Massif, the Bois de Boots and the Bois de Boche, behind which lay the village of Ville-aux-Bois. Each was a machine gun fortress excavated into galleries and with dugouts 60 feet deep. They had been severely pounded by the French artillery, but they were strongly held by 2 Bavarian battalions. Until they fell, Ville-aux-Bois could not be won, or any use made of the gateway into the plain. The Parisians of the 31st Infantry Regiment stormed and held the Bois de Boots, and south of Ville-aux-Bois, the 2 German lines between the village and the Aisne were carried by the tanks. The ground was not the most suitable for their work, and the fire from the Crayon heights and certain flaws in their mechanism put a large number of them out of action. But the evening saw the French well past Ville-aux-Bois on the south and working up the hollow of the Miette toward Juvincourt. North of Ville-aux-Bois, however, they were firmly held by the machine gun positions in Crayon, and the place itself was still untaken. South of the Aisne, from Barry-Erbach to Bethany, the French front was curiously placed. From the Aisne to Le Godat, it lay east of the Aisne-Marne Canal. From Le Godat to Courcy, the canal was in front of it, and protected the German position, which was further supported by the Reims-Léon railway embankment and by the guns on the hill of Bremont. Here the French objective was the village of Lauve and Beriencourt, out in the plain, the possession of which would turn Fresny and Beaumont from the north. In the first assault, the French carried Beriencourt, but lost it before the evening. Farther south, the east bank of the canal was won, and Louvre fell to a dashing charge. On the right, a Russian brigade, which had been in the Aragon the year before, took Courcy and its chateau, but beyond them the German guns on the Reims hills prevented any further advance. The first day of the battle closed in driving sleet. Much had been won, notably the crowning point of Houtebi's on the Aisne Plateau, one sentinel hillock of the gap between Crayon and the Aisne, and positions threatening Beaumont and Fresnes. Some 11,000 prisoners had been taken, and many guns, but Neville was still very far from the gates of Lyon. Tuesday, 17th April, dawned in a hurricane of wind and snow, At 5:30, the battle began on the left with the capture of Les Grimont, which must involve the fall of Chavon and La Cour de Soupir. At Hurtebise, at Ville-aux-Bois, at Louvre, at Bermiacourt and Courcy, the French beat off counterattacks or secured their ground. Meantime, east of Reims, Anthouin's Fourth Army had opened its attack upon the Montvilliers Massif. Footnote: this army belonged to Pétain's group of the center and not to Michelet's special group. End of footnote. This new area demands a brief description. Between Nogent-l'Abbesse, east of Reims, and Morinvillers lies a pocket of flat ground, some 7 miles wide around the little town of Baigny. South and east of this basin and bordering on the north the plain of Chalon is a cluster of rounded hills, feathered with fir woods, the watershed between the Vesle and the Sweep. The highest part, Mont Haut, is a little over 600 feet. This massif constituted a defense on the eastern flank of the German positions around Reims, and a defense on the south of the Bazincourt-Apremont Railway, which had been one of the objectives in the Champagne Battle of 1915. It formed also a dangerous viewpoint over the whole plain of Chalon. The enemy was well aware of its importance and had defended its flanks with mighty works. On the west, the trench system west of the Thésy-Théroy Road, on the east of the network between Auberive and Veniscourt, all the hills had been tunneled and ringed with forts. The main strategical object of the French attack was to uncover the heights east and north of Reims, held by the enemy, and to drive him from the south bank of the Aisne, between the Aisne-Marne Canal and the Sweep, and broaden the entrance into the plain of Laon for Neville's center. The Fourth Army was compelled to make a frontal attack, owing to the great strength of the German flanks, and a frontal attack against such a hill fortress was an enterprise not to be lightly undertaken. The force consisted of 2 corps, the left under Healy-Doissel and the right under Dumas, a total of some 75,000 men. Anthouin, an old gunner, had not neglected his artillery. He had behind him such a massing of guns as had probably never been seen in an area of the same size, for he realized that the problem before him was insoluble unless the way was made plain for his infantry. On the night of 16th April, the French front in the section of assault lay just north of the Reims-Saint-Hilaire road. The first German line was in the flats at the foot of the hills. The second was halfway up the slopes, and the third line was the fortress summits of Mount Cornelet, Mount Blanc, Mont Haut, Mont Purnois, and Mont Saint-Nom. The attack began at 4:45 on the morning of the 17th. The result of the first day of the Morinvillers battle was that the French center had pushed well into the hills, reaching the summits of Mont Saint-Nom and Mont Blanc, and falling just short of the summit of Cornelet, but that the left and right, fighting against strong German defenses, were stayed in the enemy's second line. The beginning had been brilliant, but the result of the battle was still on the knees of the gods. Resolute counterattacks might drive in the sides of the new salient and cut off the vanguard on the hills. End of Chapter 77, Part 1. Section 49 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 77. The Second Battle of the Aisne, December 16, 1916 to June 2, 1917. Part 2. On Wednesday, the 18th, the offensive was resumed throughout the whole battleground. On the west, the Nel was struck up the German salient on the western heights of the Aisne. The French left, already between Le Flot and Margaval, pressed right across the Wehmeyer spur, over the ravine which descends to Mehedi, and onto the Ypres ridge, where they took the village of Nantuil-la-Fosse. Farther south, the French crossed the Aisne at Celis in Valais, took Valais, and rounded up 2 Saxon regiments on the spur to the north. Chavon and Chivy had fallen during the night. Ostel was taken, so was Bray-on-la-Noire, and the plateau above it, to the edge of Courtecombe. Great captures of guns, both field and heavy, were made, but the rush of Mangin's men had surprised all the enemy's calculations. Of all the western spurs, he now possessed only the southern part of the Ypres spur, where stood the old fort of Condé, and the little Vatisson-Vaucel spur to the east of it. On the night of the 17th, an encircling movement was begun against Ville-et-Bois from the southeast. By 6 o'clock in the morning of the 18th, the French had carried the village and the remaining hillock, the Bois de Bouche, which brought them to the great Reims-Laon high road. That afternoon came the first of the serious German counterattacks. 2 fresh divisions were launched against the front between the Viette and the Aisne, but the French barrage mowed them down in the open, and the French machine guns destroyed what the barrage had spared. Between the Aisne and Reims, there was little fighting, but that day in the Montvilliers region saw the steady advance. Both the summits of Mont Haut were taken, the highest point of the range, while the Got's Moroccan division pushed to the east of Mont-Saint-Nom. So far, no great German counterattack had developed here, but the French aircraft brought news of fresh enemy divisions hastening to the scene of conflict. Meantime, the French 10th Army, hitherto in reserve, was brought in between the 5th and the 6th, between Hurtubis and Craon. On Thursday, the 19th, Mangin's left took Le Faux at last, and the point of the Ypres spur fell. Fort Condé was blown up by its garrison, who tried to retreat northward along the ridge, but were, for the most part, destroyed by the French barrage. This marked the end of the German salient which had endured since January 1915. The enemy was pushed up to the Hog's Back, and the villages of Aisne and Jouy were taken. The position now was that the French held all the spurs, except a small part of the extreme western one, while the Germans held the Chemin de Mans at its western and eastern ends, but had lost the crest of the ridge for some 3 miles between Troyon and Hurtubis. The gap between the eastern terminal of the heights and the Aisne was cleared, but not yet open, but the Crayon guns still commanded it. That day, there was a little progress between Berry-au-Bac and Bethany. The Morvillers area saw violent counterattacks by 2 new German divisions, the 5th and 6th, which had arrived from Alsace. It was one of the bloodiest days of the battle. The French, however, took the hill called the Teton, swayed all day on the summit, and when night fell, were still in possession. Meantime, on Anthewin's right, Auberive had at last fallen to de Got's division. On Friday the 20th, the battle had temporarily died down in the western center, except for the capture of Sancy, the village at the narrows of the Ypres spur. But Anthewin was still heavily engaged. He was still held short at the summit of Cornelet, and that day was forced back from the crest of Mont Haut. On his right, however, Degoit's Moroccans had worked their way well to the northeast of Mont-Saint-Nom. The first phase of the action had now concluded. Anthewin had won most of his objectives east of the Thuisy-Thourout road. He was close on the crest of Cornelet. He had held Mont-Bond, the lower summit of Mont Haut, Mont-Saint-Nom, and Auberive. Above all, he had faced and defeated furious counterattacks delivered by fresh German divisions. But he held a dangerous salient, and the enemy possessed admirable starting points for counterstrokes in the future. The closing days of April saw little activity on the left and center of the battleground. There were counterattacks in the Troyon area on the 20th, and on the 21st the French pushed north on the Ypres spur to beyond the Narrows, On the 25th, there were counterattacks at Ypres and Vosillon, and an abortive German move between Reims and Longpompel. It was possible now to estimate gains. Between the Ailette and the Sweep, and the 16th to the 20th, there had been captured 21,000 prisoners and 183 guns. The enemy had lost all the banks of the Aisne from Soissons to Berry-au-Bac and all the spurs of the Aisne Heights, while the French held the center of the tableland. The evacuation of Laon had begun. Out of 52 enemy divisions in reserve on 1st April, all but 16 had been drawn in. But the dominating height of Crayon had not fallen, and the hills of Bremont and Fresny had not been turned. Antoine had won the better part of the Montefiles Massif, but not enough to complete any strategical purpose. In short, though there had been considerable gains of ground, the major strategy had failed. The road to Laon was as firmly barred as ever. The result was to produce grave discouragement among the French people. It was not that their own losses were disproportionate, for, considering the nature of the obstacle attacked, they were on a moderate scale. But these losses were grossly exaggerated by ministers and journalists. The rumor was 120,000 casualties in the first 3 days, of whom 25,000 were dead. The real figures were respectively 75,000 and 15,000. Footnote: the French losses from 16th to 29th April were 107,854 of all ranks, including 5,830 Russians. Many of them were very lightly wounded, and the total was no more than 6.55 of the effectives engaged. See Rousseau's La Bataille de l'Aisne, 1920. End of footnote. France's hopes had been keyed too high, and she suffered a corresponding reaction. She had been promised Laon, and she would not be content with Villers-Bois. The tanks, from which she had looked for much, had done little, having proved themselves both slow and fragile, and the confidence in Neville's inspired audacity induced by his Verdun exploits had not been justified. As a consequence, there was a sudden reversion of feeling in favor of the cautious tactics of the Somme and of Pétain and Foch, the chief exponents of those tactics in the French army. As early as 18th April, Sir Douglas Haig was being sounded by the British government, who saw what was about to happen in Paris as to his views about the continuance of an offensive, and was arguing strongly in its favor. Meantime, Neville had shifted the axis of his attack towards the northeast and proposed to disengage Reims for the capture of the Bremont Hills. The story goes that Maisel, commanding the Fifth Army, was asked by Monsieur Painlevé what would be the cost, and was told 60,000 men, and that which the general meant for the effectives required the Minister of War took as the inevitable losses, with the result that the Bremont attack was countermanded. More conferences followed, to which Haig was summoned, and on the 29th the post of Chief of the General Staff at the Ministry of War was revived, and Pétain was appointed to fill it. He was to act as the advisor of the cabinet on all questions connected with the campaign and the cooperation of the Allied armies, and to advise on all operation plans proposed by the various commanders-in-chief, and on all technical problems of materiel, transport, and the economics of war. The change, it was obvious, was only the precursor of others. If Petain's strategy was to be adopted, Pétain must be put in supreme command. It was clear to most observers that, except for Foch, he was the most considerable leader, both in brain and character, that France had as yet produced, and the only place for such a man was the highest. Neville was invited to resign, declined, and on 15th May was replaced by Pétain. Ypres succeeded to Petain's old group command in the central sector. Foch followed Pétain as chief of the general staff in Paris. Meantime, the great fight was not over. Even if the major purpose had failed, much had been gained. But these gains were still unmatured, and must be brought to that point where a true tactical advantage could be derived from them. In particular, the Crayon height must be won, and the Morin-Villiers range finally controlled. The new battle opened in the latter area on 30th April, an hour after midday. The summit of Cornelette was won and lost. The top of Mount Perthois was reached, but the attack failed to carry the higher of the two summits of Mount Haut. On 4th May, an unsuccessful attempt was made to turn Cornelette by the west. Anthouin once again held his hand and brought up fresh troops, while his guns began a new preparation. On Friday, 4th May, the battle reopened in the west. The front of attack was from Crayon to Bremont, but the main fighting was on the left, where the French entered Crayon and carried 2.5 miles of the enemy's first line. Pushing through the ruined village, 2 French companies climbed the great terminal bluff and dug themselves in on the very top of the ridge, on the plateau called California. The Germans counterattacked against the French right, with 2 fresh divisions from the direction of Agincourt and the mouth of the sweep, but they effected nothing and lost 700 prisoners. The French had now obtained a footing on the long-sought eastern end of the Chemin de Mans, a point of immense tactical importance, since in looking from it no subsidiary range beyond the Ailette blocked the vision, and the greater part of the railway between Reims and Lyon lay open to the eye. It remained to be seen if they would be suffered to hold it. At dawn next day, Saturday, 5th May, the whole of the French left and left center was in action. On the left, the chief objective was the point of the German salient east of La Flo and the Soissons-Léon high road. The enemy was driven from Hill 157 east of Vaux-Zélon, and the battle raged around the mill of La Faux, which stood by the highway. Beyond the mill, the ground fell steeply to the ravine which runs to Missy, and in the quarries on the edge of the scarp the Germans had a formidable position. A division of dismounted cuirassiers, supported by tanks, attacked at 4:45 a.m., and by 10 o'clock had taken the mill and the trenches to the left of it, and later in the day pushed on to the narrows between the aforementioned ravine and that which runs north of the Ailette by the village of Allemont. Troops climbing up the ridge from Nanteuil-la-Fosse supported the right, and further east an advance was made along the Fort Condé spur towards its junction with the main ridge. Above Crayon, the whole of the California plateau was held except the German work called the Winterberg, at its western end above the forest of Vauclair. The position now was that all the Chemin de Mans ridge was in French hands except for some points on its northern ridge, the sector for a mile on each side of the fort of Malmaison, and the area around Courticon. On Sunday the 6th, there was severe fighting on the northern scarp between La Faux Mill and the ravine of Allemont, where, for the most part, the French retained the positions they had won. More important still, moving out from Crayon, they took the hamlet of Chevreux in the plains and so safeguarded their hold on the terminal with an advanced post. Already the 3 days of fighting had given them over 6,000 prisoners, including 150 officers. The following days saw a series of counterattacks, delivered with fresh shock troops after the new German fashion. On the nights of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th May, and during most of the daylight hours of the 9th and 10th, there was bitter fighting all along the ridge, but most notably on the Vauclair and California plateaus, and at Chevreux in the plains. On the 16th, the enemy attacked on 2.5-mile front north of the mill of La Faux, and 2 days later he made costly and fruitless efforts at California and north of the Bray-en-Lainois. On the 20th, he struck at the French front from Crayon to the fort at Malmaison, but where he got through the barrage, he was routed by the infantry and left 1,000 prisoners behind him. That day, Sunday, 20th May, saw the culmination of the Morin-Villiers battle. The task that remained before the French was to round off their scattered gains in the Massif By forming a line which they could abide, the sector of attack was the highest ground from Cornelette eastward, but the objectives west of the Thuizy-Thorold Road had been relinquished. 3 new divisions were detailed for the task, and at 4:30 in the morning, after a mighty artillery bombardment, advanced to the assault. The Germans on Cornelette were ensconced in the strong Flensburg Trench, just below the summit in a great tunnel, and on the north slopes behind the crest. Against these was launched the 1st Regiment of Zouaves, the same which had fought under Garcetti on the Ypres during the First Battle of Ypres. They raced the 250 steep yards to the summit under a heavy enfilading fire from the Flensburg Trench on their right, gained the crest, and moved down the farther side toward Norroy. When the entrance to the tunnel was reached, it was discovered that the 600 troops in it were dead, asphyxiated by the blocking of the air holes and by the French gas shells. The whole summit ridge of the Massif had now been secured. Since the opening of this section of the battle on 17th April, there had been taken 6,120 prisoners, including 120 officers, 52 guns, 42 trench mortars, and 103 machine guns. The remaining days of May and the month of June saw between the Ailette and the Sweep the usual aftermath of a great action. There were small advances of the French to improve their line and many violent attacks by picked German troops to recover lost points of vantage. By making a list of such counterstrokes, it is possible to master the tactical topography of the battleground and learn which points the enemy considered vital. The chief was the California Plateau, the watchtower of the plain of Leon. This was attacked on 21st, 23rd, and 24th May, and very violently on the night of 2nd June. Another was the coxcomb of the ridge near Houtevis, another the ground around Cernay, and a third the apex of the western salient between Beausalon and La Mill. In the Morinvillers region, the disputed points were all the main summits. The action died away into upland fighting, with tunnels, quarries, and grottos were the battleground, and where the initiative and resolution of companies, platoons, and individuals determined the issue. The day of ambitious strategy had passed. The Second Battle of the Aisne lasted a little more than a month. It represented, as we have seen, in its main intention a departure from the policy of the Somme, a departure which after the first day or two was not persisted in. It did not achieve the aim of the French High Command, which was the dislocation of the southern pivot of the Siegfried Line, and the envelopment or destruction of that position, and to that extent may be written down a failure. It did not even, as at Arras, gravely endanger any vital enemy center, and thereby put out of gear his plans for the summer. But it was far from being barren of results. It engaged and destroyed a large number of German divisions. It used up a quantity of the best German shock troops, and it cost the enemy positions which were essential to his comfort, and ultimately to his security. Neville's reach had been heroic, but had exceeded his grasp. He suffered beyond doubt from the interference of politicians and the fatigue of his armies, but his essential strategy was unsuited to the place, the hour, and the circumstances of the case. He had a vision of an end without a clear understanding of the means. Only by a succession of miracles could he have succeeded, and miracles, when they happen in war, come singly and not in battalions. He fell into the mistake of endeavoring to reap the fruits of victory before beating the enemy. It was the error of a gifted and generous and courageous spirit, but it was none the less a blunder, for which he paid by a fall from command as sudden as his rise, and which was to bring his country to the very brink of disaster. For Buchan, on his succession to office, found a grim problem before him. The battle had been like a chemical, which when added to a compound produces an explosion, and the superb morale of the soldiers of France seemed to be in the gravest jeopardy. As early as February, Neville had complained of pacifist and communist propaganda among his troops. There were evil elements in French life which seized the occasion of the fatigue and disillusionment of the soldier to instill the poison of cowardice and treason. The rank and file had many grievances. Leave was hard to get, and when it was granted, the pensionnaire found such difficulties in reaching his family that most of his scanty time was taken up by the journey. Intense bitterness was roused by letters from home, which told the peasant of the struggle of his womenkind to keep his farm in cultivation, while the workmen of the towns were exempted by thousands from munition making. There was dire confusion in the medical services during the battle, and wounded were sent all over France to spread despondency by the tale of their needless sufferings. The first signs of revolt appeared about 20th May, not in the troops fighting on the Aisne, but in corps which had been some months in reserve. The contagion spread to the men on the line, and in certain divisions nearest Paris the mutiny seemed to have something of the character of a first step in political revolution. Footnote: one of the most remarkable facts in the war was the way in which the French mutinies were kept a profound secret both from the enemy and the Allies. End of footnote. The crisis showed Buchan at his best. On the one hand, he insisted on reforming flagrant abuses. New regulations were passed granting as a right 10 days' leave every 4 months, with the result that 350,000 French soldiers were on leave at one time, as against 80,000 British. With the help of the American Red Cross, which was now beginning its beneficent work in Europe, the comfort of the fighting man and his dependents was enormously increased. The penal measures used were few. Less than a dozen suffered death as mutineers, but Buchan set himself to a great work of education and exhortation. In 2 months he visited and addressed the officers and men of over 100 divisions and created a profound impression. He had no tricks to win popularity, no easy geniality, none of the air of the bon enfant. He was always grave and dignified, always the general-in-chief, but such was the atmosphere of calm resolution which he bore with him, such the simplicity and sincerity of his voice and eyes, that he moved audiences which the most finished orations would have left untouched. Honestly and gravely he told them of the peril of their country, and the cause for which they and their allies fought. By the middle of June the danger was past, but one consequence remained, which was to affect the whole strategy of 1917. The armies of France were convalescent, but they had still to be nursed back to perfect health. For the rest of the year it was plain that Britain must bear the chief burden. End of Chapter 77, Part 2.
Section 50 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 78, Mesopotamia, Syria and the Balkans, January 9th to June 25th, 1917, Part 1. Baghdad had fallen to Sir Stanley Maude on the morning of 11th March. With it, he won the southern terminus of the unfinished Baghdad Railway, the first section of which had been completed as far north as Samarra. He won, too, the ganglion of all the routes of the Mesopotamian plain, where 6 telegraph lines and 6 good roads converged, and through which ran the historic highway to Persia that the armies of Darius and Alexander and Harun al-Rashid had travelled. This highway was now to play a part in the campaign. It ran north-east along the Diyala to Kanakin, and then through the lateral valleys of the Median Range, climbed by Karind and Kermanshah to Hamadan on the Persian plateau. There lay Baratov's small Russian force of 1 infantry division and Cossack cavalry, which for a year had led a precarious existence, some 200 miles from its base at Kasvin. It will be remembered that in January 1916, Baratov had won Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana, and, pushing westward, had occupied Kermanshah and Karind, and had flung his patrols into Kanakin itself, 120 miles from Baghdad. But the Turkish capture of Cooke put an end to this bold adventure. The Turkish 13th Corps advanced up the Diyala, and during the early summer of 1916 drove him back to the Persian tableland and well to the east of Hamadan. There, during the rest of the year, he remained, shepherding his difficult transport as well as he might, unable to advance and equally unable to retire, for the air of Persia was not salubrious for his handful, if once it had to retreat before the Turk. The enemy had posts in the northern mountains at Senna and elsewhere, and since he was secure in the Tigris, he could at any moment launch a force for Baratov's destruction. Maud's advance in the beginning of 1917 changed the situation. As soon as he had entered Kut on 24th of February, the Turkish 13th Corps fell back from Hamadan. They did not attempt to hold the pass of Said Abad in the main median range, and by the time Baghdad fell, they were in Kermanshah, and Baratov's Cossacks were at Bisitun, some 20 miles to the east, where the great rock sculptures of Darius frowned from the mountainside. The reason of this retreat was not far to seek. If Maud, pushing up the Diyala, could reach Kanakin first, he would cut off the retreat of the 13th Corps. The Senna detachment was hastening to Kermanshah, and the whole Turkish force was striving against time for Kanakin. It was such a race as was rarely seen in the stagnant modern warfare of positions. The conquerors of Baghdad, therefore, could not rest on their laurels. Maud had 2 tasks before him which would not wait. One was to get to Kanakin before the enemy. The second was to harass the retreating 18th Corps in front of him, to prevent it cutting certain important dams in the Tigris and Euphrates, and to drive it north beyond the railhead at Samarra. He had also to make his left flank secure by seizing Fallujah, the nearest point on the Euphrates to Baghdad, and so cut the enemy's communications between the upper and the lower river. He therefore divided his forces into 4 columns. One advanced on each bank of the Tigris. A third struck westward towards Fallujah on the Euphrates, 40 miles distant, and the fourth followed the Persian road up the Diyala valley. The 2 lesser tasks were quickly accomplished. The Turks cut the dam above Baghdad as soon as we had entered the city, and the river waters burst into the Akakuf Lake, which overflowed and swamped all the ground up to the Bund, which protected the railway and the western suburbs. But the Bund held firm, and since the Tigris was exceptionally low, there was no serious hindrance to our operations. The Euphrates column entered Fallujah on the 19th of March, just too late to cut off the garrisons of the Middle Valley on their northward retreat. It harassed their rear guards and drove them 25 miles upstream to their prepared position at Ramadi. On the same date, Maud issued a proclamation to the Baghdad Vilayet, perhaps the most skilful of the many proclamations issued by British generals to Eastern peoples. It deserves quotation. 1. In the name of my king, and in the name of the peoples over whom he rules, I address you as follows. 2. Our military operations have as their object the defeat of the enemy, and the driving of him from these territories. In order to complete this task, I am charged with absolute and supreme control of all regions in which British troops operate. But our armies do not come into your cities and lands as conquerors or enemies, but as liberators. 3. Since the days of Halakha, your city and your lands have been subject to the tyranny of strangers. Your palaces have fallen into ruins, your gardens have sunk in desolation, and your forefathers and yourselves have groaned in bondage. Your sons have been carried off to wars not of your seeking. Your wealth has been stripped from you by unjust men and squandered in distant places. 4. Since the days of Midhat, the Turks have talked of reforms, yet do not the ruins and wastes of today testify the vanity of those promises? 5. It is the wish not only of my king and his peoples, but it is also the wish of the great nations with whom he is in alliance, that you should prosper even as in the past, when your lands were fertile, when your ancestors gave to the world literature, science, and art, and when Baghdad city was one of the wonders of the world. 6. Between your people and the dominions of my king there has been a close bond of interest. For 200 years have the merchants of Baghdad and Great Britain traded together in mutual profit and friendship. On the other hand, the Germans and Turks who have despoiled you and yours have for 20 years made Baghdad a centre of power from which to assail the power of the British and the allies of the British in Persia and Arabia. Therefore, the British government cannot remain indifferent as to what takes place in your country now or in the future. For in duty to the interests of the British people and their allies, the British government cannot risk that being done in Baghdad again, which has been done by the Turks and Germans during the war. 7. But you people of Baghdad, whose commercial prosperity and whose safety from oppression and invasion must ever be a matter of the closest concern to the British government, are not to understand that it is the wish of the British government to impose upon you alien institutions. It is the hope of the British government that the aspirations of your philosophers and writers shall be realized, and that once again the people of Baghdad shall flourish, enjoying their wealth and substance under institutions which are in consonance with their sacred laws and their racial ideas. In Hejaz, the Arabs have expelled the Turks and Germans who oppressed them and proclaimed the Sharif Hussein as their king, and his lordship rules in independence and freedom, and is the ally of the nations who are fighting against the power of Turkey and Germany. So indeed are the noble Arabs, the lords of Kuwait, Nejd, and Asir. 8. Many noble Arabs have perished in the cause of Arab freedom at the hands of these alien rulers, the Turks, who oppress them. It is the determination of the government of Great Britain and the great powers allied to Great Britain that these noble Arabs shall not have suffered in vain. It is the hope and desire of the British people and the nations in alliance with them that the Arab race may rise once more to greatness and renown among the peoples of the earth, and that it shall bind itself together to this end in unity and concord. 9. O people of Baghdad, remember that for 26 generations you have suffered under strange tyrants, who have ever endeavoured to set one Arab house against another in order that they might profit by your dissensions. This policy is abhorrent to Great Britain and her allies, for there can be neither peace nor prosperity where there is enmity and misgovernment. Therefore, I am commanded to invite you, through your nobles and elders and representatives, to participate in the management of your civil affairs in collaboration with the political representatives of Great Britain who accompany the British army, so that you may be united with your kinsmen in north, east, south, and west in realizing the aspirations of your race. On the 13th, the Western Tigris column moved out of Baghdad, and on the 14th, in scorching weather and after stubborn fighting, took the ridge called the Sugarloaf Hill and the station of Mehedi, and cleared the right bank of the river up to that point. The fighting lasted into the early morning of the 15th, by which time the remnants of the 3 enemy divisions were in full retreat towards Samarra. By the morning of the 16th, they were some 40 miles north of Baghdad, but the advance on the western bank could not be pressed so long as the eastern bank remained uncleared, for the other divisions of the 18th Corps were concentrating there, and a fresh division had arrived from Mosul. For the moment, however, the main interest lay in the race against time with the Turkish 13th Corps in the mountains. On the 15th, Maud's eastern column left Baghdad, and on the night of the 17th crossed the Diyala, which in its upper valley bends westward towards the Tigris, and took the villages of Bakhriz and Bakuba. Bakhriz was the western end of a difficult mountain path from Harunabad on the Persian trunk road by Mendeli, and our position there prevented its use by the retreating 13th Corps. By this time, Baratov was in Kermanshah, and the Senna force was cut off from its normal line of retreat and compelled to attempt the tracks of the mountain between it and the upper Diyala, leaving its guns behind it. The situation seemed a desperate one, but the Turkish commander revealed surprising qualities of leadership and strategy. West of Karind lies the pass of Piatak, on the ridge which separates the streams which flow to the Karun basin from the Alwand torrent which joins the Diyala. There, in an admirable position for defence, he left a strong rearguard, which succeeded in checking Baratov's weak forces. Against the British, Khalil took up a position on the ridge called Jebel Hamrin, which cuts the Diyala at right angles near Mansuria, some 30 miles northeast of Bakuba. These 2 screens were intended to hold up the pursuit until the 13th Corps reached Kanakin, crossed the Diyala near the mouth of the Alwand, and took the road which runs by Karatepe, Kilfree, and Cooke towards Mosul. On the 23rd March, Maud was in Sharaban, and close on the Jebel Hamrin position. His advance had been slow and difficult, owing to the number of canals and little rivers that had to be bridged. 70 miles off was Baratov, struggling in snowdrifts against the Piatak Pass, while the British were sweltering in the torrid plains. Between the two was the Turkish 13th Corps, rapidly approaching the Diyala and safety. On the 25th, Maud attacked the screen at Jebel Hamrin, his right moving along the highway towards Kitsil Robat, and the cavalry on the left attacking the defile of Deli Abbas on the right bank of the Diyala. Meantime, the column operating on the eastern bank of the Tigris had occupied Deltawa and Sindhia, 35 miles north of Baghdad, where the Diyala and Tigris were only 9 miles apart. There they were facing the larger part of the 18th Corps. By the last days of March, the Turkish 13th Corps had escaped from the trap. On the 31st, Maud carried the Deli Abbas position, and on the same day Baratov was over the Piatak Pass, and some 10 miles further west at Sirupul. The enemy's screens were being withdrawn, for there was no further need of them. When we passed beyond the barrier of the Jebel Hamran hills, we could see on the far side of the Diyala the last Turkish rearguards moving on the western plain by Karatepe. The enemy had carried out his plan with complete precision and success, and his opponents were not slow to acclaim his achievement. On the 29th, the eastern Tigris column had forced the 18th Corps back and crossed the marshy channel of the river Adahaim. We were now on the left bank of the Tigris, within 30 miles of Samarra, on the ground where Julian the Apostate had received his death wound. But the situation had changed. The 18th and 13th Corps were now united and able to take the offensive. Baratov was in Khanakhin, and on 2nd April his Cossack advance guards joined hands with the British at Kitsil Robat. About 7th April, the Turkish counter-offensive developed. The 13th Corps, instead of making for Kifri, swung south, held the left bank of the Shat el-Adhaim in conjunction with the 52nd Division of the 18th Corps, and came in touch with the British cavalry on the line Ghaffar Deli Abbas. Maud promptly retired his advanced posts on the right bank of the Diyala and fell slowly southwards towards Deltawa, while his cavalry held the enemy. On the night of 10th April, the eastern Tigris column marched eastward, and on the morning of the 11th had taken the Turks in flank. The battle began in a mirage which, while it lasted, made air reconnaissance impossible. It lifted towards midday, and before evening the enemy were in retreat, leaving behind them 700 wounded prisoners. The fighting lasted until the 13th, by which date the 13th Corps was forced back again on the Jebel Hamrin range. Meantime, the western Tigris column had been making good progress along the railway, and on the 16th captured the ridge in front of the Turkish position which covered Istabulat station. The time had now come for the final advance on Samarra. On the night of the 17th, Maud's right wing recrossed the Shat el-Hadayim. Next day it engaged and destroyed the Turkish forces which held the right bank of the stream. The action was fought on a day of intense heat, and at a cost of 73 casualties, we took over 1,200 prisoners, including 27 officers. On the 21st, the left wing attacked Istabulat and drove in the enemy. Pressing on, they came in touch on the 22nd with the final Turkish position, some 6 miles nearer Samarra. By daylight on the 23rd, the line was carried, and that morning we took Samarra station, capturing 16 locomotives, 240 railway trucks, and 2 barges laden with munitions. Next day we entered Samarra town. In the operations of the preceding days we had taken some 700 prisoners, 5 guns, and large quantities of rifles. Khalil made one last attempt at a counterstroke. The 2 British columns on the Tigris had now joined hands, and the Turkish 18th Corps was scattered some 15 miles north of Samarra, where it was feverishly entrenching. But the 13th Corps still hung on our right flank, and on 24th April it emerged from the Jebel Hamran hills. That day it was heavily beaten, and driven up the Shat el-Adhaim. We struck again on the 30th against the position which had held 25 miles southwest of Ypres, at the defile where the Atarim issues from the hills. The attack, delivered in a furious dust storm, was a surprise, and carried all the enemy lines of entrenchments. Once more he was forced to flee, with our cavalry at his heels. The end of April found Baghdad secure. The 13th Corps, after its brilliant escape from Kermanshah, had been 3 times engaged and beaten, and was now forced into the Jebel Hamrin fastnesses. The 18th Corps had fallen back on Tikrit, having been 5 times defeated during the month of April alone. In every direction, the enemy had been forced at least 80 miles from the city. Moreover, his 2 corps had been driven back on divergent lines. The terminal section of the Baghdad railway was in our hands. Our casualties had been slight, and our transport and hospital arrangements were now so good that the army of Mesopotamia, once the worst cared for of British forces, was now almost the best. Sir Stanley Maude, now that the summer heat was upon him, could call a halt with an easy mind. The original plan of operations for the spring of 1917 had given the beau rôle to the Russians, an advance from Persia upon Mosul and Baghdad. But the disorganization of revolutionary Russia had made the great projected westward and southward drive impossible. The heavy end had, therefore, fallen upon the British commander, and he had performed his task with consummate judgment and skill. He had blocked the communications of the enemy with southern Persia, and therefore with the Indian border. After their victory at Cooke, the Turkish General Staff had been flown with pride, and their German colleagues found them hard to deal with. The loss of Baghdad deflated their arrogance, and Enver begged of Germany a group headquarters and a corps for the recapture of the city. In January 1917, the Amarna standard gauge tunnel had been completed, and the narrow gauge Taurus tunnel would be ready by the autumn. Germany assented. Falkenhayn was placed in command of a group, and the German Asia Corps was formed, a corps which the Turks called Yildirim, or Lightning, the name their great-grandfathers had bestowed upon Napoleon. This force was primarily destined for Mesopotamia, but its fortunes, as we shall see, were to be linked with another terrain. Meantime, the accession of strength to the Turk was being balanced by an allied reinforcement in a different quarter. The king of the Hejaz, as we have seen, held Mecca, but a Turkish garrison was in Medina, supplied by the Hejaz railway. That garrison, strongly reinforced, attempted the recapture of Mecca, and since the only obstacle was Arab irregulars, it looked for a little as if it might succeed. In January, however, an Arab force under Sharif Faisul, the king's eldest son, marched 200 miles north to Wedge, supported along the coast by the British Red Sea flotilla. This threat to the enemy flank worked like a charm. The Turks gave up all thoughts of Mecca and distributed their troops for the defence of Medina and the railway. The incident revealed to the Arab tribes their true policy. Inspired and led by a young British archaeologist, afterwards famous as Colonel T.E. Lawrence, they entered upon a bold campaign, not against the Turkish army, but against its matériel. Bridges, railways, guns, dumps, depots were their quarry. Bands mounted on camels and carrying 6 weeks' food raided the line at incredible distances from their base and immobilized the Turkish forces in the Hejaz. Colonel Lawrence made out of an irregular war not only a gallant adventure, but an exact science. End of Chapter 78, Part 1. Section 51 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 78, Mesopotamia, Syria and the Balkans, January 9th to June 25th, 1917. Part 2. The fall of Rafah on 9th January had brought Sir Archibald Murray to the eastern borders of Egypt. The desert railway was being pushed along the coast to form a British line of communication, similarly to that which the enemy possessed in his military railway from Beersheba. At first it was thought that the Turks would make their next stand close to the frontier. On 28th February, our mounted patrols took the village of Khan Yunis, and preparations were made for an attack in force upon the Weli Sheikh Nuran position, at which the enemy had been working hard since Christmas. But on 5th March, our aircraft reported that the two enemy divisions in front of us were falling back. A vigorous pursuit was impossible, for the railhead was still too far in the rear, and the enemy unhindered took up ground on the line from Gaza to Tel el-Sheria and Beersheba, this last point being strongly entrenched to protect his left. The German general, Kress von Kressenstein, now in actual command of the Turkish forces, was a brave and competent soldier who had to contend with immense difficulties. The people of Turkey were heartily sick of the war. Starvation and pestilence had raged throughout the land, and Syria had not suffered least. The Lebanon and even Damascus were depopulated by famine. Supplies of all kinds for the troops were hopelessly in arrear. Men came unwillingly to arms, and desertion became an epidemic. One division, which left Constantinople in full strength, lost 3,000 deserters on the road. A regiment reached Mesopotamia with the loss of 500 deserters out of a total of 1,300 men. In the previous October, out of 2,000 sent as reinforcements from Constantinople to Aleppo, only 966 arrived at their destination. In such conditions, it was hard to make a plan of campaign. Above all, he had above him, as Commander-in-Chief of the army of Syria, Jemal, nominally Minister of Marine, whose moods were as shifting as the desert sands. Jemal had quarrelled with all his colleagues of the committee. He had quarrelled furiously with Kressenstein, and only his fanatical hatred of Britain kept him from exchanging his uneasy Syrian satrapy for the more congenial paths of intrigue at Constantinople. The land from the Wadi el-Arish, the ancient river of Egypt, to the Philistine plain had for 2,600 years been a cockpit of war. Sometimes a conqueror from the north, like Nebuchadnezzar, or from the south, like Ali Bey, Napoleon, and Mehemet Ali, met the enemy in Egypt or Syria, but more often the decisive fight was fought in the gates. Ascalon, Gaza, Rafah, El-Arish are all names famous in history. Up and down the strip of seaward levels marched the great armies of Egypt and Assyria, while the Jews looked fearfully on from their barren hills. In the Philistine plain, Sennacherib smote the Egyptian hosts in the days of King Hezekiah, only to see his army melt away under the stroke of the angel of the Lord. At Rafah, Esarhaddon defeated Pharaoh and added Egypt and Ethiopia to his kingdoms. There too the Scythian hordes were bought off by Psammetichus. At Megiddo, or Armageddon, Josiah was vanquished by Pharaoh Necho, who in turn was routed by Nebuchadnezzar. The first Ptolemy was beaten at Gaza by the young Demetrius, and a century later Ptolemy IV shattered the Seleucid army at Rafah. 20 years after came the famous siege of Gaza by Antiochus III. Then the land had rest till, in AD 614, the last great Sassanid, Khosroes II, swept down upon Egypt. In 1072, the invasion of Seljuk Turkomans was stayed in Philistia. Godfrey of Bouillon, the crusading king of Jerusalem, defeated the Egyptians at Ascalon, and a century and a half later that town, long a Frankish stronghold, fell to the Mameluke Sultan after the Battle of Gaza. In this gate of ancient feuds, it now fell to Turkey's lot to speak with her enemy. It was clear that Murray must fight a pitched battle before he could advance. He had now left the Sinai desert for the stony hills of Judah, which lie between the south end of the Dead Sea and the Mediterranean, and rise in the northeast corner to the noble mass of Hebron. In front of the enemy's position ran in a broad curve from southeast to northwest the dry watercourse called the Wadi Guza. It was desirable to engage him as soon as possible, lest he should fall back upon more favourable lines farther north. Our railhead was still far behind, for it only reached Rafah in the middle of March, and if a blow was to be struck soon, it would be necessary to push forward the British force to its full radius of action in a country bare of all supplies and almost devoid of water. There were two possible plans of campaign. One was to strike at Beersheba and so reach the Central Palestine Railway. The drawback of such a course was that it would have brought the British line of communications from Rafah parallel to the enemy's front and given him an easy target for a counterstroke. The other, and apparently the safer plan, was to move up the coast with Gaza as the objective, aiming at the Turkish right flank. Such an advance would have its left covered by the sea, would be better supplied with water, and the railway following it would be easier to build among the flats of the Philistine plain than among the rocks and ridges of the Judean hills. Sir Archibald Murray accordingly decided upon the latter course. On 20th March, Sir Charles Dobell, commanding the eastern force, moved his headquarters from El Arish to Rafah, and Sir Philip Chetwood, commanding the Desert Column, joined him there. Footnote: the Desert Column comprised at this time the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division, Major General Chauvel, the Imperial Mounted Division, and the 53rd Infantry Division. End footnote. Chetwood's cavalry was now at the little village of Deir el-Belah, southwest of the Wadi Ghuzer, and the 52nd and 54th Infantry Divisions and the Camel Corps were disposed on its right, south of the watercourse. By the evening of the 25th, all was in train for the coming battle. The sun set in a sky of rose and gold, and there was a wonderful night of stars. But those familiar with that coast sniffed in the air the coming of a sea fog. The British plan of battle was this. The enemy's front was not a continuous line of trenches. Most of the troops were well to the northeast of Gaza, but he had a considerable garrison in that town, and posts echeloned to the southeast as far as Beersheba. The cavalry of the Desert Column were to advance early in the morning and occupy the country east and north of the town to prevent Turkish reinforcements arriving from that quarter and to cut off the enemy's retreat. The 53rd Division from the Desert Column was to follow the cavalry for a little and then to attack Gaza in front. The 54th Division was to move on its right rear and hold the Sheikh Abbas height in case of an attack from the east or southeast. One brigade of this division was to assemble a little to the westward, to be ready at short notice to support the Desert Column. The 52nd Division was held in general reserve. Murray's objects were these: to seize the line of the Wadi Ghuzer and so cover the advance of the railway, to compel the enemy to fight, and by a surprise stroke to capture Gaza and cut off its garrison. The main intention, it is clear, was less the occupation of the town than the capture of the 7,000 Turks who held it. It was in essence a raid on the largest possible scale. Consequently, it was an operation in which time was all important. The cavalry scrambled down the 40-foot sides of the Wadi Ghuzer and ploughed through its sandy bottom at 2:30 a.m, while the night was yet dark. But no sooner had the sun risen than a dense sea fog rolled over the countryside. No landmark was visible, and the troops had to grope their way forward by compass bearings. This delay was the crucial event of the morning, for it upset the timetable of operations, and deprived what was a race against time, for there was no water, of 2 priceless hours of daylight. The Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division in front, having crossed the Wadi by 6:15 a.m, rode for Beit Durdis, due east of Gaza, which it reached at 9:30. The Imperial Mounted Division at the same hour arrived at El Mendur. Presently the former division, pushing out detachments from Beit Durdis, had completely outflanked Gaza on the north and east, and rested its right on the sea. The 2nd Australian Light Horse took prisoner the general commanding the 53rd Turkish Division, and destroyed with machine gun fire the head of a Turkish column debouching from Gaza towards the northeast. The Imperial Mounted Division sent out patrols towards Huj and Heraira and the railway at Tel Esheria. 2 squadrons of a yeomanry brigade were astride the Beersheba-Gaza road, and a squadron attempted to gain touch with the Australian and New Zealand Division. This mounted screen was all day heavily engaged, for it had to contend with the enemy reinforcements arriving from north, east and southeast, and was under the fire of the heavy guns at Heraira. Meantime, the 53rd Division, Welsh Territorials, had crossed the Wadi Ghuzer for the frontal attack. Their right was directed on the Mansoura Ridge and their left on El Shelouf, while the yeomanry protected their flank towards the sea. These positions were reached by 10 a.m. The guns had been brought up and the artillery preparation begun. The fog had gone by 8 o'clock, and the British infantry on the ridge could look across the 2 miles of yellow sand dunes to the white red-roofed houses of the little town, the green of its lemon groves, and the minarets of the mosque, which was once the Templars' Church of St. John. On the right in front of them was the hillock called Ali Muntar, up which Samson carried the gates of Gaza. Beyond were the ridges and open spaces, where the cavalry were now engaged, and from the far base of the Judean hills rose the dust clouds which told of Turkish troops hurrying to the battleground. The 54th Division, territorials from the eastern counties of England, were instructed to protect the right rear of the 53rd against this threatened assault, and took up position duly on the Sheikh Abbas Ridge, 5 miles south-southeast of the town. One brigade from this division went to Mansoura to support the attacking troops. The 53rd, deployed on the line El Shelouf-Mansoura, advanced against the Ali Montar position. This was a perfect honeycomb of trenches, and so was the hill to the northeast, separated from it by a low saddle of sand dunes. The 3 brigades went into action about noon, over ground devoid of cover, and under the hot sun of a Syrian spring. At 1 o'clock, they were close on their objectives, but the Turkish shrapnel and machine gun fire were woefully thinning their ranks. At that hour, Sir Philip Chetwood resolved to fling the whole of the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division against the town itself, to support the attack of the 53rd, and to bring the Imperial Mounted Division and the cavalry further north to act as a screen against those enemy reinforcements from the railway, which were now observed to be coming up fast. By 3:30, General Chauvel was ready to attack, the 2nd Australian Horse on the north, with its right flank on the sea, the New Zealand Mounted Rifles in the centre, and the yeomanry on the left, adjoining the main infantry battle. By 4:30, the 53rd Division had carried most of Ali Muntar, and was closing in on Gaza from the south, while the Australasian horsemen were in the eastern streets. At this moment, a brigade of the 54th Division arrived, with orders to take the remnant of the position. The Territorials, after a gallant struggle, succeeded, and pushed on nearly a mile beyond the crest. Meanwhile, the Australasians were fighting their way through the cactus hedges on the skirts of Gaza, and the 3rd Australian Light Horse were fending off enemy attacks to the east. In that direction, the enemy was held, and in another hour the town would have been in our hands. But the sea fog had done its work, and the morning's delay had ruined our chances of success. For the darkness descended before we had won the last ground, and in war a task unfinished is often like a task not begun. The British position was far from satisfactory. To quote Sir Archibald Murray's words, Gaza was enveloped, and the enemy, in addition to heavy losses in killed and wounded, had lost 700 prisoners. The 53rd Division was occupying the Ali Muntar position, which it had captured, but its right flank was very much in the air, only a thin line of cavalry holding off the relief columns of continually increasing strength which were approaching from north and east. In support of this division, the 54th Division, less one brigade, was holding Sheikh Abbas, with its left about 2.5 miles from the flank of the 53rd. The Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division were very much extended round Gaza and were engaged in street fighting. The Imperial Mounted Division and the Imperial Camel Corps on a very wide front were endeavouring to hold off enemy forces. It was a fantastic position in which Dobble's army now found itself, and it was made perilous by the arrival of strong enemy reinforcements from north, east and southeast. Moreover, the mounted troops had been unable to water their horses during the day, and unless Gaza was taken, there was no water on that side the Wadi Guza. Dobble still had the 52nd Division in reserve, which he might have used to support the 53rd and enable it to join up with the 54th. But the night was falling, and it seemed to him, probably with justice, too wild a gambler's throw. He accordingly resolved to withdraw. Chauvel was ordered to break off the engagement and retire his 2 mounted divisions west of the Wadi Guza. This would make the position of the 53rd Division impossible, so it was instructed to draw in its right and find touch with the 54th Division now falling back from Sheikh Abbas to a ridge southwest of Mansoura. The retirement, considering the difficulties, was brilliantly accomplished, though some of the Australian light horse coming round the east side of Gaza had a sharp brush with the enemy. The New Zealanders managed to bring back with them a battery of enemy guns which they had taken earlier in the day. At daybreak on the morning of the 27th, the British line north of the Wadi Ghuza ran in a sharp salient along the El Sire and the El Burjalije ridges, the 53rd Division on the left and the 54th on the right, with yeomanry guarding the left flank next the sea and the Camel Corps between the right flank and the Wadi. Meanwhile, the enemy had taken advantage of our withdrawal to reinforce strongly the Gaza garrison. The chance of a British advance had gone, but nevertheless patrols from 2 brigades pushed forward and occupied our positions of the day before on Ali Muntar Hill. Supports were about to be sent forward to these outposts when Kressenstein launched his counterattack from the north and northeast. It at once drove in our patrols on Ali Muntar and was then checked by our artillery barrage. But it was necessary to withdraw the apex of the salient, which was the point of junction of our 2 military divisions. Meantime, another Turkish force had reached the Sheikh Abbas Ridge and shelled our rear south of Mansoura. The 53rd and 54th Divisions clung gallantly all day to their ground, and the Camel Corps, on their right, repelled with great slaughter an attack by the 3rd Turkish Cavalry Division. But our situation was a bad one, exposed and waterless, and since we were far from railhead and the horses were tired, a rapid reorganization for a new advance was out of the question. Dobell therefore ordered a retirement, and during the night the infantry and cavalry joined the mounted troops on the other side of the Wadi Ghuza, where they took up a strong position covering Deir el-Belah. Of the 3 contemplated objectives, 2 had more or less been gained. We dominated the seaward wall end of the Wadi Ghuza. We had forced the enemy to give battle. We had taken 950 Turkish and German prisoners and 2 Austrian field guns, and, at the expense of under 4,000 casualties, most of them only slightly wounded, had caused some 8,000 enemy losses. But we had wholly failed to take Gaza, and this may fairly be attributed to the fog and the consequent delay, rather than to any blunder in the plan or lack of resolution in the troops. "The troops engaged," said the official dispatch, "both cavalry and infantry, especially the 53rd Division and the brigade of the 54th, which had not been seriously in action since the evacuation of Suvla Bay at the end of 1915, fought with the utmost gallantry and endurance, and showed to the full the splendid fighting qualities which they possess." 3 weeks intervened between the first and second battles of Gaza. In the meantime, the railway had been brought forward to Deir el-Belah, and cisterns had been fixed in the Wadi Ghuza, to which water brought by rail was pumped over the In-Sairat range. The Gaza position was now very different from what it had been on the 26th of March. Then the long straggling line of posts towards Beersheba had been held by 2 Turkish divisions. Now we had 5 infantry divisions against us, at least a division of cavalry, and twice the number of heavy batteries. The inner defences of the town, the Ali Muntar Ridge, had been enormously strengthened. There was a strong line of outer defences from the sea to Sheikh Abbas, and on the eastern flank a new trench system, 12,000 yards long, had been constructed from Gaza southeast to the Atawine Ridge. An immense amount of wiring had been done, and the change in the situation was roughly the change in the Gallipoli position between the first and second battles of Carinthia. There was no longer any possibility of a surprise. There was no chance, owing to the flank defences, of an encircling movement by the cavalry. The only tactics were those of a frontal assault, undertaken without superior numbers and with all the disadvantages of lengthy communications. The explanation of a policy so unpromising was that it was pressed on Murray by the Home Government. The British War Cabinet, unconvinced by the lesson of Cooke, underrated the need of complete preparation in eastern campaigning. They considered it desirable on political grounds to make some advance in Palestine to synchronize with the great French and British offences on the western front, and believed that the enemy, shaken by the action of 26th to 27th March, would yield to the cumulative pressure of a second blow. The alternative plan of turning Gaza by way of Beersheba was impossible at the moment, since all the British preparations had been directed towards the coast route. In such desert warfare, where the mobility of troops is limited by the position of railhead, it is impossible in a week or two to change a strategical plan. The British scheme was a frontal attack in 2 stages. The first stage was designed to carry the outer defences from the sea to Sheikh Abbas, and the second to break through the Ali Muntar position and take Gaza. In the first stage, the dispositions were these. On the left, the 53rd Division was to stand north of the Wadi Guza and carry out strong reconnaissances along the coast. On its right, the 52nd Division was to advance against the ridge running south-westward from Ali Muntar, which contained the formidable defences known as the Warren, the Labyrinth, Green Hill, Middlesex Hill, Outpost Hill, and Lees Hill. On its right, the 54th Division was to attack the line Mansoura-Sheikh Abbas. Its right flank was protected by a mounted division of the Desert Column, while the other mounted division was placed at Shalal to watch enemy movements in the direction of Haraira. The 74th Division, dismounted yeomanry, most of whom had been in Gallipoli, was in general reserve. The country, it should be remembered, was notably adapted for defence. Sand dunes, criss-cross ridges, and endless natural redoubts for machine guns. The attack began at dawn on the 17th of April, under a sky which promised a day of burning sun. The first stage was a brilliant success. With the assistance of tanks, the outer defence line, Sheikh Abbas, Mansoura-Kurd Hill, was taken by 7 a.m. with few casualties. The cavalry on the right did good service, and dislodged bodies of Turkish horse from pockets of the nullahs between El Mendur and Haraira. During the 18th, the ground won was secured, and preparations were completed for the final effort on the 19th. It was now the duty of the 53rd Division to push north along the shore against the half-moon of trenches southwest of Gaza, its first objective being the line Sheikh al-Jin-Samson Ridge. The 52nd Division was to carry the long ridge running southeast from Ali Muntar. The 54th Division was directed against Ali Muntar itself and the enemy's position at Khirbet Sayhan, with the Camel Corps to help it. The 74th Division was to be held in readiness behind the Sheikh Abbas and Mansoura ridges. The Imperial Mounted Division was to attack El Atawine dismounted, and the Australian and the New Zealand Mounted Division to protect their right. The task of the Desert Column was strictly a containing attack, the struggle for the main objectives being left to the 52nd and 54th Divisions. The cavalry started at dawn, and so far as the mounted part was concerned, succeeded in gaining its objectives. The dismounted Imperial Division found themselves held, however, by the Atawine trenches. The preparation for the infantry began at 5:30 a.m. and was assisted from the sea by the guns of the French man-of-war Aragon and 2 British monitors. In the hot, windless dawn, the bombardment was a strange spectacle. As the sun lifted over the black hills of Judea, from sea and land, shells of all calibres up to 11-inch tore slits in the elaborate defences, throwing up masses of earth and wire, and making Ali Muntar quake. Some trees on that hill were entirely denuded of their leaves, but the most prominent tree of all seemed to bend before the shell storm and retain most of its clothing. On the dunes, pillars of sand were raised, framed with the white and black smoke of the explosives, a wonderful foil to the glittering golden ridges. The 53rd Division attacked at 7:15, and the rest of the line at 7:30. The 53rd took Samson Ridge, and early in the afternoon attained its first objective. The 52nd, territorials from the Scottish lowlands, who had won fame at Gallipoli and in the earlier Sinai campaign, had a harder task. They were attacking the strong ridge running southwest from Ali Muntar, and though they took Lees Hill, its first point, by 8:15 a.m., they were checked on its second feature, Outpost Hill. The 54th could make little headway against Ali Muntar, owing to the fact that its left was in the air, but its right brigade and the cavalry managed to enter the enemy trenches at Khirbet Sayhan. In the afternoon, a heavy counter-attack forced the whole division a little back, as well as the 3rd and 4th Australian Light Horse on its right. But the attack was stayed by the gallantry and stamina of the Camel Corps, who held a critical point until a yeomanry brigade came up in support. In the same way, the 52nd Division was forced off Outpost Hill. A handful of men retook the place, but the Lowlanders found themselves unable to advance farther. At 6:20 in the evening we were forced off Outpost Hill, and the position at nightfall was that, while the 53rd Division held the line Sheikh Ajlin, Samson Ridge, the 52nd and 54th Divisions had made little headway, and we had lost some 7,000 men. Sir Archibald Murray, before the battle was broken off, had issued an order that all ground gained must be held during the night, with the object of resuming the attack on Ali Muntar at dawn. To this order, Dobell not unnaturally demurred. The troops had lost heavily. They were wearied out by the dust and heat of a torrid day. The water supply was difficult, and the strength of the Turkish position was now fully revealed. Chetwood agreed with this view, and Murray allowed himself to be persuaded. If the frontal attack was to be persisted in, reinforcements must be awaited. If some new plan were adopted, there must be certain adjustments of communications to support it. Accordingly, the British front remained as it had been on the night of the 19th. No serious enemy counterattacks followed. One, which might have been formidable, was frustrated by a curious means. An airplane detected some 2,000 Turkish infantry and 800 cavalry assembling on the 20th in a wadi near Harira. 4 of our machines promptly attacked this force, which was in mass formation, and dropped 47 bombs on it, scattering it with heavy losses. There was no further infantry action during the summer. The British lines lay from Sheikh Ajlin to the sea on the Sheikh Abbas Ridge, and then turned back to the Wadi Gusa, with their right flank extended to Shalal, whither a branch railway was being constructed from Rafah. There was a good deal of shelling at various points on the front, 1 or 2 brilliant cavalry enterprises, notably that of 23rd 24th May against the Beersheba El Adjou Railway, to prevent the enemy using its material for constructing a new branch line. Dobell, who had behind him a long record of difficult tropical warfare, and had been suffering for some time from the effects of sunstroke, resigned the command of the eastern force after the Second Battle of Gaza, and was succeeded by Sir Philip Chetwood. Major General Chauvel was the new commander of the Desert Column, and he was replaced in the command of the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division by Major General Chater. After the second battle, Sir Archibald Murray was recalled to England to report, and his place as Commander-in-Chief was filled by Sir Edmund Allenby, one of the foremost of British cavalry leaders, who came fresh from the command of the victorious Third Army at Arras. Gaza was a check to British arms as undoubted as Gallipoli, and of a very similar type. The chance of a surprise failed through no fault of generalship, and when the next attempt was made it could only be a frontal attack against which the enemy front had hardened like stone. It was unfortunate that such a check came at the end of so laborious and successful an enterprise as the Sinai campaign. The various stages in its advance, Katia, Romani, El Arish, Makhtaba, Rafah, had been brilliantly achieved. No desert campaign had ever been conducted with more expert foresight and skill. The engineering feats alone were sufficient to make it remarkable. 150 miles of the Sinai Desert had defeated most conquerors who thought to force those dusty fastnesses, and the thing was not accomplished without the most painstaking organization. The troops who fought at Gaza were drinking water which came from Egypt. The chief obstacle was nature, but the enemy was no bad second. He was skillfully led, and in the later stages he was numerically superior to the invader. The Russian degringolade had done its work, and divisions had been released from the Caucasus for Syria. But in spite of the check at Gaza, the foundations had been laid for future success. The road had been made once and for all across the desert, and it was only a matter of months till troops and guns and supplies could travel by it for a new concentration. A settled war of positions was not inevitable in such a land, and the little branch line creeping eastward from Rafah to Shalal was the finger-post pointing to a far more deadly offensive. End of Chapter 78, Part 2. Section 52 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 78, Mesopotamia, Syria and the Balkans, January 9th to June 25th, 1917. Part 3. The Allied front at Salonika lay unchanged through the 4 months following the capture of Monastir. West of the Vardar, the line was held against the Bulgarian First Army by the Italian, Russian, French and Serbian forces, and, at the end of the year, by the Greek contingent. There the front followed pretty closely the old Serbian border among the mountains which form the watershed between the Vardar and the Cherna. West of these mountains, the famous loop of the Cherna was within the Allied lines, which ran north of Monastir to the Albanian frontier south of Lake Ochrida, and thence by a loose chain of posts to Avlona. The British army under General Milne faced the Bulgarian Second Army from the Vardar to the Struma, on the line of the lakes Doiran, Butkova and Tahinos, a distance of some 90 miles. It was a long front for the forces at General Milne's disposal, and the exceptionally wet and stormy winter did not make his task easier. Moreover, many of the troops had been in line without relief for over a year, and they had had none of the exhilaration of a vigorous offensive. Much had been done to improve the highways, and a new road had been constructed to the front on both sides of the Doiran Lake. But the mountain paths still remained precarious and difficult. In the Struma valley, the British right had been carried across the river close up to the enemy front among the foothills, and the British cavalry pushed reconnaissances between Ceres and Lake Tahinos beyond the Ceres-Demiresa railway. The Struma line having been secured, General Milne turned his attention to the more difficult Doiran front. By various raids our position was improved, and the offensive spirit of the troops sustained. At the end of February, General Sarail informed his commanders that he proposed to take the offensive during the last week of April, as part of the great combined movement of all the Allies which had been planned for the spring. It was not easy during a dripping and boisterous march to secure the positions preliminary to a great attack, more especially in the Doiran sector, where the main objective was the ridge between the lakes and the Vardar. But by the end of March, 1,000 yards had been won on a front of 3,000. And we were ready to attack the strong enemy salient in front of Doiran town. Meantime, during March, the French and Italians in the Monastir area had been continuously engaged. On the 13th, the Italians advanced against Hill 1050 in the bend of the Cherna east of Monastir. On the 17th, the French took a village some 4 miles north of the town, and by the 21st had pushed up the Cherna-Nastina spur of the Baba range to the west. 5 days later they captured its crest. During these operations over 2,000 prisoners were taken, of whom 29 were officers. Between the Italians at Avlona and the rest of the Allied front lay a considerable gap through which ran the Yanina-Kurica road. In February an advance was made into southern Albania, and by the middle of the month the gap was closed by the Italian occupation of the Yanina road from Kurica to the Greek frontier. The main offensive was postponed by Sarail to 24th April, and on that day the British, after a long bombardment, attacked the Doiran fortress. The place was like a medieval citadel, with a central keep flanked and fronted by groups of bastions and turrets. The keep was Hill 535, the centre of the Bulgarian third or main line of defence, and from it towards our line ran a long ridge with 5 humps on it, known as the pips. The enemy first line had, as its main bastion, a bare sugarloaf hill called the Petite Couronne. In front of it, along its whole length, to complete the likeness to a medieval castle, ran a moat, a deep gully called the Jumeau Ravine. The British troops crossed the parapets at 9:45 p.m. on the evening of 24th April, the latest hour on which any battle in the campaign had begun. On the left, all the enemy's first positions were taken. In the centre and right, however, the difficulties of the Jumeau Ravine were so great that only a few of the troops reached the other side, and during the night that handful was driven back by counter-attacks. The close of the action left us with the western half of the enemy's first position, which we succeeded in securing and holding. Sarail had found himself obliged to postpone the attack of the rest of the army at Monastir and west of the Vardar. On the 8th of May, Milne was instructed to make a second attempt, and he resolved to confine it to the section between the lake and the Petite Couronne. On the right, gains were made on the slopes of the Petite Couronne, but lost by noon on the following day. Farther west, a more considerable advance was made, and our line was pushed farther forward on the 15th and the 20th. The result of the battle was that, at the expense of heavy casualties, we held a considerable part of the First Bulgarian line, our front running along the ridge from the south of Krastali to Sejdeli village. On the 24th, Sarail ordered operations to cease throughout the battleground. It was not easy to see on what principle they had ever been undertaken. The British general had done his best to carry out orders which were probably the most aimless and unconsidered of any given in the campaign. The problem before Milne was now the advent of the summer heats, with the grave risk of malaria and dysentery among the marshy valleys. To lessen the danger, he abandoned his forward positions on his right and right centre, and without interference from the enemy, withdrew his troops to the foothills on the right bank of the Stroma and to the south of the Butkova valley. The Salonika front returned to its normal condition of trench bickering, but the monotony was broken by the dispatch of detachments for garrison duty in Greece itself. For during June the kaleidoscopic politics of that country had suffered a sudden and violent transformation. The opening of 1917 had found the Athens government in a more tractable frame of mind. Monsieur Lambros was still Prime Minister. Dousmanis and his friends were still the king's advisers. But the court and army had done penance for the outrage of December, and the Greek divisions, in accordance with the Allied demands, were being moved to the Peloponnesus. But the peace was only seeming, and as the world was to learn from later revelations, the nest of German intriguers in Athens was busy as ever. There were outbreaks of hooliganism, the source of which was easily traceable, and evidence accumulated daily to show that King Constantine was very far from fulfilling the spirit of his assurances to the Allies. The latter were compelled to stiffen their demands, and in order to provide a buffer, Monsieur Lambros retired, and the respectable but ineffective Monsieur Zaimis came again into power on the 4th of May. Meantime, the authority of Monsieur Venizelos and his national government at Salonika continued to grow in spite of all the diplomatic obstacles set to its expansion. Some of the chief islands, Corfu, Zante, Cephalonia, Skiathos, Cythera, declared for him, and the Allies were forced to respect the declaration. In Thessaly, even in the royalist strongholds, the leaven was working. A general satiety with King Constantine's rule, much increased by the strident Allied blockade, was spreading throughout Greece. And by the end of May, Venizelos had some 60,000 fighting men at his command to place by the Allies' side. To the ordinary observer in the West at this time, it seemed that King Constantine, having done the Allies' bidding, might now be let alone. But the men on the spot were aware that he was intriguing all the while with the enemy, that his restless, shallow spirit would not be content with the role assigned to him. In dealing with such a character, a certain harshness was inevitable, for apologies and protestations could not be taken at their face value, and the most solemn pact was meaningless, since honesty and goodwill were wanting. Moreover, various obstacles which had previously barred drastic action were now gone. Revolutionary Russia had small affection for kinglets, and Italy, having been given certain liberties of action on the Adriatic seaboard, was ready to sanction what she had formerly vetoed. By the end of May, it was very clear that the day of reckoning with King Constantine was nigh. From the first days of June, events marched swiftly. On the 3rd, Italy proclaimed the independence of Albania under her protection, and on the 9th occupied Yanina, thereby cutting the last open means of communication between Athens and the Central Powers. On the 6th, Monsieur Charles Jonat arrived at Salamis in a French ship of war as High Commissioner appointed by the Allied Powers. He had been Foreign Minister in Monsieur Briand's 1913 ministry, and in his earlier career had played the part in Algeria which Lord Cromer played in Egypt. He stopped for a few hours at Salamis, and then continued his journey to Salonika, where he saw Sarail and Venizelos. On Sunday the 10th, French and British troops entered Thessaly, partly to safeguard the harvest, and partly to occupy certain posts of strategic value, like Volo and Larissa. For long, Sarail's left rear had been infested with bands of reservist komitadjis, and in view of coming events, it was necessary to secure that area. At Larissa, there was some treacherous shooting by a Greek detachment, but in most places the Allies were welcomed as liberators. On Monday, the 11th of June, French troops seized the Isthmus of Corinth, and that evening Monsieur Jonas arrived in Athens, accompanied by Allied transports. He summoned Mr. Zaimis to an interview on board his warship. The Prime Minister was informed that the Allies meant to purchase the Thessalian crop and distribute it equitably among all the Greek provinces. Monsieur Jonas added that they were now compelled to seek more satisfactory guarantees for the safety of their forces at Salonika, and that these could only be found in a restoration of the unity of Greece and the revival of a true constitutional government. He therefore, in the name of the protecting powers, demanded the abdication of King Constantine and the nomination of his successor, that successor to be another than the Crown Prince. Monsieur Zaimis returned with his message, and a Crown Council was summoned. All that day there were alarms and excursions in the Athens streets. The bells of the city were rung spasmodically, and the shouting and protesting crowds hung around the palace. At 3 in the afternoon, King Constantine signed an act of abdication in favour of his second son, Prince Alexander. On the morning of the 12th, Monsieur Jonas received formal intimation of the act, and that afternoon a royal proclamation was posted up in the streets. Obeying necessity and fulfilling my duty towards Greece, I am departing from my beloved country, accompanied by the heir to the crown, and I am leaving my son Alexander on the throne. I beg you to accept my decision with calm. That same day the new king issued his first proclamation, and it could scarcely be blamed if in that document filial piety was more conspicuous than political discretion. That afternoon French troops began to disembark at the Piraeus. About 5 p.m. the ex-king and his family left Athens for the summer palace at Tatoi, and early next morning embarked on the royal yacht at the village of Oropus on the Gulf of Euboea. Accompanied by 2 French destroyers, the Sphacteria steamed westward for an Italian port, carrying its master to a Swiss health resort. The world had become very full of kings in exile, but to Constantine the pity usually accorded to those who fall from high estate could scarcely be granted. He had amply earned his punishment, and bore within the memory of no single honest and courageous action, only loose-lipped speeches and shabby intrigues. The Germanophil party had no further cards to play. The more extreme among them, such as the German Streit, General Dusmanis, the ex-premier Monsieur Gonaris, and Colonel Metaxas, were expelled from the country. Others, such as Monsieur Lambros and Monsieur Skouloudis, were allowed to remain under police supervision. The abdication was received with calm by the nation at large. On the 14th, the Allied blockade of Greece came to an end. On the 19th, a committee of 4 was appointed, consisting of 2 representatives of the Athens government and 2 of the national government at Salonika, to consider methods of reconstruction. On the 25th, at the invitation of Monsieur Jonas, Monsieur Venizelos arrived at the Piraeus, where he saw Monsieur Zaimis and came to an agreement with him about the next step. And clearly, the decree which had illegally dissolved the Greek chamber in November 1915 must be annulled, and that chamber which had been legally elected on June 13th, 1915, convoked, and the leader of its parliamentary majority called to power. Monsieur Zaimis resigned, and Monsieur Venizelos formed a cabinet and set about the laborious task of rebuilding the ruins of his country. The long game, the patient game, had succeeded. Monsieur Venizelos, biding his time, had lived to see a divided Greece gradually draw towards unity from sheer weariness of discord. Quietly and firmly he began to build, loyal to the new monarch, loyal to the Allies, loyal above all to his country. In his reconstruction he revealed the same wisdom that he had shown in the dark days of waiting, and while he dealt drastically with treason, proved himself in all matters a constitutional statesman, respecting scrupulously the rights and liberties of his most bitter opponents. His work lay in a narrow area, and his problems were on a small scale, compared with those which faced his colleagues of Western Europe. But in the mental and moral endowments of the statesman, he had no superior, and perhaps no equal, among living men. End of chapter 78, part 3.
Section 53 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and The Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 79. The Russian Revolution, March 16th to July 23rd, 1917, Part 1. 1. By 16th March, the coup d'etat in Russia was over, and the revolution itself was beginning its stumbling career. The land was dazed and giddy. Even in the shouts of joy which hailed a newborn freedom, there was bewilderment. The people were like men brought suddenly from a dark cell into the glare of a great powerhouse with its monstrous dynamos. They blessed the light, but walked fearfully and feverishly among the strange things. And the light was not clear daylight, but a fantastic artificial glow, which distorted familiar objects and seemed to bring the horizon within a hand's reach. All revolutions have certain features in common. In all, there is the same blotting out of the past, the same confidence that the world can be started anew with a clean sheet. In all, there is the same orgy of disheveled idealism. The first impulse must always be towards peace and universal brotherhood, because bellicosity has been satiated in the destruction of an old regime, and the disposition of mankind is not towards eternal strife. It was so at the beginning of the French Revolution, when Wordsworth wrote, "Meantime prophetic harps in every grove were ringing. War shall cease. Did ye not hear the conquest is abjured?" In all, there is the same disillusion of the structure of society. The future of a revolution depends upon the shaping elements which it may contain of a new discipline. Nature will not tolerate a vacuum. The old must be replaced by the new, and the new must be of the same quality as the old. It must be a discipline which will integrate and direct the nation. Here lay the fatal weaknesses of Russia's condition. There was no such discipline, for her revolution had come not from the burning inspiration of a new faith, but from sheer weariness. She had lost nerve and heart. She was tired in mind and body. It is instructive to remember how different was the case of France. There had been the movement of a mass of people inspired by a definite creed of life, a mass which knew, however crudely, what it wanted, and was determined to achieve certain positive results. In Russia, it was simply an automatic crumbling of old things, and the great bulk of the population had no object to strive for. In France, the leaders of the revolution had been essentially Frenchmen, but of that stubborn middle class which can create and continue and provide a force of social persistence. Some of them went mad, as Marat and Robespierre, but the majority were soldiers, lawyers, and men of affairs who could govern. In Russia, there was no such middle class, and the men who alone had a policy were international anarchists and communists, whose creed was one of furious negations. Again, her revolution did not come upon a tired France. It broke down old barriers and released a flood of energy which naturally flowed into military channels. Its law may have been harsh and cruel, but it was a discipline, and presently it took shape in a formidable army. In Russia, war weariness made each step in her revolution lead away from the discipline of soldiers, and that in the midst of a struggle of life and death. Finally, France acquired from her revolution a sharper consciousness of nationality, but Russia lost the little she possessed. The autocracy had held in formal union elements different in race, speech, religion, and social tradition. With its disappearance, the great empire began to split up like the ice on a lake when the blinding spell of frost is withdrawn. The ideals of the new leaders were cosmopolitan, and there was no true nationalism to set against them. These general elements of danger, the lack of a powerful guiding class, the absence of any constructive ideals for the new government, intense war weariness, and an imperfect national integration, were prodigiously increased by the particular condition of Russia in the spring of 1917. The first difficulty was political. There was no authority, even provisional, which had anything like the assent of the people at large. The shadow government bequeathed from the old Duma had not the power to make its will effective. The police had gone, the army was drifting into chaos, and therefore it was difficult for the best intentions to use that force without which no government can endure. Its authority was questioned all over the land by local Soviets, which again had no clear policy of their own. Any attempt at firm administration roused at once the cry of reaction, for order was identified with the vanquished autocracy. The second difficulty was economic. By all the rules of the textbooks, Russia should long ago have been in economic dissolution. But in spite of every conceivable blunder, the great natural wealth of the country enabled her to avoid an actual breakdown. But comfort did not exist. The mismanagement of transport, the scandalous profiteering, and the corruption of the old government led to preposterous prices for necessaries and a general irritation and suspicion. Hence, the revolution meant industrial anarchy. The workmen had not the education to pursue a coherent policy like syndicalism. They were ignorant of the rudiments of economics and used the situation as a lever to extort fanciful terms, regardless of the effect on their own future. The result was that production declined steeply, for its costs had become prohibitive. In the three great industrial areas, Petrograd, Moscow, and the Donetsk, the supplies on which the army and the civilian population alike depended shrank at once by 40%. The caprice of the workers knew no bounds, and the task of an employer of labor became more difficult than that of the man condemned to make ropes of sand. Two instances may be quoted out of many. An English cotton mill in Petrograd, being faced with a stoppage through non-delivery of material, borrowed some bales from a neighboring mill. The workmen would not let them be moved. In another Petrograd factory, the men, whose wages had been increased threefold, summoned a meeting of the directors. Their delegates explained that they were now getting 8 rubles a head more than formerly, and that they considered that they were entitled to this increase for the whole period since the beginning of the war. 8 rubles for 5,000 men made 40,000 rubles a day, and 36 million since August 1914. They requested the directors to put this sum in the sacks they had brought within 24 hours, or they would deposit the directors in the said sacks and throw them in the Neva. The Ministry of Labor managed to persuade the men that their demands were unfair, upon which they withdrew them and apologized. The incident and its termination showed the naivete of the classes who were now the masters of a great country. There was also the problem of the peasants, the great bulk of the population, and the main reserves of the army. To them, revolution meant the seizure of the soil, and at the first news of it, they began to expel the landowners. Rural anarchy followed close upon industrial confusion. The next difficulty was the army and navy. Just before the revolution, in spite of maladministration and chicanery, Russia was better supplied with munitions of war than at any time since 1914. She had immense numbers of men mobilized, far too many for her immediate needs, so that the depots were crowded with troops whom she could not train and who would have been far better left in their villages till the need arose. There were regiments in the line which had 15,000 men held in depot. This led to great popular dissatisfaction and provided excellent material for pacifist propaganda to work upon. Hence, both on the fronts where there was no fighting, and in the rear where there was no organization, anarchy spread like wildfire. In the Navy it was worse. The crews were not peasants, as in the army, but largely mechanics from the towns, and their long inaction had bred every kind of disorder. The Baltic fleet became a farce, and the atrocities perpetuated in the early days of Kronstadt and on some of the battleships were an ugly blot upon the humane professions of the Revolution. The army and navy, instead of being the last support of order, had become an incalculable factor, a mysterious court of appeal which all parties used in argument, but of which nothing could be confidently predicated. When this fact is realized, it will be seen how tragically hard was the task of any government at the moment in Russia. It could not use the natural weapons of authority because of the risk that these weapons might break in its hands. The last and greatest difficulty lay in the Russian character. Readers of the great Russian novelists, notably Dostoevsky, will remember the singular tolerance which is extended to even the basest perversions of character. The charity of the writers is infinite and godlike, but is also inhuman. For the world is conducted by means of certain working definitions of conduct, definitions which may be trivial enough in the eye of omniscience, but without which we cannot live our mortal lives. Lacking such rules, fallible as they are, we shall wallow in a bog of moral confusion where there is no clear division between right and wrong. This quality of their novelists was likewise the quality of the Russian people. It had its noble and beneficent side, but it could also degenerate into a slack-lipped tolerance which twiddled its thumbs and spoke smooth words in the presence of cruelty and shame. In any case, it was no quality for a revolution which needed a positive creed and a single-hearted energy. The Orientalism which is in the Russian nature revealed itself in a curious bonelessness in the presence of urgent needs. The majority cared too little to exert themselves. They were like Leonidas and his sister in Chekhov's Cherry Orchard, always waiting in the face of desperate cries for something to turn up. They might be willing to die for their faith, but they would not act for it. In such circumstances, the power must fall into the hands of those who will stake everything, their own lives and other people's, on the game. The rash, inconsiderate, fiery voluntaries, who have a positive purpose, even if it be only to destroy. The foregoing considerations will show the immense difficulties in the way of producing in Russia, as the immediate child of the Revolution, any kind of constitutional government, and especially a government still able to continue the war by the Allies' side. Aversion to war was the one feeling shared by the great mass of the Russian people. The Allies had entered the campaign at the call of Russia, but that Russia had gone, and the new Russia was not inclined to accept its liabilities. Britain and France had been the types of civic freedom to the old Russian liberals, but these liberals in the whirligig of change were now regarded as reactionaries, and to the communists the constitutionalism of the West seemed indistinguishable from Tsarism and Kaiserism. They sought a headier draught of liberty. The frontiers were open, and German propagandists in different guises were busy among the workmen and soldiers. They had a simple role to play, for they had only to tell the people what they wanted to hear, that it was folly to fight longer, and that her Western allies were the true foes of Russia, since they sought to force her to remain in the war. The new socialist papers which sprang up in Petrograd like mushrooms in the night told the same tale. Much German money was spent for the purpose, but it would be wrong to regard all the men who used it as consciously German agents. They acknowledged no country, and would take the money of anyone to serve their own international ends. The result was soon apparent not only in the rapid demoralization of the Russian army, but in the hostility which began to grow up to all the Allies, and especially to Britain. It was a tragedy which no forethought could have prevented. It was sometimes urged that it was due to the failure of Allied diplomacy, but that charge was idle. No Allied propaganda or diplomacy could have succeeded where the powerful pro-war parties in Russia failed. The Allies and the Germans in the country at that moment did not contend upon equal terms. The former preached a creed of honor, which the people did not wish to hear. The latter preached an acceptable doctrine of self-interest, which was supported by the people's leaders. 2. At this point, we must pause and turn our attention from deeds to dogmas, for the development of the Russian Revolution cannot be understood unless we first traverse its strange hinterland of theory. The general terms of political science are rarely given exact interpretation, and their slipshod use has tended to create false oppositions and conceal the fundamental agreement between the main parties of Western Europe. Three, in especial, have been loosely handled: the terms democratic, popular, and liberal. Democratic describes a form of government in which the policy of the state is determined and its business conducted by the will of the majority of its citizens, expressed through some regular channel. It is a word which denotes machinery, not purpose. Popular means merely that the bulk of the people approve of a particular mode of government. Liberal implies these notions of freedom, toleration, and pacific progress which lie at the roots of Western civilization. The words are clearly not interchangeable. A policy or a government may be popular without being liberal or democratic. There have been highly popular tyrannies. The German policy in 1914 was popular, but it was not liberal, nor was Germany a democracy. America is a democracy, but it is not always liberal. The French Republic has, at various times in its history, been both liberal and democratic without being popular. Accurately used, democratic describes a particular method, popular a historical fact, liberal a quality and an ideal. The Western nations held, with wide latitude of interpretation, an identical creed, which, in the broadest sense of the words, was liberal and democratic. They believed in the slow perfectibility of political man, and in an orderly and organic progress, in a state which, while itself an entity attracting the devotion of the citizens and affording them a richer and fuller life, did not curb too harshly the initiative and freedom of the individual, in liberty of opinion and in toleration, and a differentiation of classes as essential to a healthy civic life, in the inviolable right of each citizen to certain franchises and his not less inexorable duties towards the state and his neighbors, in the laws a bulwark of these rights and duties set above the caprice of private wills, in the right and duty of each citizen to share in lawmaking and the routine of government, and in certain principles of Christian morality which provided, so to speak, the attitude of mind with which the political code should be put in practice. To the main structure were added many admenicals, and, as frequently happens, machinery devices came to be regarded as in themselves essential principles. Representative and parliamentary government was such a device. It was not essential to a democracy, but it had proved itself a convenient method. Indeed, we may go further and say that the rule of the majority, the principle of the plenary inspiration of the odd man, while apparently the simplest, was not the only, or in certain circumstances the best way of ascertaining the will of the community. Because mechanism was too often confused with purpose, various critics had dealt destructively with the theory of liberal democracy. But the main fabric was intact, and the faith in its broadest sense commanded the allegiance of the best minds in Europe and America, and the vast majority of the peoples. Against it, there was now arrayed a creed which was at variance not with any accretion, but with its innermost core of principle, a creed based on a different interpretation of history and a different code of ethics. This is not the place for any detailed study of the doctrine of Karl Marx, his theory of value, which is economically dubious, and his materialistic interpretation of history, for which history provides no warrant. His teaching was based upon a false simplification of the past and a false simplification of human nature. Radically weak in his sense of psychology, he could reason with austere logic, but his conclusions were vitiated by the blunders of his premises and the narrowness of his data. It is as idle to deny the greatness of Marx as it is to exalt him into a seer. No man who has profoundly influenced great tracts of humanity could be without certain large and potent qualities. As a destructive critic, he is often supreme. His weakness is only apparent when he begins to create. He has left behind him phrases rather than reasoned policies. Phrases which, because they can be interpreted with infinite variety, have for many minds the spell of incantations. And of these, the two chief are the class war and the dictatorship of the proletariat. He cast these two shells of formulas upon the world, leaving to his successors the task of supplying the content. But though he might seem to speak with different tongues, one thing is clear in all his many writings. He wholly repudiated the chief tenets of democracy and liberalism. Marx is the source of one of the two channels in which Russian socialistic theory flowed for the generation preceding the revolution. At the head of the other stands the Russian Lavrov, whose Lettres historiques appeared in 1868. He sought a philosophy of history and of society based upon the development of the individual. He found his ideal in a socialist state, where the state should not be an overriding tyrant, but should give the fullest scope for that maximizing of the individual life which was what he understood by moral progress. This view received support from a different angle from the teachings of Buchan, who carried his individualism so far as to deny the moral value of the state altogether. Lavrov's point of view was always that of the historian. Liberty was his keyword, rather than justice, and he wished to conserve in Russia all the primitive socialism of the peasant communities and the traditional folk culture of the Slav. He made his appeal not only to the industrial classes, but to the intellectuals, and very notably to the peasants, and agrarian reform was a chief feature of his program. Such a creed did not preach class war in the common sense, and it was keenly alive to the organic value of national life. From it sprang the Social Revolutionary Party, which about 1900 began to come into prominence in Russia. Typical members at the date of the revolution were Kerensky and Chernov. It was essentially a native Russian product, and it is hard to find for it a foreign parallel, though it had certain resemblances to the British Fabian Society and to the nationalist section of French socialism. To the materialism of Marx, the only factors worth consideration were the forces of economic evolution. To him, the state was everything, the individual nothing, and he construed the state rigidly in the terms of a single class. Justice was his keyword, and liberty was disregarded. The revolution which he sought was essentially a class revolution, and hence he looked upon nationalism as an obstacle to the realization of his aims. Directly from his teachings sprang the Russian Social Democratic Party, which in 1884 was founded in Switzerland by Plekhanov and others. The teaching spread rapidly among the Russian industrial classes, and in some form or other was, at the date of the revolution, the creed of the great majority of Russian workmen. But the harsh intransience of the Marxian system was not altogether suited to Russian soil, and in 1903, at its second Congress, the party had split into two. The Bolsheviki, or majority party under the leadership of Lenin, drew narrowly the class distinction and regarded the intellectuals, the bourgeoisie, and even the peasants as enemies. They were international in their aims and sought not the recreation of Russia, but the triumph of one class throughout the world. They were, for the most part, bitter and arid doctrinaires, who clung to an abstract creed as their tablets of Sinai, and met every problem by a reference to the letter of their law. But they had the driving force which even the shallowest fanaticism gives. The Mensheviki, or minority, were of a saner type. Though they claimed for the working classes of the world the importance due to their numbers, they did not ignore other classes. They set their eyes on definite practical reforms, and were willing to use the existing machinery of the state for their purpose. The Great War broadened the divergence between the two groups. The Mensheviks, led by men like Plekhanov, Maratov, and Satarelli, accepted the war as a part of their program. They recognized that Prussianism was the great enemy of their creed, and that nationalism must precede internationalism. They saw that the cause for which the Allies fought was their own cause, the cause of every worker in the world. Behind them they had, beyond doubt, the great majority of Russian social democrats. To the Bolsheviks, on the other hand, the fate of their country mattered not at all, provided that their policy of social reconstruction survived the calamity. They were eager for peace on any terms, that they might proceed with their own war, that class war which knew no political frontiers. It is with this Bolshevik sect that we are chiefly concerned, for though only a tiny fraction of the Russian people, it was soon to dominate the revolution. Its leader must stand as the strangest figure of the war, and, whatever we think of his exploits, as one of the 2 or 3 most important by virtue of his influence upon the course of events and his domination over huge masses of men. A portrait gallery of the chief Bolshevik figures would not reveal many examples of manly beauty. Indeed, all but a few would be set down from their physical appearance as hydrocephalous, neurotic, or degenerate. Lenin himself was a plump little man with a high bulbous forehead, a snub nose, and a bald head. The perfect petit bourgeois, except for steely gray eyes. His true name was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, a scion of the respectable house in Simlisk district, who, after his elder brother's death on the gallows for complicity in the Nihilist plot, had become an active leader in revolutionary propaganda. From 1900 onwards, he was in Switzerland, where he created the extreme left wing of the Social Democrats. From 1905 to 1907, he was in Russia, where he found the Reform Party not yet ripe for his intransigence. His chance did not come until the outbreak of the revolution, when he was permitted by the German government to journey overland from Switzerland to Petrograd. He was in his own way the most consistent politician alive, for he had never wavered from the creed of destruction which he had formulated at 17, and now at the age of 46 he was given the chance to put it into practice. He accepted German assistance and German gold, but he had as little love for the Hohenzollerns as he had for the Romanovs. He held his somber faith with the passion of a dervish, and without sense of humor or proportion, set about rebuilding the world after his crude patterns. But in the nature of things he could not live to see the complete new structure. His part, therefore, must be to destroy the old social system everywhere, that the poor and oppressed might at least be free of their taskmasters. Such a creed was not without a somber greatness, and beyond doubt Lenin, at this stage, was a single-hearted fanatic, without fear or self-seeking, merciful enough in the common relations of mankind, but pitiless in the service of his cause. No scandals smirched his private life, and unlike many of his colleagues, he was free from corruption. He was incapable of small personal animosities, but in the pursuit of his purpose, he was as ruthless as some convulsion of nature. He had great debating power and was an expert in ingenious maneuvering, but he won his victories less by these arts than by his iron consistency of aim and his utter fearlessness. He was resolved to coerce society into the Procrustean bed of his formula, and nothing on earth or in heaven should be permitted to thwart his will. The others were lesser people, but sufficiently formidable as carrion birds to prey on a dying nation. Most were Jews. Footnote. It should be said that while Jews bulked largely among the Bolsheviks, they were equally common among their opponents. The Bolshevik Jews were, as a rule, very young, and it was a frequent comment that the elders of Israel had lost control of the Jewish youth. End footnote. There were also Lets and Armenians in the group. Few, except Lenin and Buchan, were genuine Russians. Trotsky, otherwise Lebe Bronstein, the son of a Christian chemist, had some claim to the second place. He had been a Menshevik, and as late as 1915 he was under Lenin's suspicion. He had none of his leader's pure cold fanaticism, being grossly vain, a lover of vulgar display, a mind easily made drunk with self-glory. His glowing black eyes, shaggy black hair, and thick sensual lips made him the perfect villain of melodrama. And in Bolshevism, he was the pirate king, full of his gesture and grandiosity. More of Lenin's stamp was Zinov, otherwise Apfelbaum, a Jew of the Ukraine, an adept in passionless, logical cruelty, Bukharin, a Russian of the upper class, who had the courage at times to oppose his leader and who cherished this same brand of doctrinaire fanaticism. There were sentimental visionaries like Lunacharsky and Chicherin, and masters of intrigue and propaganda like Karl Radek, and mere crazy degenerates like Krylenko. But diverse as were the types, they were men who alike stood outside the system of ethics and polity which we call civilization, and alike owed allegiance to the squat, smiling figure with the contemptuous eyes, who was once known to admit that in 100 Bolsheviks, only one was a true believer, and of the remainder, 60 were fools and 39 knaves. What did this strange group of outcasts seek? They were Marxists, but not orthodox Marxists, for they claimed a right to free interpretation of their master. They sought to abolish a state which was based on a division of classes and erect a state which was of one class only, the proletariat. Capitalism was to disappear, and in the single-class community, the cooperation of all would take the place of the exploitation by the few. But before the unfeatured desert of this ideal could be attained, rough places must be crossed, and the method of attainment must be by a temporary dictatorship, the dictatorship of the workers, till capitalists and bourgeois were forcibly eliminated, converted, or destroyed. Toleration was impossible, a synonym for weakness. The majority rule of democracy was equally impossible, for communists would never be a majority till they had purged the state by civil war. They were resolved to simplify society with the knife. A small elect minority, they would force the majority to do their bidding, because they were prepared to go to any length of terror and crime. It was class rule carried to the pitch of mania, and murder exalted to be a normal function of the state. In this nightmare, the categories of Western thought made unholy alliance with the dark fatalisms and the ancient cruelties of the East. The chance of the Bolsheviks was found in the new Soviet organization. In the unsuccessful revolution of 1905, there had been a Petrograd Soviet. The word means simply a council. And in March 1917, the example was followed, since the Duma was elected upon too narrow a suffrage to be truly representative. But the Petrograd Soviet now included soldiers and sailors as well as workers, and as the revolution spread, Soviets on the same model began to appear in other cities. They were at first meant to be only a temporary expedient, a supplement to the Duma, till such time as a constituent assembly could be called. Their weakness was that they were too large, and consequently had to delegate executive authority to a smaller body, which is more easily captured by the extremists. The Soviets were in close touch with the workshop committees now being instituted in the factories, and came soon to have an industrial as well as a political authority. Hence the way was prepared for regarding them as special associations on a basis of occupations or professions, and therefore rivals to any representative body elected on the majority principle. It was this aspect which the Bolsheviks exploited, and, after they had captured the Soviets, adopted as the foundation of their rule. End of Chapter 79, Part 1. Section 54 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and The Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 79, The Russian Revolution, March 16th to July 23rd, 1917, Part 2. 3. But at the start, the Soviets were, nominally at least, on the side of the provisional government. The duration of this government, the opening stage in the true revolution, was exactly 2 months, from 16th March to 16th May. It was composed mainly of men from the center and the right center. It contained only one socialist, Kerensky, and he had already come to rank as a moderate. At first it seemed as if it might succeed. On 23rd March, Milyukov declared for the Republic, and so purged himself for the moment of his suspected conservatism. On 26th March, Guchkov was at Riga, on a visit to Radko Dmitriev and the 12th Army, and reported that the northern front was solid for the continuance of the war. The great army commanders had for the most part accepted the revolution and were acclaimed as its leaders. Alexiev was in supreme command. Dragomirov replaced Ruski with the northern group of armies. Brusilov had the southern. A brave and competent soldier, Kornilov, was in command at Petrograd. Only Everett, the general in charge of the western group, had refused to accept the new regime, and Gorko had been nominated as his successor. By the first days of April, it was reported that discipline was improving everywhere on the front, and that the first unsettlement had disappeared. On 30th March, the provisional government issued a proclamation to the Poles guaranteeing a creation of an independent Polish state, formed of all the territories in which a majority of the population was Polish. For the moment, too, the 4,000 members of the Petrograd Soviet were open to reason. They seemed willing to cooperate with Khrushchev and Alexiev in restoring order at the fronts. A war cabinet was created on the British model, consisting of Prince Lvov, Khrushchev, Milyukov, Tereshchenko, Shendergerev, Nekrasov, and Kerensky, which kept in close touch with General Headquarters. On 9th April, the Prime Minister issued a proclamation setting forth the views of the provisional government. The government deems it to be its right and duty to declare that free Russia does not aim at dominating other nations, at depriving them from the national patrimony, or at occupying by force foreign territories, but that its object is to establish a durable peace on the basis of the rights of nations to decide their own destiny. The Russian nation does not lust after the strengthening of its power abroad at the expense of other nations. Its aim is not to subjugate or to humiliate anyone. In the name of the higher principles of justice, it has removed the chains which weighed upon the Polish people. But the Russian nation will not allow its fatherland to come out of the great struggle humiliated and weakened in its vital forces. These principles will constitute the basis of the foreign policy of the provisional government, which will carry out unfailingly the popular will and safeguard the rights of our fatherland while observing the engagements entered into with our allies. The provisional government of Free Russia has no right to hide the truth. The state is in danger. Every effort must be made to save it. Let the country respond to the truth when it is told, not by sterile depression, not by discouragement, but by single-hearted vigor, with a view to the creation of a united national will. This will give us new strength for the struggle and win us salvation. This sane and loyal creed was emphasized 3 days later by Rasilov, in command of the armies of the South, who told the Soviets that, much as he esteemed their work for liberty, they must not presume to give orders to the troops or to insist that officers should be chosen by the soldiers like candidates for parliament. Such a thing has never been seen. It is known in no army in the whole world. If it were, it would not be an army, but a mob. Towards the close of April, the debates of the Petrograd Soviet revealed a curiously fluid state of opinion. Annexations and indemnities were renounced, but on the latter point, the cases of Belgium and Serbia were ruled by the majority to lie outside the formula. On the whole, opinion was for the continuance of the war, provided it was waged on their own terms. But it was speedily revealed that these terms were impracticable. The majority followed the Mensheviks, like Sokolov, and the two Georgians, Tsereteli and Shridze, in demanding that the Allies should at once fall into line with their views on war policy, and that, in the event of the Central Powers standing out, the war should continue. But there was also a general refusal to sanction those provisions for the maintenance of authority which alone could make a campaign possible. The Bolshevik minority demanded an immediate cessation of hostilities, since in their view the enemies of the revolution were not the Central Powers, but the capitalists and bourgeoisie in all countries, and not least the then provisional government of Russia. The intransigence of the minority and the implacable theorizing of even the moderate members of the Soviets had more popular appeal than the wisdom of the ministers. The first demanded peace and then democracy. The second cried for democracy and then peace. The third called for victory, then democracy. And both peace and democracy were more pleasing aims than that victory which demanded a new resolution and a continued struggle. To help this natural bias, the Central Powers summoned all their resources. German agents were at work from the first days of the revolution in every factory and on every front. Doves of pacifism, who, like those of the psalmist, emerged from among the pots with silver and gold in their wings. Bethmann Hollweg and Ludendorff had facilitated the journey of Lenin and his colleagues across Germany from Switzerland in order that, like the spores of some fatal fungus, they should poison the Russian body politic. On 15th April, Austria offered peace, and though the offer was refused, it convinced the Russian masses that the enemy was becoming infected by their own spirit. More adroit still was the next move, for Berlin and Vienna, Budapest and Sofia mobilized their tame socialists and approved of a conference at Stockholm in the summer, where it was hoped the Russian delegates would be entangled in a maze of theoretical discussions and the plain issues of the war hopelessly obscured. The hapless provisional government had a task too hard for mortal statecraft. Footnote: the invitation to the Stockholm Conference was issued early in April by various Dutch socialists who had been co-opted on the executive of the Internationale when it was transferred from Brussels to The Hague after the outbreak of war. Their action was not approved by the Belgian leaders, who constituted the original executive, and Monsieur van der Velde formally disassociated himself from the scheme. On the other hand, Monsieur Camille Huysmans, the Belgian secretary of the Internationale, accompanied the Dutch socialists to Stockholm. On 23rd May, the Dutch Scandinavian Standing Committee was formed, with Huysmans as secretary and Branting as president. End of footnote. From the first days of May, it became obvious that it was losing ground. Miliukov, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, addressed a note to the Allies, proclaiming the resolve of Russia to conclude no separate peace, but to carry the war to a victorious end. Something in the wording annoyed the Soviets, and the streets of Petrograd were filled with processions carrying banners inscribed with the demand for Miliukov's downfall. The majority of the Soviets were busy making appeals to the soldiers not to fraternize with the enemy and pointing out the impossibility of a separate peace. But by their interference with normal discipline, they took the best way of destroying the army. They insisted, among other things, that the functions of the officers were limited to issuing military commands, and that all other matters, including discipline, must be left to company or regimental committees where the private soldiers were in a majority. On 13th May, Gustave resigned, since he could not be responsible for an army under such conditions. A day or two later, Miliukov followed. He had uncompromisingly announced that Russia must have Constantinople, which, apparently, the new Russia did not want. He had stated Russia's obligations to her allies with a candor which seemed to the Soviets to smack of imperialism, a term under which they lumped everything, good, bad, and indifferent, that had any affiliations with the old world. It was clear that the provisional government had now broken down and must be replaced by a coalition on a wider basis, including more members of the left. On 16th May, a conference took place with the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, and an agreement was arrived at on policy, the two main points being unity of all the Allied fronts and the necessity of combating anarchy. As a result, several prominent members of the left entered the cabinet. Prince Lvov remained prime minister, and Chingarov, Neskrasov, Konovalov, Godnev, Manilyov, and Vladimir Lvov retained their old portfolios. Tereshchenko succeeded Milionov as foreign minister, and Chernov, a social revolutionary and leader of the Peasants' Party, became Minister of Agriculture. Skobelov and Tsereteli, two prominent Mensheviks, went respectively to the departments of labor and posts and telegraphs. And Peshekanov, another socialist, took charge of food supply. Most significant change of all, Kerensky became Minister of War. The new coalition government marked its advent to office by the issue, on 19th May, of a declaration of policy, confirming and elaborating the manifesto of 9th April, a declaration drafted in consultation between the ministry and the Soviets, in spite of the opposition of Trotsky, who had arrived in Petrograd the day before. This manifesto was answered cordially and sympathetically by the different Allied governments, answers which were chillily received by the Soviets and their press. The Allies, moreover, sent special missions to Russia to establish with the new regime relations which could scarcely be affected by the formal channels of diplomacy. Monsieur Albert Thomas came from France, Monsieur Van de Velde from Belgium, Senator Root from America, and Mr. Arthur Henderson from Britain. These trained and capable observers found before them a problem which defied easy definition. All parties seemed to be in a state of flux. The country was seething with that expansive type of speculation which is often miscalled idealism, and of the condition and future of the armies no man, least of all their generals, could speak with certainty. The high commands were in the melting pot. Alexeyev was dismissed early in June and was succeeded by Brusilov, whose military talents were marred by a strain of demagogy and time-serving. Kornilov had resigned his governorship of Petrograd. Gurko was relieved of his command of the western group and was succeeded by Denikin. In these days, Kerensky, convinced that immediate offensive was necessary to tighten the discipline and restore the morale of the armies, flew from front to front, exhorting, upbraiding, inspiring. With his hoarse voice and burning eyes, he was the kind of figure to move the wildest audience, and his lightning campaign had its effect among the troops. By the middle of June, Brusilov reported that the Russian forces were fast recovering from their green sickness. Kerensky did more, for he succeeded in instilling the spirit of the offensive even into large sections of the socialist parties. For a little, they seemed to shake off the spell of Lenin and his friends, and to be tending towards the view that victory in the field could alone safeguard the revolution. But during the month of June, it was becoming very clear that the decorous socialists from the Western nations, M. Thomas, M. Van Velde, and Mr. Henderson, were making no headway. They were classed as imperialists by the majority of the Soviets. The idea of the Stockholm Conference had gone apace, and the essence of that scheme was a recreation of the bankrupt Internationale. The net spread by Berlin was plain enough, but Russian socialists were too drunken with the new wine of dogma to be wary. They had no further concern with the alliance, which had been devised by materialists and imperialists. They thought in terms not of nations, but of classes. The causes for which the war had been undertaken now seemed to them to be a tale of little meaning. Hence they would not distinguish between men of their own persuasion in allied and in enemy countries. "We expect," they told the Western delegates, "of the Conference Socialists of belligerent and neutral countries the creation of an international, which will permit the working classes of the whole world to struggle in concert for the general peace and to break the bonds which unite them by force to governments and classes imbued with imperialist tendencies which prevent peace. We consider that the conference can only succeed if socialists regard themselves not as representatives of the two belligerent parties, but as representatives of a single movement of the working classes towards the common aim of general peace." The difficulty was that, whatever might be the views of Russia and her allies, these were not the views of the Central Powers. The delegates of Berlin and Vienna, with a government brief in their pocket, were already moving on Stockholm. On 16th June, the All-Russia Congress of Soviets opened in Petrograd, under the presidency of Tietze. 1,090 delegates representing 305 bodies. The Swiss Zimmerwalden, Robert Grimm, had already been expelled from the country, and the first act of the Congress was a triumph for the party of order, a ratification of the expulsion by 640 votes to 120. Trotsky, whose Bolshevik following was about 1/10 of the whole, delivered a furious attack upon the coalition ministry, and especially upon Kerensky. He was answered by Skobelov and Tseretelli, the latter of whom had become the leader of the saner elements in the Soviets. "We desire," they said, "to hasten the conclusion of a new treaty in which the principles proclaimed by the Russian democracy will be recognized as the basis of the international policy of the Allies. A separate peace is impossible. Such a peace would bring Russia into a new war on the side of the German coalition, and would mean leaving one coalition only to enter into another." They explained that the Russian government was taking steps to summon an inter-allied conference for the revision of treaties, always expecting the London Agreement, under which all the Allies had pledged themselves not to conclude a separate peace. Then came weighty reports from the different socialist ministers. Kerensky gave an account of his visits to the front. Vashekhanov urged the gravity of the food question. Even Chernov, not usually addicted to moderation, warned his hearers that they must proceed by cautious steps, for socialism could not be achieved in a day. A resolution was carried to dissolve the Duma, since at a meeting a few days earlier, Miliukov and Rodzianko had cast contempt upon internationalism. On the whole, the Congress behaved discreetly and gave honest support to the ministry on the greater matters. But the debates made it very clear how brittle was the whole machinery of government. Even when Soviets and ministry were agreed, it seemed impossible to use force against disorder. The session was constantly interrupted by the necessity of dealing with the preposterous incident in Petrograd. A group of Leninites, armed with machine guns, took possession of a house in the suburbs and held up the neighborhood. They declared that they were only exercising legitimate political activities, and the militia sent to expel them promptly fraternized with them. Neither Congress nor ministry could do anything, and the resolutions in favor of the restoration of order were ironically punctuated by the processions of the anarchists from their suburban fortress. The Leninites remained undisturbed until, on 1st July, came the news of the Galician offensive. Then self-confidence awoke in the government. The house was surrounded, and the garrison marched off to the prison below the Winter Palace. It was an instructive commentary upon the situation. The government depended wholly upon fleeting waves of public opinion. Normally, that opinion was against any use of force, but occasionally it hardened, and then drastic measures could be taken. It provided the answer to those critics who clamored for Lvov or Kerensky to use the strong hand. After the golden chance of the first 2 days of the coup d'etat had been missed, the strong hand would have tumbled the last precarious remnants of national order into chaos. 4. Kerensky had his will, and the Russian armies made one last effort at a serious offensive. Except for a local attack on the Stockholm in the first week of April, the enemy had not attempted to reap in the field for its own advantage the harvest of the revolution. He was too worried to do anything that might weld the disunited forces of Russia once more into a nation. Rather, he chose to encourage anarchy by inaction, and his offensive lay in the workshops of Petrograd and Moscow, and in the debating societies along the Russian front. But the revolution had given him immediate military gains. Germany, though she still maintained some 76 divisions in the east, had been able to skim them for her shock troops, and to use that front as a rest camp for units sorely battered in the west. Austria had removed to the Isonzo whole divisions and a great number of batteries to resist Cordona's assaults in May and June. The Central Powers had made up their minds that for the moment there was no fear of a Russian offensive, and the long line from the Baltic to the Carpathians was loosely held. But they had it in their power to bring up reserves speedily in case of danger, for they had communications still working well, while those of Russia shared in the general confusion of the revolution. The enemy dispositions on the front were much the same as they had been at the close of 1916. The German group, under Prince Leopold of Bavaria, extended from the Baltic to just south of Brzezinski. The Austrian group filled the gap between it and Mackensen's Romanian command, and its left wing, in front of Halich and astride the Dniester, was the Austro-German army under Count Bothmer. The Russian front in Galicia ran west of Brody and east of Brozny and Halich. Across the Dniester, it just covers Stanislau, which had been the limit of Lechitsky's advance the previous August. From Brody, south to the neighborhood of Zbarov, lay the 11th Army, which had once been Zakharov's and was now under General Erdely. South of it, to the Dniester, was the 7th Army, which Cherabakov had commanded in 1916. Cherabakov was now on the Romanian front, and his place was taken by General Bylakovich. Between the Dniester and the Carpathians, Lechitsky's old 9th Army had given place to the 8th Army, which Kalydin had led in 1916 on the Styr. Its new commander was Kornilov, a 4-time military governor of Petrograd, a little square man like Khrushchev's Cossack, whose escape from an Austrian prison and wild journey across Hungary to Bucharest had made him a popular hero when Russia still had an ear for gallant tales. When Brusilov became commander-in-chief, he had handed over the charge of the southwestern group of armies to General Gutard, but he himself supervised every detail of the coming offensive. For he had collected all the best fighting material that Russia could produce. He had the pick of the Finnish, Caucasian, and Siberian regiments. He had the cream of the Cossack cavalry, and he had, by way of shock troops, some of those strange battalions of death who were vowed to perish to a man rather than surrender. He was well aware that he was making a gambler's throw. He could not hope to find reserves of the same quality when his picked troops were depleted. He had a chaotic hinterland behind him, where the transport must needs be ragged, and in Kiev, people were thinking more of dividing up the land and winning independence for Ukraine than for the enemy at their gates. But there was just the chance that a brilliant success and an example of gallantry and devotion might bring the tides of unrest into the ordered channels and shame the faint hearts into resolution. Kerensky was with the troops in the uniform of a private soldier, laboring to put his own fire into their hearts. And somewhere among the battalions, serving as a junior officer, was Guchov, once Minister of War. Brusilov's plan was to strike for the nearest place of importance in enemy hands, and this he found in the nodal point of Lemberg. His strategy was ingenious. A frontal attack upon Lemberg from the direction of Brody, along the high ground forming the watershed between the Dniester and the Bug, was out of the question, for there the enemy had his strongest defenses. If he sought to outflank them on the south, he was faced with the long river canyons which run to the Dniester, shallow at their source but deep-cut and marshy near to their confluence with the main stream. Brusilov's plan was to make the attempt in the Brezheny sector with the 7th Army, and then to draw the 11th into the battle as if he were about to extend his operations to the north. When he had thus puzzled the enemy, he proposed to fling in Kalydin's 8th Army on the south bank of the Dniester against Heilitz, and ultimately, if things prospered, against the vital point of Strelv, which would mean the outflanking of Lemberg. The sector for the first attack was some 18 miles long, from Zuborov to the Stripa, along the east bank of Sennikova to its junction with the Zolta-Lipa at the village of Portatori. Here, the enemy's position defended the important point of Brezizani, through which ran the lateral railway that fed his front. The country was one of steep, wooded ridges, and around Koniuchi was a large tract of forest. It was the district where, in the preceding September, the right wing of Cherbachev's 7th Army had struggled in vain. It was now held by the enemy with 10 divisions, 3 Austrians in front of Koniuchi, 2 Turkish before Brezizeni, and 5 German divisions thence to the Dniester. The artillery preparation began at 4:40 a.m. on the morning of Friday, 29th June. All the next day the bombardment continued, and during the morning of Sunday, 1st July, till just after noon, the infantry of the 7th Army crossed the parapets. Kerensky had already issued a stirring order of the day. Soldiers, the country is in danger. Catastrophe threatens liberty and the revolution. It is time for the army to be up and doing. Your commander-in-chief, who is well acquainted with victory, reckons that every day of further delay strengthens the enemy, and that only a decisive blow can destroy his plans. Let all peoples know that it is not from weakness that we speak of peace. Let them know that liberty has made our military power still greater. Officers and soldiers, know that all Russia blesses your exploits. In the name of liberty, in the name of the future of our country, in the name of an honorable and stable peace, I order you forward. It was indeed the hour of crisis in the history of the revolution, and for a little it seemed as if Kerensky had succeeded, and the revolutionary armies of Russia had proved their prowess beyond question. That first day, the Austrian lines crumbled. By the evening, Koniuchi was taken, and 3 trench systems, and Seniovka was crossed. Next day, the attack was resumed, and Potutori, at the mouth of the Seniovka, fell, while the passage of the Zolta Lipa was forced south of Brzezinski. By that evening, there had fallen to the Russians some 8,000 prisoners, in spite of the flagrant indiscipline of many of their units. Next day, the 11th Army was in action north of the Tarnopol-Lemberg Railway, and the heights west and southwest of Zborov were captured. British and Belgian armored cars played a gallant part in these operations, for the weather was dry, and on the high ridges the ground was passable. On 3rd and 4th July came the enemy counterattacks, feeble as yet, for the Austrian divisions had been caught napping, and fresh reserves had not yet arrived. The 7th Army was pressing direct on Brzezinski, and the 11th Army operating between Koinuchi and Zorbara. The blow had been delivered at the junction of the German and Austrian group commands, and the activity of the 11th Army seemed to presage a new movement against the main Lemberg front. Thither the reserves were hurried, and nothing was done to strengthen the line south of the Dniester. While the struggle raged on the Zolta Lipa, there began on Saturday, 7th July, bombardment by Korlinov's 8th Army on a sector of some 10 miles from the Dniester, below Jezupol, southward along the sandy loops of the Black Bistrica, where lay the Austrian 4th Army. At noon on Sunday, 8th July, the Russian infantry attacked, and the result was a serious breach in the enemy's line. Korlinov carried the whole western bank of the Black Bistrica, took the town of Jezupol with its bridge, and many villages. This brought him to the wooded slopes of the Zarny Las, over which the Cossacks pursued the fleeing Austrians for 8 miles, as far as the river Lutwa, which enters the Dniester just below Helich. The booty of the day was 131 officers, 7,000 rank and file, and 48 guns, including 12 heavy guns. Next day, the enemy fell back to the Lomnitsa, and 1,000 more prisoners were taken. Helich, which covered Bothmer's right, was now in danger of being outflanked from the south, while it was being assaulted from the east. At midday on Tuesday, 10th July, Helich fell to a joint attack by Kornilov's right and Cheremissov's left, and 2,000 prisoners were taken. At least 2 German divisions had been hurried down from Bothmer's command, but they failed to stem the tide. 1 Austrian division had lost 2/3 of its strength. 1 German had lost half. Meantime, Korlinov was across the Lominsa, and next day he entered the town of Kalush, west of that stream. This was the high-water mark of Brasilov's success. Stray was the next objective. At Kalush, Kornilov had already covered half the distance between it and Stanislav. If Stray fell, Bothmer's line and the Brzezinski ridge must follow. It would not give Lemberg at once to the Russians, but it would compel the evacuation of by far the strongest of Lemberg's defenses. But the impetus of the revolutionary armies was now exhausted. The picked battalions had done their work and had paid the penalty. The ordinary units were weakened by desertion and long indiscipline. The communications were bad. The hinterland of the armies was disorganized. And though the delegates of the soldiers' committees had often led their men gallantly into action, ardor could not fill the place of orderly training. Moreover, the enemy had recovered from his first surprise. He had brought his reserves up, and had twice recovered Kalush, only to lose it when the Russian bayonets came into play. The weather broke, the floods rose, and all 3 Russian armies found their movements checked. Kornilov, during a week of swaying battles, struggled gallantly on. His front was a sharp salient, and he strove to broaden it by winning the left bank of the upper Lominsk towards the Carpathians. But on the 16th he was compelled to evacuate Kalush and retire everywhere to the right bank of the stream. The 16th was the day of the Leninite outbreak in Petrograd. a date known beforehand to the German command. Kerensky had already left the front and gone to Kiev to debate Ukrainian independence with the patriots of Little Russia. On the 20th, he hastened back to Petrograd to deal with the disorders of the capital. The day before had come the Austro-German revanche. The main threat was against the 11th Army in the region between the upper streams of the Sereth and the Zolta Lipa. It was not made in any great force or attended by any mighty bombardment. It had no other aim than to relieve the stress south of the Dniester. It succeeded not of its own strength, but because canker had ruined the defense. At 10 o'clock on the morning of that day, one regiment holding an important sector simply abandoned its position. The rot spread, and before the evening, the whole front was a rabble. A gap 25 miles wide was created, through which the enemy streamed. Next day, Friday, the 20th, the mischief continued, and the debacle of the 11th Army compelled the retirement of the 7th and 8th. By Saturday evening, the German horse were in the streets of Tarnopol. By Sunday, the enemy had advanced his front 30 miles, and by Monday, Tarnopol was securely in his hands. The gains of 1916 in Galicia had been wiped out in a day. Let the telegrams sent to Kerensky by the commissary and committees of the 11th Army record the tragic facts. A fatal crisis has occurred in the morale of the troops recently sent forward against the enemy by the heroic efforts of the conscientious minority. Most of the military units are in a state of complete disorganization. Their spirit for an offensive has utterly disappeared, and they no longer listen to the orders of their leaders and neglect all the exhortations of their comrades, even replying to them by threats and shots. Some elements voluntarily evacuate their positions without even waiting for the approach of the enemy. Cases are on the record in which, in order to proceed with all haste to such and such a spot to assist comrades in distress, has been discussed for several hours at meetings, and the reinforcements consequently delayed for several hours. For a distance of several hundred versts, long files of deserters, both armed and unarmed men, who are in good health and robust, but who have utterly lost all shame, are proceeding to the rear of the army. Frequently, entire units desert in this manner. We unanimously recognize that the situation demands extreme measures and extreme efforts, for everything must be risked to save the revolution from catastrophe. Orders have been given today to fire upon deserters and runaways. Let the government find courage to shoot those who by the cowardice are selling Russia and the revolution. The tale is too pitiful to linger over. The brethren of the men who had conquered the Ravaruska and Prasnitz, who had carried out the greatest retreat in history, who had fought with clubs and fists and sword bayonets when they had no rifles, whose resolution no weight of artillery could daunt, and whose ardor no privations could weaken, who had come in their simple hardihood to the pinnacle of human greatness, had now sunk into a mob of selfish madmen, forgetful of their old virtues and babbling of uncomprehended pedantries. In their retreat they looted, ravished, and murdered with hideous barbarity. Most pitiful was the case of those who still remained true to their salt and who were shot or trodden down by the panic-stricken and drunken horde, and of officers who loved their men like children and saw their life's work ruined and themselves engulfed in a common shame. No great thing, it is true, can wholly fail. The exploits of Russia during the first years of the war can never die. Their memory must beyond doubt revive to be a treasure and an inspiration for the Russia yet to be. But at the moment, to Brusilov's heartbroken captains, striving during those awful July days to stay the rout in the Galatian valleys, it seemed that a horror of great darkness had fallen upon the world, and that the best lifeblood of their country had been idly shed. End of chapter 79, The Russian Revolution, March 16th to July 23rd, 1917, Part 2.
Section 55 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 80, The Italian Front in the Summer of 1917. May 12th to September 18th, 1917, Part 1. During the first 3 months of 1917, there was a constant bickering along the fronts in the Trentino, the Dolomites, and on the Isonzo, but no movement other than an occasional trench raid. Italy was busy behind the lines preparing for a great effort, and the work of these winter months compared even with the sustained activity in northern France. Since the summer of 1916, 2,000 miles of military roads had been constructed by the Austrians between the Adige and Cadore, and they imitated their opponents by a lavish preparation of quote-unquote wireways, some of them having a length of from 25 to 40 miles. They had at least 36 divisions on the front, of which some 16 were on the Isonzo line. Italy was not behind in her effort. She raised and trained new regiments, she vastly increased her batteries and munitions, and she brought her aircraft fleet to a strength considerably beyond that of her enemy. Her engineers gave special attention to the Isonzo area. Along the top of the ridge, on the right bank from Sabatino to Caporetto, a vast system of high-level roads was constructed, and hundreds of heavy guns were emplaced behind the crest. The Italian bridgehead beyond the river at Plava could be reached only by a single narrow road from Brahovia, closely overlooked by the enemy, and this fact had largely accounted for the failure to capture Monte Cooke in August 1916, when Gorizia fell. Capello now made a second road to Plava from Monte Carrada, better sheltered from Austrian eyes, and descending the hillside in 32 marvelous hairpin bends. The omens seemed to point to a Teutonic offensive as soon as the weather improved, and it was the business of Cadorna to forestall it. He had hoped to attack in April, but the lateness of the spring forced him to hold his hand. His plan was to engage the enemy on the whole Isonzo line, from Tolmino to the sea, by an intense artillery action, so as to puzzle him as to where exactly the infantry were to be launched. At the same time, by showing a vigorous front in the Trentino, he would hold off the assault which the enemy had for some weeks threatened in that quarter. When the appointed day came, he would strike hard with his left on the Isonzo against the Austrian position on the steep heights from Santo to north of Plava, and then, as soon as the enemy had concentrated his reserves there, launch a great attack on the southern Carso toward Hermada. On 12th May began the Italian bombardment, in which British and French heavy artillery assisted, and by the morning of the 14th it had attained a hurricane fury. The main section of attack was that between Globna, a mile north of Plava, and the defile of Salcano, almost in the suburbs of Gorizia. But there were demonstrations elsewhere, so that the whole fighting front was nearly 20 miles long. The effect of the guns was so crushing that the Austrian first trenches disappeared, and Italian raiders returned with batches of dazed and broken prisoners. The Italians had but one bridgehead, that of Plava, but on the morning of Monday the 14th they succeeded in flinging over a second bridge a little downstream opposite Zagora. About noon the infantry advanced. There were subsidiary actions south of the Vipaco and at Fatih Rib, on the Vertoibica, and at Hill 174 north of Tivoli. But these were only distractive. The great effort was from Plava to Salcano, where Capello's Second Army was directed against the heights east of the river. Success came slowly at first. On the left, the Udine Brigade won Hill 383, east of Plava, and the Florence Brigade, pushing their way gallantly through a devastating fire, reached Hill 535, a northern spur of Monte Cooke. The Avellino Brigade crossed by the new bridge at Zagora and took the fortress of Zagamila. On the right, the Campobasso Brigade struggled up the slopes of Monte Santo. It was a creditable day, but as yet far from victory. The attack was for the most part held in the Austrian second line, which was 800 feet above the stream. During the darkness, 2 battalions of Bersaglieri and Alpini surprised the enemy and forced a passage of the river near Baudrez, between Plava and Tolmino, where they organized a bridgehead and held their ground. At dawn, the attack on the hills was resumed along all the line. The Florence Brigade, a little after midday, reached the northern summit of Monte Cooke, Hill 611, and the Avellino, working up from Zagora, took the southern crest and drove the enemy from Hill 524, one of the spurs of Monte Vodice. Less fortunate was the Campobasso Brigade, which found that it could not maintain itself on the ridge of Monte Santo and had to withdraw well below the summit line. This tremendous fighting, under a May sun, and up steep wooded slopes of nearly 2,000 feet, had given Cadorna the western gate of the Benzizza Plateau, an observation over all the rear of Monte Santo, and the enemy communications for the front on San Gabriel. It was not to be expected that the Austrians would lose such key points without a struggle to regain them. Wednesday, the 16th, was a day of incessant counterattacks, not only against Cooke and Vodice, but against the central Carso position. They gained nothing, and the Italians worked their way slowly along the ridge towards Santo, gaining the highest summit of Vodice, Hill 652. New Austrian batteries, which had been brought from the Russian front and established on the Carso, were hastily sent north of Gorizia. The fight lasted till the 22nd, and was waged not only on the Isonzo, but on the west of Lake Garda, in the Adige Valley, and on the front between Asiago and the Val Sugano, the fiercest assault being on the tooth of Pasubio, a rock tower of the peak, which was the key of the Italian line west of Asiago. The honors remained with Cadorna, who added to his gains Hill 363 east of Plava, and the villages of Globna and Paliovo. Meantime, on the 18th, the bridgehead detachment of Bersaglieri and Alpini, far to the north at Baudrez, having fulfilled its task of worrying the enemy's flanks, was withdrawn across the river. It had been a brave adventure. A handful of men had crossed before dawn, building a rough bridge which in an hour or 2 was destroyed by Austrian shells. They were then left with some hundreds of prisoners in their hands and a flooded river behind them. They sent back their captives by means of a cable ferry and prepared to maintain the fort against all comers. For 4 days they stood their ground, beating off every attack, and even advancing far up the mountainside, 2 battalions holding a front of 2 miles. The result of the first stage of Cadorna's offensive was all that could be desired. The prisoners numbered 7,113, including 163 officers. 18 guns were captured, and a vast quantity of trench mortars and machine guns. The Italians had nearly all the rocky eastern bastion of the Isonzo from Hill 363 opposite Plava, by way of Monte Cooke and the twin peaks of Vodice, to the saddle of Hill 603, and thence along the western slopes of Santo. Already their guns were hammering the hinterland of Santo and San Gabriel. The second act of the drama opened on 23rd May, on the front between the southern edge of the Carso and the Adriatic, where was the right wing of the Duke of Aosta's Third Army. There, the coast road to Trieste was blocked by the steep Hermada, which in turn was defended from the west by a reedy marsh to be crossed only by narrow causeways. On the evening of the 22nd, there had been a heavy bombardment, principally in the Santo and San Gabriel section, but there had been a comparative quiet on the Carso. But at 6 o'clock on the morning of the 23rd, every gun of the Third Army opened fire, and for 10 hours their fury continued, till at 4 in the afternoon the Italian infantry crossed their parapets. The Duke of Aosta's left wing demonstrated against the line from Volkovniak southward by hills 378 and 363. The main attack was that of the center and right wing, where the Bologna Brigade carried the Austrian trenches south of the Kostanjevica-Hudi log road, turned the latter village from the southeast, and swept beyond Lukatic. The right wing took Gamiano, stormed the village of Bagni among the coast marshes west of the mouth of the Timavo, and won the low hills marked 92, 97, 77, and 58. 130 airplanes, including a group of hydroplanes, assisted in the battle. The result was that by the evening, the Austrian first and second positions had gone, from Kostanjevica to the sea. The enemy, deceived by the feint beyond Gorizia and in the northern Carso, was completely taken by surprise, and, violent as were his counterattacks, they were tardy and disorganized. Before the day ended, the Italians had taken more than 9,000 prisoners, including 300 officers. At dawn on Thursday, 24th May, the fight was renewed in that strange tricolor country of red chalk, white limestone, and emerald grass. 2 British monitors, assisted by Italian light craft and seaplanes, bombarded the seaboard in rear of the Austrian line, for though the road and railway from Trieste were sheltered by a low ridge of coastal hills, there were exposed gaps at Nabracina and Prosecco. The Barletta Brigade continued to press on the left of the line. The center, consisting of the Padua and Mantua brigades, operated against the Hudi Log salient and won the hills 235 and 241 north of the Gamiano-Brestavica road. The right, the Tuscan, Arezzo, and Bergamo brigades, along with part of the 2nd Brigade of Bersaglieri, drove the enemy back to a line running from the village of Flondar to the mouth of the Timavo. On Friday the 25th, the struggle continued. The left wing of the Third Army fought its way through a fierce barrage from the north towards Kostanjevica. The center carried Hudi Log and its labyrinth salient, and for a moment won a footing in Kostanjevica itself. Its ultimate line was from Hill 202, southeast of Hudi Log, to Hill 251, south of Kostanjevica. The right wing, attacking at 4 in the afternoon, carried Flondar and pushed outposts onto the heights which lie between Mediazza and San Giovanni. For the first time, the Italians stood on the skirts of Hermada. Next day and the following, the weather was bad and the progress was slower, though ground was gained everywhere on the right and center. The Timavo was crossed, and the village of San Giovanni taken. On Monday the 28th, the 45th Division on the extreme right took the little seaside hill marked 28, but could not maintain itself there under the fire from Hermada. Still, the marshes had been passed, and the Italian line was firmly on Hermada's skirts, facing the main rampart across the shallow valley beyond Mediazza. Already the south face of the great fortress had been dismantled of its guns, which were withdrawn to safer emplacements in the rear. The Italian troops had suffered greatly, for the 5 days' battle had been fought on the most arduous battleground on earth. In that stony place, trenches could not be easily improvised, and since the old Austrian lines had been crushed to atoms, the Italians had, as a rule, to face counterattacks in the open. Accordingly, a halt was called to rest and refit, and by 30th May, when the weather finally broke, the battle had virtually died away. The second stage of Cadorna's offensive had prospered well, though not in accordance with the extreme hopes of its promoters. Prisoners numbered 16,568, including 441 officers. 20 guns were taken, and many more were destroyed by the enemy through fear of capture. And a great quantity of stores of all kinds fell as booty to the attack. Between Kostanjevica and the sea, the Italian line had been advanced from 1½ to 2½ miles on a 5-mile front. The difficult marsh country had been crossed, and a footing had been won on the slopes of Hramada. But the 2 pivots of the Austrian line still stood firm. The heights around Kostanjevica in the north, and Hramada itself, with its tumbled rocks and splintered oak woods. The great gain for Cadorna was that he had won elbow room. He had broken through the larger part of the intricate trench works which had so long constrained him. The whole action from the 14th to the 28th of May was one of the most solid successes yet won by Italian arms. 38 Austrian guns had been taken, and 23,680 prisoners, including 604 officers. It was notable that the Austrians claimed some 14,000 prisoners, and probably with truth. Troops which advanced too far in assault in such a country were either destroyed or made captive, for there was little chance of digging in and establishing a post which could be linked up with the main line. Cadorna's success had inspired profound uneasiness in von Ars, who had succeeded Conrad von Hotzendorf as the chief of the Austrian staff. All through the Carso battle, he had attacked without ceasing in the Cooke and Vodice region, in the hope of diverting the Third Army from its purpose. A council of war was held at Laibach, and an urgent summons for help was sent to Berlin. Guns and troops were hurried from the stagnant Russian front, but they arrived too late to effect much during the course of the battle. In the belief, however, that the new Italian line must be rudimentary and ill-sighted, a great counterstroke was determined upon for the first days of June. It began on 1st June with a heavy bombardment of the ridge of Fachi Rib and infantry attacks on Hill 174 at Tivoli and the southern crest of Vodice. These lasted through the next day, and on Sunday the 3rd, the artillery bombardment covered the whole Carso front from San Marco to Flondar. The Italian counter-battery work was excellent, but that evening the Austrian guns redoubled their violence, and their infantry gained some ground on the ridge of San Marco, only to lose it under a counterattack. On the morning of Monday the 4th, a great effort was made against Fachi Rib by 2 picked Sturmtruppen battalions of Hungarians and Tyrolese. They attacked on 2 sides of a rectangular salient, and won a footing in the Italian positions. Then came the Italian curtain fire on the saddle between Fachi and Hill 464, which cut off the spearhead of the attack from its shaft. By the evening, the Tiber and the Massa Carrara brigades had retaken the ground and annihilated the storming party. That same day, there was severe fighting farther north on the line between Versick and Gamiano, the southern pivot of the Carso front. The battle swayed with varying fortunes, but the troops of the 61st Division finally beat off the enemy and remained in secure possession of what they had won. South of Gamiano, the situation was more difficult. There, the new Italian front was strategically badly placed, and in the struggle of the 5th, the outposts were driven in, and the right wing of the Third Army forced back from Flondar and from the slopes of Hramada, a loss of from 1/3 of a mile to 1.25 miles on a front of some 3 miles. This remained the sole Austrian gain from the counterstroke, and it had been won at the expense of heavy losses and by the use of large new reserves. 4 fresh divisions from the Russian front were identified during the 2 days' action. With the cessation of the Austrian counterattacks, the battle died down on the Julian front. It had cost the enemy 24,000 prisoners and not less than 100,000 in dead and wounded. It had brought the Italians to the true gates of Trieste, the edge of Hermada in the south, and in the north of the Benzitza Plateau, which was the key of San Gabriel and San Daniel, and the Chernovinwald. Only those who were intimately familiar with that countryside could realize the enormous strain which such a campaign put upon the endurance of an army. The Julian battles must be short, for flesh and blood could not bear the prolonged agony of the effort demanded. Hence, during the remainder of June, the center of interest swung northward to the high mountains. In a history where only broad lines of strategy and major actions can be considered, 1,000 brilliant episodes must be left unchronicled. In no part of the European battleground were these more frequent than along the intricate front of the Trentino and Cadore. Such were the wonderful achievements of the Primiero district in the summer and autumn of 1916, the fighting around the Draisine in the Cortina Dolomites during April 1917, the struggle for the tooth of Pasubio during the May offensive, and the achievement of the troops of the 52nd Division in June on the Asiago Plateau, where they carried the rock wall rising from the Val Sugana and known as the Line of Portule, taking 1,000 prisoners, and won and held the summit of Monte Ortigara. End of Chapter 80, Part 1. Read by Jenny, 2023. Section 56 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 80, The Italian Front in the Summer of 1917, May 12th to September 18th, 1917, Part 2. After midsummer 1917, Cadorna was compelled to reconsider with care his whole plan of campaign. The strenuous offensive, which he had conducted for 2 years on 470 miles of front, had taken his lines almost everywhere inside the enemy borders. But since the frontier had been long before designed by Austria, not for defense but for offense, mere gain of ground had not brought him near a decision. In May and June he had won conspicuous strategical points, but clearly this battle in sections could not continue forever. He reviewed his forces and found them too weak in artillery for what was preeminently a war of guns. The struggle among the hills of the Carso and the Isonzo was costly, and the enemy, refreshed with drafts from the Russian front, was now the quicker of the two sides to recover from losses. But he believed that beyond San Gabriel and the iron gates of the Carso lay a mighty prize for the conqueror, not a city or a province alone, but the destruction of Austria's fighting power. For such a prize he needed the help of his allies, and accordingly the second stage of his summer offensive, which had been originally fixed for July, was postponed till the matter could be discussed in Paris and London. There was as yet no Allied War Council in permanent session, so the affair resolved itself into informal negotiations with the governments of France and Britain. Cadorna's proposal was not unreasonable. He asked for batteries, and for such troops as could be spared from the French and Flanders fronts, in order to produce a momentum which would result not in the gain of a ridge or a peak, but the clearing of a way to Trieste and open warfare. Unfortunately, the Allies were already committed to extensive operations. Haig had his great Flanders campaign, for which the plans had long been laid, and Pétain was nursing back his armies to offensive vigor with a view to attacks at Verdun and the Chemin des Dames. British and French batteries were available, but no infantry could be spared till the main western operations were over, and by that time the season would be too late for Cadorna's scheme. In this refusal there was no lack of goodwill towards Italy, or of admiration for her brilliant campaigning. On purely military grounds, it was right to put the emphasis on the Western Front. There stood Germany, the great enemy, and no defeat of Austria in the field would strike at the heart of the German power. It was abundantly clear that the dual monarchy, even if it wished, could not break from its entanglements, and though the Italian flag had waved over Trieste by September, little would have been won towards the main purpose of the war. For the Allies to forego their assault upon the German line and to concentrate with Italy against Austria would have been to ignore the true center of gravity in the campaign. There were critics, civilians for the most part, who saw in the refusal a prime strategic blunder. With Allied help, they said, Cadorna might have stormed his way to Trieste and Laibach and have repeated the exploit of Napoleon in 1797. The answer to such fantasies was that, even if he had, it would not have produced any real decision, and it would have exposed the Flanders and French fronts to a perilous German counterstroke. Moreover, the Napoleon of 1797 was a dangerous object of imitation. His plan was militarily unsound. He succeeded by bluff rather than by strategy. Had Thugut and the civilians in Vienna not lost their nerve and overruled the Archduke Charles, it is more than likely that Bonaparte's career would have ended in disaster among the Styrian hills. Footnote: the position of Bonaparte in 1797 deserves a note. In 1796, while the Archduke Charles foiled the attempts of Jourdan and Moreau to advance on Vienna from the Rhine, Bonaparte in Italy had forced Piedmont to make peace, had occupied Lombardy, and had besieged Mantua. On February 2, 1797, Mantua fell, and the Archduke Charles, now on the Piave and heavily outnumbered, believed that Bonaparte would march into Tyrol and join hands with the French on the Rhine. Joubert's force of 20,000, then at Trent, looked like the vanguard of such a movement. Bonaparte, however, resolved to march on Vienna by the Mur and Meuse valleys and the Semmering Pass. On 16th March he was across the Tagliamento, while the Archduke Charles retreated by Gorizia towards Laibach, detaching small Austrian forces to hold the passes on the Fella and at Plezzo. Bonaparte reached Gorizia on 19th March and ordered Massena to advance on the Tarvis, Goyot to move by Cividali and Caporetto, and Serurier to march up the east bank of the Isonzo, all three divisions to meet at Tarvis, while Bernadette was to follow the Archduke. By 24th March, Bonaparte reached Tarvis, where he found the three divisions, while the Archduke, followed by Bernadette, crossed the Loibel Pass and reached Klagenfurt on 28th March. That day, Bonaparte advanced from Tarvis and occupied Villach, while the Archduke retired from Klagenfurt through St. Veit. The pursuit continued up the Mur Valley, the Austrians fighting rearguard actions, till on 6th April the Archduke reached Bruck at the junction of the Mur and the Mertz. His forces were increasing, and he hoped to make a stand west of the Semmering Pass. Bonaparte was clearly anxious, and at the end of March had made a proposal to Austria for peace, for he had news of a rising in his ear, and he knew that to force the Semmering would be a difficult task. The statesmen in Vienna were still more alarmed, and against the wishes of the Archduke concluded an armistice on 7th April. On 18th April, the preliminaries of peace were signed at Leoben. Bonaparte had won by successful bluff, without the crucial test of a fight for the Semmering. He had assets which were not with Cadorna in 1917. He began with far superior numbers, and knew that the Austrians could not hold the river crossings against him, or delay more than a few days his march into Carinthia. Even if we assume that Cadorna had been able to reach Klagenfurt, the strategy of the Archduke would still have been available for the enemy with increased advantages. For a stand in the western Semmering Valley, Austria would have had as a main line of supply the Semmering Railway, and as communications for flank forces to hold the ridges of the Styrian Alps, the lines from Linz and Salzburg on the right, and the line from Hungary by Graz on the left. Cadorna's advance would have been into an ugly re-entrant between high mountain walls. Further, in 1917 the Austrians had a united command and interior lines, while in 1797 there was no such unity of command, and there was imminent peril from Hoche's large army on the Rhine. The campaign is fully discussed in General von Horsetzky's Feldzüge der letzten 100 Jahre. End footnote. Cadorna was therefore left to his own resources. He had many difficulties in his way. He was fighting against time, for the fiasco in Galicia in July had proved beyond doubt that Russia must be written off the Allied assets, and that the trickle of Austrian troops from Galicia would presently become a steady flow. His men were weary, for the strain of the Italian fighting was almost beyond the endurance of flesh and blood. No progress could be made except at the expense of desperate valor and suffering, and to hold the positions won, as was proved by the Alpini's brilliant exploit in June on the Ortigara, was scarcely less costly than to win them. The bravest soldiers in the world will grow dispirited when they see their best efforts still far from any tangible victory. Moreover, the country behind him was full of danger signals. There was industrial trouble in Milan and Turin. The civil government was out of favor. The prime minister, Boselli, was an old man of 80, and Orlando, the minister of the interior, had shown little firmness in handling domestic discontents. The foes of Italy were not only before her gates, but in her own household. The land was full of pacifist talk, and in spite of Cadorna's appeal, nothing had been done to check peace propaganda among the troops. Italy's heavy losses made only too good a text for such discourses, and the Vatican peace note of 1st August, especially the phrase about useless slaughter, was used to give the weak-kneed and treacherous elements among the people the impression that they had the support of the Holy See. Cadorna's new offensive, therefore, carried the political as well as the military fortunes of Italy. He must succeed greatly and soon, or there was danger of losing all. There were three main redoubts which might be regarded as the keys of the Austrian front between Plezzo and the sea. One was the Lahm position, guarding on the south the enemy bridgehead at Tolmino and the Idria and Bacca valleys, by the latter of which ran the railway to Vienna. The second was Monte San Gabriel, the key of the Turnvanderwald, which, till it was won, barred Italy's progress east of Gorizia. The third was Hermada on the seashore. Of the three, San Gabriel was the most vital and the most difficult. It might be turned, but it could not be taken by direct assault. It was, accordingly, Cadorna's intention to quote-unquote feel a long length of the enemy front by a general attack to find where, if anywhere, lay the weak spot. Once that was found, the attack could be pressed hard with the object of winning ultimately one or other of the three keys. It was the greatest effort made by Italy since the fall of Gorizia. The summer battles of 1917 had been on short fronts and had lasted only for a few days. This was an operation on a line of 30 miles, and it was meant, if successful, to continue till the first snowfall. At Gorizia, the Isonzo bends to the northwest, and then in a wide curve to the northeast, towards Tolmino. At the first bend, Monte Santo towers above the eastern bank, and below it, the Chiapavano Valley makes a break in the rim of hills. South of that valley runs the chain of Monte San Gabriel and Monte San Daniel, the northern defense of the Gorizzian plain. North and northwest of it, beginning from Monte Santo, is the line of heights on the left bank of the Isonzo, running to where the Bacca Valley enters from the east below the hill of Santa Lucia. The battles of May had given Cadorna all the hills above the river north of the Chiapavano Valley as far as Plava, with the exception of Monte Santo. The enemy still held San Gabriel and the ridges south and east of it. Between Chiapavano and the Bacca Valleys, a loop of the river enclosed the high broken region called the Benzizza Plateau, bounded on the west by the hills lining the Isonzo. This upland was cut by glens descending to the Isonzo and had many peaks and subsidiary plateaus, but it formed a region where transport was comparatively easy, and its possession was the key of the Austrian position above the river. If it could be carried, Monte Santo would fall, and San Gabriel and the other heights of the Turnovanderwald might be turned in flank. Cadorna held the eastern rim of the Isonzo Valley from Plava to just short of Monte Santo. North of Plava, the Austrians were on the west bank. It was clear that the Benzizza could not be won by an advance from the narrow front of Cooke and Vodice. The eastern rim must be carried north of Plava to allow of a broad front and a converging attack. On the morning of Saturday, 18th August, in hot, clear weather, a great bombardment began along the whole line from Tolmino to the sea. In the afternoon, Capello's Second Army moved northeast from Plava and seized the foot of the Little Rojo Valley, which divides Monte Cooke from the Benzizza Plateau. That night the work of crossing the river from Plava to Santa Lucia was begun. It was no light task to force that swift moat, where at every easy crossing place were strong Austrian machine gun posts. By dawn on the 19th, 14 bridges had been constructed, and during the morning, while mist lay thick in the gorges, the Italians broke through the front line of the enemy defense. Halfway up the slopes, they met the second line of caverns and redoubts. On the crest was a third line, while behind it, radiating from the central peak of Jelinek, was a strong support system. The frontal Italian attack pushed up the Rojo Glen, but found a stubborn resistance in the reserve position behind Descla. Meantime, on their left, the 1st and 5th Bersaglieri brigades, advancing between Canale and the Avskek Gorge, pierced the enemy defense north of Jelinek, and by the evening gained a position from the Avskek to the hill called Cooke 611. Farther north, the eastern rim of the valley was one opposite Doblar, but beyond that the precipitous fall of the hills to the river from the Lam Plateau prevented an extension northward of the front of attack. The Lam was vital, for it dominated Tolmino and the Bacca and Idria valleys, but the only route to it was from the Avskek Glen by way of the small Cal Plateau. After heavy fighting, the Italians won the western edge of the Cal, but between them and the Lam was still the deep wooded gorge of the Vogerkek torrent. South of Gorizia, the Duke of Aosta's Third Army was not less hotly engaged. The 23rd Corps, under General Diaz, carried the village of Selo, and in the Hermada section the ground was regained which had been lost in June to the Austrian counterattack. In the northern part of the Carso, progress was slower, though the Palanza Brigade won an important position southeast of Fajti Rib. Elsewhere on the long front, there were only artillery engagements. That first day taught Cadorna all he wanted. He now knew that the weak spot in the enemy's defense was on the heights of the middle Isonzo, and he strove to increase his advantage before Beroevich could bring up his reserves. On Monday, 20th August, the 1st and 5th Bersaglieri brigades, with the Elba brigade in support, had pushed east of Ver and Cooke 611 and turned the Jelinek position. It yielded the next day, for fortunately it was held by Czech troops, and the Italians poured through the gap across the Beinsitsa. For the moment it seemed as if in this section open warfare had been restored. On the morning of the 23rd, the Florence and Udine brigades attacked to the east of the Rojo Glen against the height of Kobylik, while other troops advanced east of Vodice and drove the enemy into the Concha di Gargaro, thereby threatening the rear of Monte Santo. That same day, on the south, the Italians forced the saddle which separates Monte Santo from Monte San Gabriel. The garrison on the former hill was now isolated, and on the following day, the 24th, the place fell. By this day, the 6th of the battle, over 20,000 prisoners had been taken. Capello was now moving freely across the Beinsitsa plateau, but his task was difficult, for he had few roads. His transport had to climb the 2,000 feet of steep cliffs from the Isonzo. The weather was scorching, water was scarce, and the enemy was fighting stubborn rearguard actions in the broken country. At the southern end, the Austrians had been forced into the Chiapavano valley, but farther north the Italian advance was stayed at the hill of Volnik, some 2 miles west of the Chiapavano. It was inevitable that in an assault in such a terrain, the Italian infantry should outrun their artillery, and the enemy was able to get off the bulk of his guns. North of the Avskek Glen, there was a more serious check. General Badoglio, who in May had been responsible for the capture of Cooke and Vodice, was dispatched to take charge of the operations there. Footnote. He had been Capella's chief of staff in May, and was now in command of the 2nd Corps. End footnote. But he found the Austrian artillery concentration so strong on the Lom plateau that even his energy could make no headway. 2 months later, this failure was to bear disastrous fruits. On the 30th, Cadorna sent in his cavalry at the southern end of the Chiapavano valley in the hope of forcing the northern spurs of San Gabriel. The time for cavalry, however, had passed. The war of movement had ended, and the defense had found positions on which they could stand. The first phase of the battle was over, and there was need for a pause and a readjustment while the engineers toiled at new roads. It was the same in Carso, where during the first week the right of the Third Army had won ground above San Giovanni di Duino and Mediazza on the slopes of Hermada, and the 23rd Corps had broken through the main Austrian system from Kostanjevica across the Brestovica valley. There the advance halted, for some of the guns and reserves of the Third Army were needed for the struggle at San Gabriel. The second phase began on 3rd September. San Gabriel was obviously in danger. Some time before, the Italians had worked their way up its southern spurs, Santa Caterina and Hill 343. The fall of Monte Santo had given them the Sella di Dol, the saddle between the two heights, and on the last day of August they had won Hill 526 and Veliki Rib, and pushed along the northern ridge to point 552. San Gabriel is a long ridge, 646 meters at its highest point, which falls steeply towards Gorizia and towards the east and north, but on the west drops by gentler slopes to the Isonzo. The ridge at its widest is about 800 yards, and its total length is some 2,000. The actual summit is very steep, not unlike one of the Castrol or Saucepan Hills common in South Africa. The place had been made one huge fortress, honeycombed with caverns and tunnels, and it now represented a promontory in the Austrian lines, surrounded by the Italians on 3 sides and linked to the main front only on the northeast. On 4th September, the place was in Cadorna's hands, except for the last few hundred yards below the summit. On the morning of that day, he attacked with 3 columns, along the crest from Veliki Rib, on the northeast slopes, and on the south just east of Santa Catarina. After a desperate struggle, the main part of the summit was carried, a fight for a natural fortress within as narrow limits of movement as any old battle for town or castle. The enemy could not allow the situation to remain as it was. The fall of San Gabriel meant the ultimate opening of the road from Gorizia to Trieste. For 10 days, one of the fiercest of the lesser battles of the war was waged on those few thousand square feet of rock and dust. 31 fresh Austrian battalions were thrown into the mêlée. The enemy forced the Italians off the top to a line just under the crest. Then Cadorna's guns devastated the summit, and the Italians returned. It was a battle of appalling losses, for both defense and attack were implacable. By the middle of September, the crest was roughly divided between Cadorna and Borovic, and the latter was entitled to claim that he had blocked the Italian movement which would have threatened his lines east of Gorizia. On the other hand, the action of San Gabriel enabled Capello to consolidate his position on the Benzizza plateau, which otherwise might have been precarious. There new roads were made for guns and supplies, water was provided, and trenches perfected, while every spare Austrian soldier was being used at San Gabriel. At the close of the month, 2 successful local actions greatly improved the line. On 28 September, an awkward Austrian position was captured on Veliki Rib, and on the 29th, troops of the Venice and Tortona brigades made a useful advance south of Podlaka and Modoni at the southeast corner of the Benzizza. During September, heavy Austrian counterstrokes were launched on the Carso between Kostanjevica and the sea. In the northern part, the 23rd Corps, assisted by a British group of heavy howitzers, beat off all attacks, but in the south, the Italian right was compelled on 5th September, once again, to retire from the slopes of Hermada, and San Giovanni di Duino was lost. The Third Army did not attempt to recover the ground, for a great movement on Hermada was part of Cadorna's autumn plan when the campaign of the Second Army should be finished. But by the middle of September, the Italian commander-in-chief had reluctantly come to the conclusion that he must relinquish those further plans. In a month's continuous battles, he had achieved a very real success. He had taken well over 30,000 prisoners and large quantities of guns and material. The fighting of his men had been heroic beyond all praise, and San Gabriel must rank in history with those feats of arms which reveal the extreme tenacity of the human spirit. But he had paid a heavy price in his 155,000 casualties, though the enemy had lost correspondingly. His troops, too, suffered much from sickness, which brought the total casualties for the whole summer up to nearly 750,000. He was still far too weak in artillery, in spite of loans from the Allies, and he saw no way of procuring the necessary strength. Moreover, the position which he had gained on the Benzizza was not satisfactory as a jumping-off ground. The center was too much in advance of the flanks. The Austrian position on the Lam and at Tolmino was a menace which must be removed before a new advance was practicable, and its removal meant an operation for which he had not the strength. The Italian Julian front had become a salient within a salient. Above all, his losses had compelled him to fill up his units with new drafts which had not yet been tested. The flower of his armies had suffered in the long summer battles, and he dared not risk a new campaign until he was once more certain of his men. Accordingly, on 18th September, he cancelled all arrangements for a further offensive, and informed the Allies that his main operations were at an end. The Allies acquiesced, but it would appear that they did not realize the full meaning of Cadorna's decision. He understood, with a completeness not possible as yet to the French and British staffs, the disastrous possibilities involved in the defection of Russia. The Italian front, it was assumed by them, would relapse into the comparative quiet which had hitherto attended the close of Cadorna's offensives. 11 of the 16 British batteries were withdrawn, and certain French guns, now on their way, were countermanded before they had been once in action. Her allies did not realize that the forces of Italy had fought themselves, as the phrase goes, to a standstill, and that the nation behind them, scared by the vast losses and at the mercy of treacherous propaganda, was in no position to aid in their recuperation. Cadorna's summary methods of discipline, up to date he had dismissed 217 generals, 255 full colonels, and 335 battalion commanders, had filled the armies with officers unknown to their men. The strategic position on the Isonzo was dangerous at the best, and its peril was centupled by the weariness and discontent of the Italian troops, and the new plans of the enemy. Borovic had also been fought to a standstill. In spite of his reserves from Galicia, the Benzizza and San Gabriel had shaken his strength to its foundations, and he informed his government that he could not resist a 12th Isonzo battle. Accordingly, Germany agreed to stiffen his line with German troops, and to ease the position by an attack on the grand scale. Of this coming offensive the Italian headquarters were fully informed. They could even guess with reasonable confidence its locality, but they hesitated about how to meet it. Capello would have anticipated it by an Italian attack. The alternative was to do as the Germans did in the west in March, and fall back to an invincible position. But since the Trentino defenses had been allowed to decay, such a retirement must be drastic, and would involve the giving up of all the ground won since May 1915. Cadorna delayed and was lost. He was still considering his policy when the avalanche overtook him. End of Chapter 80, Part 2. Read by Jenny, 2023. Section 57 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 81, The Third Year of War, The Change in the Strategic Position, June 28, 1916 to June 28, 1917, Part 1. In the present chapter, we have to consider a new phase of the strategic position in sharp contrast to those which preceded it. The first year of war closed in a general obscurity, from which no deduction was possible. With the second, the factors seem to have become clear and static, and the problems to be slowly moving towards solution. But at the close of the third year, the outlines were blurred again. What had seemed granite rock had crumbled into sand. Accepted metaphors such as Germany a beleaguered fortress were losing their relevance, and postulates like the Allied command of the sea and the enemy war on two fronts were clamoring for revision. The third anniversary of the Sarajevo tragedy saw a dramatic change in the position of the belligerents. At the end of June 1916, the Germans in the West had exhausted their capacity for the offensive, and the long Allied battle line from the North Sea to the Adriatic was about to move forward. While Brusilov was pressing hard in Volhynia and Galicia and the Bukovina, the Battle of the Somme began, and by the close of the year it had effected its main purpose. We have already seen in detail the results of that great fight, which was up to date the most sustained effort of the campaign. It forced the enemy from positions which he thought impregnable, gravely depleted his manpower, dislocated his staff work, and disorganized his whole military machine. It compelled him to make superhuman efforts to increase his forces and to construct a new defensive position to be the bulwark of his French and Belgian occupations. All along the Western Front the Allies were successful. At Verdun, before the close of 1916, Nivelle, by shattering counterstrokes, had won back what Germany had gained in the spring and summer. Cadorna had taken Gorizia and had pushed well into the Carso fastnesses. On the Russian front, Brusilov, after routing 3 Austrian armies, had been stayed before Halich in September, and during the autumn and early winter, Mackensen and Falkenhayn had overrun the Dobruja and Wallachia, taken Bucharest, and driven the Romanians to the line of the Sereth. But this victory, won against a small and ill-equipped nation, was the solitary success of the Central Powers. On all the main battlegrounds they had been unmistakably beaten in the field. To the most conservative observer at the beginning of 1917 it seemed almost a matter of mathematical certainty that during that year the Teutonic Alliance must suffer the final military defeat, which would mean the end of the war. No larger effort would be required from Russia than Brusilov's attack of 1916. Let that be repeated, and the Western Allies would do the rest. The Allied plan was a great combined advance as soon as the weather permitted, for an attack in spring would leave the whole summer and autumn in which to reap the fruits. The enemy must be driven back on his Siegfried line during the first months of the year, and then must come the combined blow on the pivots of his last defenses. Russia, now well supplied with munitions, would take the field at the first chance, and Cadorna would press forward against Trieste. In the Balkans, Sorel would engage the 2 Bulgarian armies, and even if he could not break them, he could pin them down and ease Romania's case. In the east, Yudenich would press south from the Caucasus, and the British armies of Syria and Mesopotamia would press northward, and between them the Turkish forces would be hemmed in and the campaign in that area brought to a decision. On paper the scheme seemed perfect. As far as human intelligence could judge, it was feasible, but in war there may suddenly appear a new and unlooked-for factor which shatters the best-laid plan. That new factor was the Russian Revolution. In April 1917, when the offensive was due to start, it was still a doubtful quantity, but some consequences were at once apparent. The disorganization of the Russian armies prevented Yudenich's movement from the Caucasus. It enabled limited German reinforcements to be sent westward against France and Britain. It gave much-tried Austria a breathing space and allowed her to strengthen her Aisne and Carso fronts. Above all, it introduced uncertainty, which to a strategic plan is as grit in the bearings of a machine. A new vague element had appeared, which, like the addition of some ingredient to a chemical combination, altered subtly and radically all the original components. The Great Spring Offensive miscarried, though many local victories were won. The pivots of the Siegfried line were not broken. The contemplated quote-unquote drive of the Turkish armies in the east did not succeed. Partly, this was due to elements of weakness in the Allied armies, to the comparative failure of Nivelle on the Aisne, and to the confused methods of Sorel at Salonika. Partly it was due to weather, which is beyond the authority of any general staff. But the main cause was the increased strength of the enemy caused by the defection of Russia from the battle line. At the close of June 1917, the position of the Allies had many elements of strength. During the preceding year, France and Britain had captured from the German armies 165,000 rank and file, 3,500 officers, nearly 1,000 guns, and some 3,000 lesser pieces. They had won almost all the chief observation posts of the enemy in the west, the Bapaume Ridge, the Chemin des Dames, the Moronvier Hills, Vimy, and Messines. Since the blow on the Siegfried pivots had failed, Sir Douglas Haig was making ready another plan, and by his victory at Messines on 7th June, presently to be related, had cleared his flanks for the new movement. Italy had won substantial victories on the Isonzo heights and on the Carso. Though the Balkan attack had miscarried, Venizelos was now in power in Greece, and the danger to the rear of the Salonika army had gone. Sir Archibald Murray had been checked at Gaza, but Sir Stanley Maude had taken Baghdad and had pushed his front well to the north and east of that city. America had entered the war and was preparing with all her might to play an adequate part. Finally, there were rumors that Russia was about to take the offensive, and those who did not realize the complete chaos of that country talked wisely of what might be accomplished by a revolutionary army, where each soldier fought under the inspiration of the new wine of liberty. The situation had, therefore, hopeful aspects, but to the careful observer it seemed that the hope did not rest on reasoned calculations. The harsh fact was that the great plan of 1917, of which the Somme and indeed all the Allied fighting and preparation since 1915 had been the logical preliminaries, had proved impossible. New plans could be made, but they would not be the same, for the elements were no longer calculable. By the failure of one great partner, the old military cohesion of the alliance had gone. Something might still be hoped for from Russia, but nothing could be taken for granted. The beleaguering forces, which had sat for 3 years round the German citadel, were wavering and straggling on the east. The war on two fronts, which had been Germany's great handicap, looked as if it might change presently to a war on a single front. Whatever victories might be won during the remainder of 1917, it was now clear that the decisive blow could not be delivered. The Teutonic alliance, just when it was beginning to crumble, had been given a new tenure of life. The year had been fruitful in tactical developments. The Somme saw the principle of limited objectives first put methodically into practice, a principle which led to brilliant success at the winter battles of Verdun, at Arras, and most notably at Messines, and in regard to which Nivelle's attack at the Aisne was the exception that proved the rule. It saw, too, a valuable advance in artillery tactics in the shape of the Allied device of the quote-unquote creeping barrage. On the enemy side, the chief novelty was the use of quote-unquote shock troops for the counterattack. In the main battle area, he had been continuously on the defensive, and his method had been to hold his front line lightly and rely on a massed counterattack before the offensive had secured its ground. This was for the normal sector, but in the Siegfried line, he trusted to the immense strength of his positions and his endless well-placed machine guns to prevent any loss of ground. Neither mode of defense wholly succeeded. By the end of June he had already lost 7 miles of the Siegfried line, and on the rest of the battlefield he had, with the solitary exception of Fresnoy, failed to win back any ground by his counterattacks. But this failure did not invalidate his tactical scheme. He was playing for time, husbanding his manpower, and dragging out the contest till his submarine campaign should bring Britain to her knees. He was successful in so far that he was able to stave off a decisive blow, and he was busy perfecting other devices which were to give his opponents serious food for thought later in the year. Notably, he was elaborating his method of defense in depth, and feeling his way towards the use of shock troops, not for the counterstroke only, but for a surprise offensive on the largest scale. The defensive of the German High Command was no supine or unintelligent thing. On one side, the enemy showed remarkable energy. Before the close of the Somme, he had realized his weakness in the air, and had appointed General von Hoppner, the chief of staff of Otto von Bellow's Sixth Army, to control all his flying service. The result was a striking advance in effectiveness. Before Arras, indeed, he was beaten from the field, but only at the cost of a heavy Allied sacrifice. Hoppner perfected new types of battle planes, notably the two Albatrosses. He was the chief promoter of the Gotha bomb carrier, which was soon to become a familiar name in England. He improved the personnel of the service. He concentrated on the production of high-powered engines, and he greatly increased the output of the standardized factories. The command of the air, as has already been noted, could never be an absolute thing. On the whole, the Allies had the superiority, but there were long spells when the battle was drawn, and at moments the honors seemed to be with the other side. It was a ceaseless struggle, both for the airmen at the front and for the factories at home, and a single error in foresight or a single strike of workmen might incline the wavering balance against the side responsible for it. But developments in tactics and material were as yet of secondary importance compared with the great question of manpower. We have seen the difficulties of the Central Powers up to the spring of 1917, when the Russian Revolution gave them a new lease of life. All the combatants were suffering from the depletion of their ranks. France had reached her maximum at an earlier stage, and was naturally anxious to conserve her remaining resources. She was holding roughly 2/3 of the Western Front, but as the main operations were in the British section, the enemy's strength per mile against the latter was more than double his strength per mile against the French. It was clear that a further increase could only come from Britain, whose exhaustion was conspicuously less than that of her neighbor. But for Britain the problem of reserves was far from easy, for she could not give undivided attention to the question of men for the front, since she was the chief munitioner of all the Allies. She had some 2.25 million men engaged in shipbuilding, munitions, and kindred work. She had well over 5 millions under arms, of whom nearly 3.25 millions were in expeditionary forces, and of these nearly 2.25 millions in France and Flanders. Her losses had not been on the French scale, but her non-combatant commitments were far greater. Hence, for her the balance must be most delicately hung. More men must be got to face the German divisions released from the east, for each month of the war had made it clearer that no decision could be won without a crushing numerical superiority. Moreover, these men must be ready in time, so that they could be fully trained before entering the line, for every dispatch of Sir Douglas Haig insisted upon the folly of flinging raw troops into a modern battle. But the reinforcements came slowly. In the spring of 1917, Sir William Robertson, in a public speech, asked for 500,000 new levies by July. He did not get them, for the conflicting claims could not be balanced. The country passed through acute phases of opinion, in which the building of new tonnage, the production of food supplies at home, the construction of a vast airplane program, seemed successively the major needs. But vital as these were, the great permanent demand was numbers for the fighting line. It was idle to put a limit to the number of men required for the army. Everybody was needed who could conceivably be spared from vital industries. For without a great preponderance of numbers on the front, the most ample munitionment carried by the most impregnable mercantile navy could not give victory. It was to this problem especially that America's entry into the war seemed to provide an answer. Her measures were instant and comprehensive, and from the day of the declaration of war she flung herself wholeheartedly into the work of preparation. Her resources were enormous, and within a few years it was calculated that she could put 15 millions of men into the line and provide some hundreds of thousand millions sterling of money. but she had to go through the preliminaries which her allies had faced 2 years earlier, and at this stage of the contest, if her assistance was to be effective, it must be furiously speeded up. America's effort must be made against time. Her first step was to introduce compulsory service under a system of selective conscription. The measure was passed by Congress on 28 April, and in 5 months 1.5 million soldiers were in training. The regular army was brought up to its full strength of 400,000 by voluntary enlistment. The National Guard was brought up to 500,000. The ballot for conscripts gave some 700,000. Vast camps sprang up throughout the country like mushrooms in a night. The mobilization of America for war was hurried on in all other branches of national effort. More than $20,000 million was voted, of which 7,000 millions were loans to America's allies. The immense sum of 128,000 million was set aside for airplane contracts. A huge program of merchant shipbuilding was entered upon by means of the Emergency Fleet Corporation, which was soon to complete an ocean-going merchantman in 70 days. The President was given power to assist the Allied blockade by putting an embargo on certain exports to neutral countries, and he did not let the weapon rust. Controllers of food and the other chief commodities were appointed, as in Britain. Treason and espionage were put down with that high hand which can only be used by a democracy sure of itself. Monday, 25th June, was an eventful day, for it saw the landing of the first units of American troops in France. They were only forerunners to prepare the way for those who should follow, for there were few troops as yet available for the field, and the small regular army had to be distributed as stiffening among the new divisions. The American commander-in-chief was Major General Pershing, who had been a conspicuous figure in the Spanish War and on the Mexican frontier, a man still in early middle life, with many years of practical campaigning behind him. The old American army had been small, but its officers had followed the life for the love of it, and were to a high degree professional experts. For its size, the staff was probably equal to any in the world. Those who watched the first American soldiers on the continent of Europe, grave young men with lean, shaven faces, a quick, springy walk, and a superb bodily fitness, found their memories returning to Gettysburg and the Wilderness, where the same stock had shown an endurance and heroism not surpassed in the history of mankind. And they were disposed to agree with the observer who remarked that it had taken a long time to get America into the war, but that it would take much longer to get her out. The year in naval warfare had been inconspicuous so far as above-water actions were concerned. The essay of Jutland was not repeated. British battleships and the battle-cruisers lay idle in harbor, or patrolled seas where there was no sign of the enemy. There was, indeed, much sporadic raiding. During the first months of 1917, the Sea Adler repeated in the South Atlantic the exploits of the Meaux the previous year. The German flotillas from Zeebrugge and Ostend were busy about the British shores. On 22nd January, Commander Tierwitz's forces met an enemy destroyer division off the Dutch coast and sank one vessel and scattered the rest. Then followed a series of German raids on the Kent and Suffolk coasts, and the bombardment of the much-tried little seaport towns. In April, the British counterattacked with some success, and in a brilliant action off Dover, on the night of 20th April, the Broke, commanded by Commander Evans, the Antarctic explorer, and the Swift, Commander Peck, engaged 5 or 6 vessels and sank at least 2 of them. On 5th June, the Dover patrol bombarded Ostend so effectually as to destroy most of the workshops and for a time make the harbor untenable, while Tierwitz's Harwich flotilla engaged 6 destroyers and sank 1 and severely damaged another. It was very clear that these Belgian bases were a perpetual menace to our shores and to the safety of the Allied trade. Not only did they serve as the home of the aircraft which were beginning to make bold assaults upon England, but they were the source of the raiding flotillas and the harbor of all the smaller submarines. The mind of the high command in the field was more and more turning towards the smoking out of this nest of mischief by a land attack as at once the best offensive and defensive possible. But if the year was barren of fleet actions, it was none the less destined to form an epoch in naval history, for the early weeks of 1917 saw the submarine become the most potent single weapon of war. We have seen in earlier chapters how, during the summer and autumn of 1916, the range of Germany's underwater craft had been extended and their numbers largely increased. So far she had been restrained, not by considerations of decency or of international law, but solely by the fear of bringing America into the contest. Now, largely as the result of the Somme, she had made up her mind that at all costs she must deal a final blow to her main enemy if she were to avoid a general defeat. She believed that the economic condition of Britain was very grave, and that by a mighty effort she might force starvation upon that people, cripple their military effort, and bring them to their senses. She had reasoned out the matter carefully and was confident of her conclusions. She ran a desperate risk, but the stakes were worth it. America might declare war, but that price would not be too high to pay for the destruction of Britain as a fighting force, and perhaps as a coherent state. When the German government yielded to the policy of the General Staff, it was because they believed that they were gambling on a certainty. On 31st January, Germany announced the danger zone to the world. All the waters in a wide radius around Britain, France, and Italy, as well as in the eastern Mediterranean, were declared to be blockaded areas. A narrow lane was left at first for shipping to Greece. The ensuing campaign was waged in deadly earnest. The weekly tables which the British Admiralty issued as from 25th February showed a heavy and growing destruction of British and Allied tonnage. During the month of April, we lost some 550,000 tons gross of shipping. Footnote: in one fortnight, 122 ocean-going vessels were lost, a rate of 25% in this class. If neutral shipping was included, the April losses were nearly 900,000 tons. The statistics will be found in J. A. Salter's Allied Shipping Control, 1921. C.F. Admiral Sims, quote, "Could Germany have had 50 submarines constantly at work on the great shipping routes in the winter and spring of 1917, before we had learned how to handle the situation, nothing could have prevented her from winning the war." End quote. The Victory at Sea, page 21. End of footnote. And there were those who, looking at the brilliant Arras defensive, declared that the problem for Germany was to defeat Britain at sea before the British army could win on land. On 21st February, Admiral von Kappel told the Reichstag that the expectations attached to the U-boat campaign by the German people had been fully justified by results. The end of April was popularly fixed as the limit of British endurance under this new attack. Then it was postponed to August, but May passed and August came, and there was no sign of yielding. To that extent, Germany's gamble failed. It brought in America against her, but it was very far from forcing Britain to sue for peace. The military stores carried overseas to the fighting fronts were in September 1917 more than twice what they had been in January. Nevertheless, the situation was sufficiently grave. From the beginning of the war till February 1st, 1917, we had lost some 4.5 million tons to the enemy. We lost approximately that amount in the first 7 months of the new submarine warfare. At this rate, the Allied tonnage would presently be reduced to a point which would forbid not only the decent provisioning of the civilian peoples at home, but the maintenance of the armies at the fighting fronts. To meet the menace, 5 lines of policy must be pursued concurrently. All unnecessary imports from overseas must be firmly checked. Home production, both of food and of raw materials such as ores and timber, must be immensely increased. New tonnage must be built or borrowed where it could be had. Existing merchant shipping must be protected as far as possible by escorts and by the organization of convoys. Finally, a truceless war must be waged against the U-boats, in the hope that the point would be reached when we could sink them faster than Germany could build them. British statesmen made earnest appeals to their countrymen and met with a willing response. By the early summer of 1917, Great Britain had grown into one vast market garden, and every type of citizen had become an amateur food producer. There were periodic shortages of certain articles of diet, and the supply of certain imported materials, such as pulp for paper making, steadily declined. But on the whole, the British people showed an adaptability in the crisis with which their best friends had scarcely credited them. The shipbuilding programs were enlarged and speeded up. During peacetime, Britain had produced some 2 millions of new tonnage a year. In 1915, this figure fell to 688,000, in 1916 to 538,000. During the first 6 months of 1917, the tonnage built was 484,000, and in his speech of 16th August, the Prime Minister told the House of Commons that the total new tonnage built at home and acquired from abroad during the year would be 1,900,000. When we consider that this was almost the amount of peace construction, and reflect on the depletion and diversion of British manpower, the achievement must seem highly creditable. The convoy system, opposed at the start by the whole merchant service, was successful, and in the Atlantic presently gave good results. Footnote: the first convoy of slow ships from Gibraltar arrived safely on 20th May. The next day, the system was officially adopted for all merchant shipping. End of footnote. As for our offensive against the submarine, it proceeded slowly but surely by a multitude of devices, the tale of which cannot be told in this place. Our system of naval intelligence was perfected, and our aircraft became deadly weapons both for the detection and destruction of the German craft. The enemy losses increased slightly during the first quarter of the year. During the second quarter they rose more sharply, and after June the curve mounted steeply. It must be realized that our problem, both of defense and offense, was far more difficult than when submarine attacks were confined to the narrow seas. It was possible to defend our channels and estuaries by a dozen methods which could not be used against craft operating in the wide ocean. The main problem for the Allies during the first year of war was men for the field. It was munitions during the second, and tonnage in the third. The deadly enemy offensive was now on the sea. This problem affected all the Allies, but it bore most heavily on Britain, partly because of her large necessary import trade, partly because of her position as universal provider. It was beyond her power to solve it by the immediate creation of new tonnage to replace losses, since, in building up her armies and munition factories, she had drawn too largely on her strength for any large effort in a new direction. The solution lay with America, and in a special degree it was America's contribution to the conduct of the war. It was Germany's submarine policy which had brought the United States into the struggle, and the daily record of cold-blooded barbarities was the most potent appeal to her citizens to wage war in earnest. Germany conducted her campaign without pity, and the torpedoing of hospital ships like the Gloucester Castle, the Dover Castle, the Lanfranc, and the Donegal did more, perhaps, to rouse American feeling than the not less barbarous treatment of humble merchantmen. From the beginning, America realized her responsibility in this matter, but she had a long way to travel before she could carry policy into deeds. For there was some fumbling over the question at the start, and needless delay in the first stages of preparation. If she could produce 6 million tons of new shipping a year, the problem was solved, even if there was no decline in the scale of German successes. The task was well within her power, for it required only 1/10 of her annual output of steel and a mere fraction of her great labor reserves. It was in a particular sense her own problem, for unless she provided the ships, her armies could never make war in Europe. Without the new tonnage, her admirable military activity was merely beating the air. Meantime, The Navy was the first part of America's fighting force to take the field beside her allies. On 4th May, a squadron of American destroyers arrived at Queenstown, and a second followed a fortnight later. The vessels were admirable in construction, and their officers and crews were true seamen who earned at once the respect of their British colleagues. In June, when Admiral Sir Lewis Bailey, commanding on the Irish coast, went on leave, Admiral W.S. Sims took his place, and the Stars and Stripes floated for the first time in history from a British headquarters. Such was the start of a very splendid brotherhood in arms. The main weapon against the submarine was the destroyer, but more than half the British destroyers were retained with the Grand Fleet, and others were needed for the Mediterranean. America's first task was, therefore, to supply the necessary craft for submarine chasing and convoy work. The second, which began the following year, was the construction of a great mine barrage over the 250 miles of sea between Norway and the north of Scotland. It was not to be expected that the new and startling developments of naval war should leave the administration of the British Admiralty unchanged. We have seen that by the close of 1916, Sir Edward Carson had become First Lord, and Sir John Jellicoe First Sea Lord. Presently, Sir Eric Geddes, the Director General of Military Transportation, was brought in as Controller of the Navy, the revival of a historic office which gave him the supervision of new construction. In June, there was a further readjustment, and in July Sir Edward Carson entered the War Cabinet as Minister without portfolio, and Sir Eric Geddes succeeded him as First Lord. The functions of the Board of Admiralty were divided into operations and maintenance, and the members were grouped into two committees accordingly. The Operations Committee was made up of the First Sea Lord and those officers responsible for the details of strategy. The Maintenance Committee consisted of the officers responsible for personnel, material, supplies, construction, and finance. The effect of the change was threefold. It brought into Admiralty administration men from the fleets who had recent fighting experience and were still young. It separated the two functions of command and supply, which required different talents and training. Above all, it made possible a real naval staff, a thinking department which had laid upon it the duty of deducing the logical lessons from the new facts of sea warfare, and working out future plans on a basis of accurate knowledge. Much naval theory had gone into the melting pot, and the creeds of 1914 had to be drastically revised. It stood to reason that the younger men, who had themselves been forced to grapple in bitter earnest with the new imperious needs, should be largely used to frame the tactics and strategy of reply. End of Chapter 81, Part 1. Read by Jenny, 2023. Section 58 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 81, The Third Year of War, The Change in the Strategic Position, June 28, 1916 to June 28, 1917, Part 2. Important as were the naval developments, the most significant events of the year had been in the sphere of politics. France and Italy had not changed conspicuously the personnel of their civil governments, save that in March Monsieur Ribaut had succeeded Monsieur Briand in France as Prime Minister. In Germany, in June 1917, Bethmann Hollweg still held, though with a weakening hand, the reins of power. But in Britain a radically new government had appeared, and in Russia a new world. Everywhere the atmosphere had become different. The half-forgotten general purposes and the immediate strategical aims, which had filled men's minds in the early years of the war, were giving place to a craving for first principles, and on Germany's part to a feverish diplomacy based on this new instinct. The movement had begun with the Emperor's offer of peace terms in December 1916, for, though the offer had been summarily rejected by the Allies, it had set a ferment working in the mind of all the world. The tremendous events of the spring in Petrograd and the entry of America into the struggle changed the outlook of every belligerent people. Henceforth, not the methods, but the aims of the war became the common subject of speculation and controversy. Offensives ceased to be military only and became political, and the idealist and the ideologue emerged from their closets. The development was a salutary one, and, as we shall see, it had an immense and immediate effect upon every phase of the campaign. It both cleared and narrowed the issues between the combatants. The Allies had entered on the contest with a very simple and honorable conception of the goal they strove for. But by the spring of 1917, all had grown a little hazy as to their precise objective. Each of them had one primary aim, to crush finally, not the German people or the German elite, but that evil thing which had become dominant there and which made the world unsafe for peace or liberty. Once that thing were crushed, there was little need for talk about guarantees, for the main peril would have gone. Until it was crushed, no guarantee which the wit of man could devise would safeguard civilization. But there were a number of secondary purposes which each of the Allies held, and which they were apt to talk of as conditions of peace. In these purposes were not included the relinquishment by Germany of the territories occupied, and the restitution of Belgium and Serbia. Such were not terms of peace, but the necessary preconditions without which no discussion of peace was possible. By secondary purposes were meant the various territorial adjustments spoken of in connection with France and Italy, and such matters as the much canvassed economic restrictions on the Central Powers. These were not primary aims, they were matters of machinery which were of value only insofar as they gave effect to the primary aim. It was possible to be convinced on the main issue, and yet to be doubtful about the merit of more than one of the secondary aims. The latter were for the most part safeguards and guarantees, and if the primary aim were forgotten, and negotiations were attempted on their basis, then the most rigid and excessive guarantees must be sought to give security. But if the primary aim was accomplished, all the secondary aims took on a new complexion. There was some perception of this truth in two phases which were variously interpreted: the demand of the Russian revolutionaries for quote-unquote no indemnities and no annexations, and President Wilson's famous phrase, peace without victory. The Allies' object in the war was to make a world where law, not force, should rule, and where the smallest people should be secure in peace and freedom. It was not to redistribute territory, except insofar as that was necessary to the main end. Every secondary aim must therefore be tested by the main purpose. Peace without victory was a true formula, if by it was meant that the Allies did not want a victory which would leave a lasting sense of bitterness and injustice, and so defeat their chief aim. Quote, no annexations or indemnities, end quote, was also a just formula if annexations were considered as a spoil of conquest and not as contributing to the main purpose. But in another sense, no peace could come without victory, final victory over a perverted Prussianism, and annexations and indemnities might be essential if they were a logical part of the general purpose of pacification. Now, America had entered into the war without any interest in secondary aims. She knew that the point was not whether this or that territorial change should be made, but that the mischief should be rooted out of Germany and the world. To say that France fought for Alsace-Lorraine and Italy for Trieste and the Trentino, or Britain for the safety of India, was to adopt a formula too narrow for the facts. America's appearance compelled all the Allies to revise their notions and return to the first things. It helped them to distinguish between method and purpose, between machinery and design. It was the duty of the whole alliance to test everything by a single question. Would it help towards that lasting peace and that cleaner and better world which they fought to create? The appearance of Bolshevism in Russia, which denied all the axioms of Western liberalism, was the reason of another speculative confusion that about this period became observable in the minds of the Allies. Nationalism had been the first Allied oriflamme, and since the Bolshevists scouted nationalism, the Allies were inclined to deify it unwisely. The phrase self-determination became popular in statements of war aims, a fatal phrase, for it tended to decry the coordinating union of peoples and defend a chaos of feeble statelets, economically weak and politically unstable. Footnote: the phrase self-determination is the German Selbstbestimmungsrecht, first used in the 1848 Revolution. Its modern use dates from the Zimmerwald Conference. President Wilson never committed himself to the particular expression. End footnote. Self-determination implies a self to determine, a certain degree of self-conscious nationality before independence is desirable. To allow any racial oddment to start house on its own account would produce not freedom, but anarchy, and undo the long work of civilization. As against this false particularism, which was to produce bitter fruits in the Old World, America might be looked to champion the true nationalism, for half a century before she had given her best blood to ensure its triumph. Moreover, America emphasized and brought into the foreground the greatest of the methods for the realization of the Allied purpose. There were many at the time who were inclined to dismiss all questions of a League of Nations and an international peacemaking authority as academic and irrelevant. This was not the view of President Wilson and the American people, nor was it the view of the Allied leaders. If there was any horizon beyond the battle smoke, the question of international right and an adequate machinery to enforce it was the most fundamental which the Allies could consider. It was far more practical than discussions about where certain new border lines should run, questions which at this stage of the war no one had the idea to settle. To belittle the importance of what was coming to be called internationalism was to obscure one of the most vital aspects of the common purpose. No speech of the year so moved the British nation as that delivered by General Smuts in May at the dinner given in his honor by both Houses of Parliament, when he expounded the doctrine of the British Empire as historically the first installment of a greater league, quote, the only system in history in which a large number of nations has been living in unity, end quote. But with the true internationalism came the false, the fanatical creed which would have destroyed all the loyalties and sanctions of patriotism and put in their place a materialistic absorption in class interests. War, which with most men intensifies local affection and national devotion, has with those of a certain type the effect of dissipating the homely intimacies of race and country and substituting for them a creed of class selfishness and dogmatic abstractions. Such men are the intellectual outlaws of society. They may be honest, able, and brave, but they are inhuman, and though they can destroy, they can never build, for enduring institutions must be founded on human nature. Nevertheless, in the long strain of war, there come moments when such dogmas have a fatal appeal, and in the first half of 1917 they gained ground among the deracines of all countries. They spread like wildfire in Russia, where they found conditions naturally favorable. They were preached by the remnants of the old Internationale in Switzerland, Holland, and Scandinavia. They were welcomed by the left wing of French socialism and by the same group in Italy, while in Britain they found adherents in the Independent Labour Party, as well as among the handful of professional wreckers who are always abroad in any great industrial society. The true internationalism includes nationalism and provides a safeguard for nationalities. These men were the foes of all national units and were, consciously or unconsciously, the opponents of the war. They tended always to become apologists for Germany, and spiritually they had more kinship with the unfeatured universalism of German autocracy than with the rich and varied liberties of Western civilization. It was necessary for all the belligerents to take account of this new attitude of mind. The Allies were gradually compelled to emphasize the genuine internationalism of their aims, though their statesmen were slow in recognizing the necessity. Germany, after her fashion, as we shall see later, turned the movement to her own purpose. Meantime, in his speech at Glasgow on 29th June, the British Prime Minister, following President Wilson, put the issue in a new form. The menace of Prussianism could be got rid of in two ways, either by a crushing field victory or by the revolt of the German people themselves against the false gods which they had worshipped. In both cases the result would be the same, the degradation of a heresy in the eyes of those who had pinned their faith to it. "We shall enter," said Mr. Lloyd George, "into negotiations with a free government in Germany, with a different attitude of mind, a different temper, a different spirit, with less suspicion, with more confidence than we should with the sort which we knew to be dominated by the aggressive and arrogant spirit of Prussian militarism. The Allied governments would, in my judgment, be acting wisely if they drew that distinction in their general attitude towards the discussion of the terms of peace." Such an appeal was clearly on delicate ground. If unwisely phrased, it might appear to be an interference with the domestic concerns of Germany, which would rally her people to a more vigorous resistance. But beyond doubt, as thus delivered, it met with a response from certain powerful elements among the Central Powers, and, as we shall see in a later chapter, their political tactics were directed towards a democratization of their government which should have the maximum of show and the minimum of substance, and the preaching of a version of internationalism which came easy to men who had small regard for any nationalism but their own. In June 1917, at the end of the third year of war, the attitude of the Central Powers, or more correctly that of Germany, their master, towards war aims showed a decline in the unanimity which had marked it during the earlier stages of the campaign. So far, Germany had made no explicit public statement of her demands. In his speech to the Reichstag on 15th May, the Imperial Chancellor refused to disclose his peace terms. In the absence of official evidence, Germany's war aims could only be gathered from the utterances of her press and public men, and they tended to wide divergency among themselves. But on one point it may be said that all were unanimous. Any settlement must recognize that the Central Powers had not been defeated. There must be no net loss in territory or revenues as compared with the position in August 1914. On this matter, the issue with the Allies was abundantly clear. The great majority of the German people would have put it otherwise. They claimed that Germany had been victorious, and that peace must bring to her a net gain. Only the minority socialists and a small section of the majority were prepared as yet to accept a peace on the status quo ante basis. There was great difference of opinion as to what the gains should be, and the difference was determined by the various views held of Germany's true interests. We may distinguish 5 main war aims. In the first 2 years of war, most Germans had held all the 5, but after Verdun and the Somme had taught moderation, the various schools were inclined to concentrate on one of the batch. The first, which was the creed of the Pan-Germans and the extreme annexationists, included the quote-unquote freedom of the seas, by which they meant the increase of German sea power to a level with Britain's. The annexation of the Belgian coast as well as of sundry French channel ports, the annexation of the Bry mining district and the frontier fortresses like Longwy. The second was the Mittel Europa school of Naumann, which sought the creation of a Central European bloc of states, militarily, politically, and economically united. The third, led chiefly by Paul Rohrbach, had for its prime aim the control of the Ottoman Empire and the extension of Germany's sphere of influence to the Persian Gulf. The fourth, inspired by Delbruck and Solf, preached a German colonial empire, especially in Africa. The fifth demanded large annexations of Russian soil in Courland and Lithuania, so that by agricultural settlement there should be an expansion not only of German power, but of the German people. Few now held all 5 aims, though many combined several in their creeds. The Pan-German was critical of Mitteleuropa, and men like Delbruck were strongly opposed to annexation in the West. But all, even the most modest, sought some solid gain on the balance for Germany and were thus in hopeless conflict with the views of the Allies. All, too, even the most extravagant, were encouraged by the German government with a view to a margin for future bargaining. Nevertheless, there was serious disquiet even among those who planned out most hopefully the scheme of Germany's gains. To the General Staff, the debacle of Russia had come as a godsend to help them to resist the deadly pressure in the West. It enabled them to think once again in terms of an offensive on land, though they still looked to the submarine campaign to weaken Britain's effort and to strangle America's at birth. But the ferment in the East was not without its perils. The disease of revolution might spread into their own decorous sheepfold, and against the wild intangible forces let loose in Russia, no military science could strive. The quote-unquote shining sword could not do battle with phantoms. Hence they were compelled to admit new factors into their problem and grapple with data abhorrent to their orderly minds. 2 main schools of thought remained distinct among the rulers of Germany. The military chiefs and the fanatics of Pan-Germanism still believed that a little more endurance, a little more sacrifice would bring the Allies to their knees and enable Germany to secure gains which would make all her losses worthwhile and ensure her future on the grandiose lines which they had planned. The other, the politiques, urged that a stalemate had come and that the balance should now be struck. For against the German war map, they saw the solid economic advantages which the Allies possessed both for the present and for the future. The specter of post-bellum conditions haunted their minds. Unless she could barter her territorial occupations for economic assistance, Germany might have her hands far over Europe and Asia, and yet be dying at the heart. The economic position of all the belligerents had become grave by the end of the 3rd year of war. By July 1917, Britain had spent well over 5,000 millions, of which more than 1/3 was raised by taxes and 2/3 by the proceeds of loans. It was a colossal indebtedness which faced her, and it had been incurred not wholly on her own account, for over 1,000 millions were loans to her allies, and about 160 millions loans to her own dominions. She carried on her back the financial burden of her European confederates, and with it all her credit seemed unweakened, and the elasticity of her revenue-producing power undiminished. New taxes habitually produced more than their budget estimates, and alone among the European belligerents she remained on a gold basis. She was spending now at a rate of close upon 7 millions a day, but as the figure included her advances to allies, the daily cost of the war was rather less than the 4.5 millions spent by Germany. In one respect, Britain differed from her colleagues and opponents. Germany financed the war almost wholly by loans. France, till the end of 1916, had imposed practically no new taxes, while Britain had trebled her taxation, so that on average every man, woman, and child within her borders contributed 3 shillings a day towards the costs of the campaigns. The immediate difficulty of foreign purchases had been solved by America's appearance as an ally, and it might fairly be claimed that for a country approaching the 4th year of a worldwide war, Britain was in a state of reasonable financial health. France was in a similar state. Italy was being quote-unquote carried by her neighbors, and the resources of America were good for another decade. The Central Powers were in a simpler, though far less sound position. Germany, who quote-unquote carried the others, had a huge debt already above 6,000 millions, and increasing at the rate of 2,000 millions a year. To pay interest upon it in full would consume the entire surplus production of her people in peace. At present, she was paying it out of further borrowings. She had merged the two structures of private and public credit, and peace without indemnities would lead inevitably to the downfall of both, and the reduction of her government bonds to the position of the paper of a defaulting South American republic. Before the war, her citizens groaned under a budget of 160 millions. Peace without indemnities would compel them to raise 400 millions for the payment of interest alone. To find a solution would be a giant's task, but for the present it did not trouble her. Victory would solve the problem, and defeat, in any case, would spell bankruptcy. She had staked everything on the war and awaited the issue with a gambler's fortitude. For the actual conduct of operations, the financial position of a country, as we have seen, is the less important, provided money, by one device or other, can be obtained. But the economic position, which may be influenced indeed by unsound finance in the direction of inflated prices, is a matter of the most urgent gravity. The submarine campaign was a serious blow to the economic strength of all the Allies. It was serious, but not crushing. It complicated every question of supply, but it did not make them insoluble. The pressure was most severe on Italy, who was a heavy importer of grain and coal, and found herself crippled in her war industries and faced with an awkward problem for the coming winter. Among the Central Powers, the situation was worse. Turkey had long been suffering from naked famine. Bulgaria was on very short commons. In Austria there was starvation in Istria, Bosnia, and German Bohemia, and all-night queues in the cities for the bare necessaries of life. The milk supply of Vienna had dropped to a sixth, and the output of beer to 1/16. In Germany the food supply was better than it had been the year before, for the stocks were more carefully administered, but its quality was poor, and there was gastric disease everywhere throughout the country. The clothing of the people had gone to pieces, and the footgear had become anything from sabots to dancing pumps. But the most serious fact was the lack of machinery. Every scrap available was used for war purposes, and the little left in private hands could not be renewed, or even kept in order, because of the lack of lubricants. For the same reason, transportation was in an evil case. The rolling stock was falling into disrepair, and the permanent ways could not be properly cared for, owing to the scarcity of labor and material. The result was that even military traffic suffered. At one time it had taken 6 days to move a division from east to west. Now it took near a fortnight. All this made for intense discomfort and a consequent lowering of spirits. But the main inducement to depression was the doubt as to what would be Germany's fate after the war, whatever the issue. Nothing short of an overwhelming victory would give salvation, and this was clearly impossible, except in the minds of a few dreamers. She had a vast paper issue, but she could do nothing with it, for it was not accepted beyond her borders. She was very much in the position of the ancient Greek city-state, which could play any pranks it liked with its currency at home, but had nothing valid for foreign exchange. But she had considerable stocks of manufactured goods, and she had a fair gold reserve, and with these she hoped to pay for the imports necessary to restart her industrial life. They might suffice, or they might not, for her requirements in the way of imports would be stupendous. Moreover, the Allies controlled all the world's producing grounds of raw material, without which she must be speedily bankrupt. She could not force them to share, and they might well refuse to share, for they had their own stocks to build up. Economically, she was at their mercy, and to those in Germany who faced this fact squarely, all talk of the quote-unquote war map and shining swords must have seemed foolish bluster. Her deeds had made her a backleg in the trade union of nations, since she had defied the law of the common interest. She had arrayed against her a world which could in the long run starve her to death. To those of Germany's citizens who were preoccupied with such perplexed forecasts, the results of her unrestricted submarine campaign must have foreboded ill, for more than one neutral followed the example of the United States and declared war or broke off relations. Every month brought news of some new recruit to the ranks of her enemies. In March it was China, in April it was Cuba and Panama, and by the autumn of 1917, of the South American states, only the Argentine and the Chile had not declared against her. 18 countries had proclaimed war, and 9 more had severed diplomatic connections. It was the verdict of the civilized world on the wrongdoer, and, more important for Germany, it was the verdict of those countries which between them possessed the monopoly of the raw materials without which she could not live. The European neutrals were in a position of growing embarrassment and discomfort. Scandinavia lost heavily in ships from the German submarines, and its trade was grievously crippled. Food conditions were worse, perhaps, in Sweden, Holland, and Switzerland than among most of the belligerent allies. Spain, for a moment, seemed about to break with the Central Powers, but the strong Germanophile elements among her people compelled her government to pocket its pride. The Allied blockade, owing to America's action, was enormously tightened, for President Wilson's decree of 9th June prohibited the export without special government license of any article or commodity which could conceivably be of use to the enemy. The main difficulty which had always confronted the British blockade policy was the necessity of considering American interests, and that handicap was now removed. The chancelleries of Europe during the summer of 1917 were filled with the complaints of helpless neutrals, and history may well pity the fate of those small nations thus ground between the upper and the nether millstones. About this time an argument which made for optimism began to be heard in Britain. The business of the Allies was to destroy Germany's power for evil by defeating and discrediting those elements in her government which had been responsible for her outrage on civilization. The breakup of Germany's military machine in the field would have achieved this end, but the same purpose might be gained if her existing regime were so discredited by failure that the breakup came from within her own borders. That would follow if the Allies succeeded in wrecking Germany's hope for the future. It was too often forgotten what was the decisive weapon in war. Now, as ever, it was economic pressure. When countries were small and self-supporting, this was exercised by the defeat of their armies and the invasion and occupation of their territories, so that their life was paralyzed. But in modern war, when the defensive had become all-powerful, another method must be found. Had the Allies been able to break through Germany's trench system and drive her to the Rhine and beyond, that success would have been only a preliminary to the determining and final pressure caused by the dislocation of her whole economic life. But while Haig and Pétain were battering on the Western Gate, that final pressure was already being exercised. The Allies controlled all the oversea trade routes and all the world's chief supply grounds of raw material. Compared with such assets and gains, the war map of Bethmann-Hollweg was a child's toy. Without any final field victory, the Allies already had secured the results of the greatest field victory. They were choking Germany and ruining her future as much as if they had forced Hindenburg back to the Elbe. Such an answer to pessimism was in its essence sound, but it needed qualification. To rid the world of Prussianism, something more was wanted. The thing must be made a sport and contempt to Germany herself, and while an overwhelming military debacle would have ensured this, the slow and indirect forces of economic pressure could not produce the same moral effect on the German temperament. Before victory was won, there must be a recognition of failure in every German mind, and that was still postponed. Prussianism still sat enthroned, for it had persuaded its votaries that this was a defensive struggle, and that it alone stood between the people and the malice of their enemies. Not till it was revealed to the humblest eye as the sole begetter of the war, the parent of all the ills which had descended upon the nation, the wanton devilry which had shattered the edifice their fathers had builded, would civilization have won the victory it needed. Again, the Allied siege, stringent as it was, had its weak points. The submarine counterattack was not yet under control, and the condition of Russia might still permit the enemy so to add his material resources as to obtain a new lease of endurance long enough to defeat the Allied strategy. These crucial matters in the midsummer of 1917 were still in the balance. On the knees of the gods yet lay the major issues of the campaign. It was still a war of the rank and file. Neither in civilian statesmanship nor in the high military commands had any leader appeared who greatly exceeded the common stature of mankind. There were many able men in every country, but the ship seemed too vast and the currents too infinite for any single hand to control the helm. 100 clung to it, but often it mastered them, and the vessel swung rudderless to wind and tide. A new star had blazed up in the east, in Kerensky, but already it seemed that his fires were paling. The two most conspicuous statesmen at the close of the year were beyond doubt the British Prime Minister and the American President. They had scarcely one quality in common. The one was imaginative, reckless, homely, volcanic, essentially human, the other measured, discreet, impersonal, oracular, and aloof. The monarchy produced the democrat, the republic the autocrat, but both had courage and resolution to inspire their people. Both spoke urbi et orbi. Both stood out as clear-cut and dominant personalities from among many fleeting shadows. Among the soldiers of the Central Powers, the reputation of Ludendorff had so grown that it was in danger of eclipsing the legendary fame of Hindenburg himself. Here was a man of first-rate executive power, who knew with complete certainty what he sought. Mackensen still stood highest among the German generals in the field. Among the Allies, Pétain and Capello had increased their reputations, and two British commanders, Sir Herbert Plumer and Sir Stanley Maude, had revealed the traditional British merits of stamina, forethought, and common sense. It was no insular prejudice, too, which saw the British commander-in-chief one who had a claim to rank among the most indispensable soldiers of the campaign. The delicate duty of working in harmony with France was performed with infinite tact and goodwill. Fortune favored him as little as she had favored Sir John Moore, but he met her buffets with an inflexible patience and an unfailing courage, and on the Somme, at Arras, and at Messines, he showed himself a most competent exponent of the new methods of war. To sum up, the outlook for the Allies at the close of June 1917 had not the hope of the previous midsummer, or the apparent assurance of the beginning of the year. The sky had suddenly become mysteriously clouded. Wherever in the west they had attacked the enemy, they had beaten him, but the final victory in the field, which was theirs by right, seemed to be slipping from their grasp, owing to the defection of Russia. Britain's mastery of the sea, too, seemed in danger of failing her at the most vital moment, owing to the new campaign under water, a campaign with which by June she had got on terms, but which she had not succeeded in checking. In that obviously lay the immediate crisis. Unless it could be reduced within limits, everything, the military efficiency of the Allied armies, the potentialities of America, the industrial preeminence of Britain, even the life and security of the British people, was in dire jeopardy. By June the solution had not been found, and the future was still misty. Moreover, the essential problems of the war were becoming blurred. Up till then, the campaign had been fought on data which were familiar and calculable. The material and human strength of each belligerent was known, and the moral of each was confidently assessed, but suddenly new factors had appeared out of the void, and what had seemed solid ground became sand and quagmire. It was the old Europe which waged war up till the first months of 1917, but a new Europe had come into being by midsummer, in which nothing could be taken for granted. Everywhere in the world there was the sound of things breaking. End of Chapter 81, Part 2. Read by Jenny, 2023.
Section 59 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 82, The Third Battle of Ypres. June 1st to November 10th, 1917, Part 1. 1. The Battle of Arras had died down before the end of May, and Sir Douglas Haig, having protracted the fighting in that area so long as the French on the Aisne required his aid, was now free to turn his attention to the plan which he had elaborated 7 months before. This was an offensive against the enemy forces in Flanders, with the aim of clearing the Belgian coast and turning the northern flank of the whole German defense system in the west. It was a scheme which, if successful, promised the most profound and far-reaching results. It would destroy the worst of the submarine bases. It would restore to Belgium her lost territory, and thereby deprive the enemy of one of his cherished bargaining assets. It would cripple his main communications with the depots of the lower Rhineland. It offered the chance of a blow at a vital spot within a reasonable time. It was true that conditions had changed since the plan was first matured. The 2 months' conflict at Arras had used up a certain part of the British reserves. More important, the disastrous turn of the Russian situation would enable the Germans to add greatly to their strength, both in munitions and in men. Time, therefore, was the essence of the business. The blow must be struck at the earliest possible hour, but delay meant aggrandizement for the enemy. But if the prize for success was high, the difficulties of the enterprise were great. For 12 months, the front between the sea and the Lies had been all but stagnant. It had been for the first 2 years the chief cockpit of British arms, and the enemy had spent infinite ingenuity and labor on perfecting his defenses. In the half-moon of hills round Ypres and the ridge of Whiteshot and Messines, he had viewpoints which commanded the whole countryside, and especially the British line within the salient. Footnote: the extreme insignificance of these hills should be remembered. Ypres itself is 82 feet above the sea, so Whiteshot's 260 feet of height does not represent much compared to the general level of the country. End of footnote. Any preparations for attack would be conducted under his watchful eye. Moreover, the heavy, waterlogged clay of the flats, where our front lay, was terribly at the mercy of weather, and in rain became a bottomless swamp, so that any attack must be in the position of a horseman taking a stiff fence from a bad jumping-off ground. Lastly, the Germans were acutely conscious of the importance of the terrain, and there was little chance of taking them by surprise. In the beginning of June, the enemy in the Ypres area lay as follows. North of Ypres, he was west of the canal between Steenstraat and Buchan. East of Ypres, his front curved in a shallow arc, following the high ground called the Pilgrim Ridge by Wedgie and Huge, which was the westernmost of the low tiers of hill which enclosed the salient. From Observatory Ridge south of Huge, his line turned southwestward by Mount Sorrel and Hill 60 across the Ypres-Comines Canal to a point just south of the hamlet of St. Eloi. It then became a rounded salient, following the western skirts of the promontory formed by the Mehedi Ridge. At the south end of this ridge it turned eastward down the valley of the Steenbeck, crossed the Douve, and passed east of St. Yves to the banks of the Lys. The apex of the Ypres salient had been Becalar in October 1914. In April 1915 it had been Buchan, and by the end of the Second Battle of Ypres it had been contracted to Verlanec and Hooge. During subsequent fighting it had shrunk still further, so that now the enemy front was only some 2 miles from the town. Not only was the eastern high ground wholly in the enemy's hands, but at the southern re-entrant hill 60 gave him direct observation over the salient, and the Mehedi's ridge commanded Ypres itself and every yard of the British positions. The village of Wachat stood 260 feet high on the loftiest point, and Mehedi's, at the south end of the ridge, gave a prospect over the Lys Valley and enfiladed the British lines on the Douve. If Haig intended to break out from the salient, he must first clear the Germans off the southern ridges. Till that was achieved, the British would be fighting blindly against an enemy with 100 eyes. In June, the German front from the sea to the Weiss was held by the army group of the Bavarian Crown Prince. The Fourth Army from the coast to the Douve was under General Sixth von Arnim, who had commanded the Fourth Corps of the Somme and had shown himself one of the most original and fruitful tacticians on the German side. South of him lay the Sixth Army, where Otto von Berlo had replaced Falkenhayn, the right wing of which extended for a little way north of the Lys. Footnote: Falkenhayn succeeded Bissing as Governor-General of Belgium. Otto von Berlo handed over his command in Macedonia to von Schultz. End of footnote. Armin expected an assault even before our bombardment began, and he rightly diagnosed that its terrain would be the Mehedi Ridge. There lay the Fourth Corps, and on 1st June its commander, General von Leffert, issued an order to his troops which accurately defined the limits of the British attack. He ordered that all measures designed for defense and counterattack should be carefully tested. The absolute retention of the natural strong points of Wachat and Mehedi's had become of the utmost importance for the domination of the whole Wachat salient. These strong points, therefore, must not fall, even temporarily, into the enemy's hands. Armin was anxious but confident. He had a position strong by nature and enormously fortified by art. He had ample reserves of men, and he had brought up many new batteries, which were disposed mainly north and south of the Wachat salient, so as to enfilade any British advance and be themselves safe from capture. He had a number of new anti-tank guns, and in the flattish ground at each end of the ridge, he experimented in the construction of those concrete pillboxes, which were later to prove so serious an obstacle to the British advance from Ypres. His plan was to hold his front line lightly, but to have strong reserves in rear to defend any position of importance. Behind these were his battle reserves, to be used for counterattacks, for his tactical policy was to trust to counterattack before the enemy had secured his ground, rather than to fight desperately for every yard. For such tactics, it was essential that the moment of the real offensive should be instantly grasped, and if possible, foreseen. The reserves must be moved at once, but it would be fatal if they were moved because of a feint, for in that case they would fall under our barrage and be depleted before the time had come for their use. Armin had judged rightly about the terrain, but, as it happened, he could not define the hour. In no British attack had Haig succeeded in concealing the locale, but in all he had perplexed the enemy as to the exact time of assault. The British front was held by the Second Army, which had not altered its position since the spring of 1915. The First Army had fought at Festubert and had borne the brunt of Loos. The Fourth and Fifth Armies had conducted the Battle of the Somme. The First, Third, and Fifth Armies had been engaged at Arras. but the last great action of the Second Army had been Second Ypres. It had been seen much bitter fighting in 1916 Grand Rouge and the Bluff, but it had taken no part as an army in any major battle. Those divisions had been drawn upon for the Somme and Arras, to hold a long front not actively engaged, and to provide reinforcements for other armies is one of the most difficult duties which can fall to the lot of a general. Corporate unity seems to have gone from his command, and it needs patience and resolution to keep up that vigilance and esprit de corps which are essential in war. The Second Army was fortunate in its leader. Sir Herbert Plumer, now 60 years of age, had in the highest degree the traditional virtues of the British soldier, and especially of those county line regiments, which have always been the backbone of the British Army. He had fought with his regiment, the York and Lancaster, in the Sudan in 1884. He had served in the Montevideo Rebellion. In the South African War, he contributed to the relief of Mafeking, had taken Petersburg, and had hunted De Wet in the Cape Colony. At the Second Battle of Ypres, he had shown a rapidity of decision and an imperturbability of temper which had turned the tide in that grim encounter. But his finest work had been accomplished during the long months of comparative inaction which followed. He had been a true warden of the Flanders marches, and had watched over every mile of that front, so that our energy in defense and in the minor offenses of trench warfare never slackened. Assisted by a most competent staff, he had inspired throughout his army a complete trust in their leader, and had welded all types, old regulars, territorials, new army, into one tempered weapon. There were no jealousies under his command, and every man in it knew that competence and faithfulness would be recognized and rewarded. Moreover, for a year and more, he had been making ready for the offensive in which he was to play the chief part. Methodical and patient preparation had been carried by him to the pitch of genius. To understand the battle, it is necessary to examine more closely the topography of the Wajat-Massini Ridge. Seen from the western hills, such as Kemmel, behind the British lines, it appeared to be an inconsiderable slope merging in the north in low ridges east of Ypres, but breaking down in the south to the Lys Valley in a steeper gradient. The landmarks on it were the ruins of the White Chateau at Hollebeck, the dust heap which was once Wajat village, and the tooth of the ruined church of Messines, viewed from below from the British trenches in the marshy flats of the Stenbeck. It was more imposing, a low hillside seamed with white trenches and dotted with the debris of old woods, a bald, desolate height, arid as a brick field, rising from the rank grass and yellow mustard of no man's land. The German first-line trenches curved along the foot of the slope, and their second-line system made an inner curve on the crest of the ridge. To the north, the Germans held Hill 60 and the mound at St. Eloi, and had constructed strong fortifications in the grounds of the White Chateau, and along the road called the Dampstrasse, which led from Hollebeck to Wajat. But, as in all salients, the most important defense was the cord which cut the arc, what the Germans called Sennenstollen, and which was intended as the rear defense should the front of the salient be carried. The third German system was such a cord running from Mount Sorel in the north, a little east of the village of Osterbern, to Gabard in the south. This line was the proper base of the salient. A mile east of it lay the fourth and final German position, in that area which reached the Lys at the town of Warneton. The Ostervern line was the British objective in the action, whose capture would mean that the salient had gone and the whole ridge was in our hands. To reach it, the enemy front must be penetrated to a depth of 2.5 miles. Its length was about 6 miles, but if the curve of the main salient was followed without reckoning the many minor salients and re-entrants, the whole battle frontage was nearly 10. It should be remembered, too, that, apart from the main enemy lines, The whole western face of the ridge and all the little woods to the north and northwest were a maze of skillfully sited trenches and redoubts, designed to bring flanking fire to bear upon any ground won by the attack. The British front of assault was held by 3 of the 6 corps of the Second Army. From opposite Mount Sorel, astride the Ypres Canal to the Grand Bois, just north of Washak, lay the 10th Corps under Sir T.L.N. Moreland, with the 23rd Division on its left, the 47th Division in the center, the 41st Division on the right, and the 24th Division in support. Opposite Washak was the 9th Corps, under Sir A. Hamilton Gordon, with the 19th, 16th, and 36th Divisions in line from left to right, and the 11th Division in support. South lay the 2nd Australian Corps, under Sir A.J. Godley, with the 25th Division on its left, the New Zealand Division as its center, the 3rd Australian Division on its right astride the Douve, and the 4th Australian Division in support. The 2 Southern Corps had the task of the direct assault on the ridge, while the 10th Corps, with a much longer front, had to clear the hillocks towards the Ypres salient and advance upon the ridge and the Ostafern line from its northern flank. The Washak-Messini Ridge had seen no fighting since the close of 1914. At the end of October in that year, during the First Battle of Ypres, Allenby's weary cavalry, assisted by Indian and British infantry, had made for 2 days a gallant stand at Messini before they were forced into the flats. In December, a combined attack had been made by French and British troops on the woods of Petit Bois and Montestade, west of Washak, but the position had proved too strong to carry. Thereafter, while the battle had raged as near as St. Eloi in the north and Fromelles in the south, the Messini area had been an enclave of quiet. But for nearly 2 years an offensive had been going on underground. As early as July 1915, it had been resolved to make use of the clay stratum below our position for extensive mining operations, and in January 1916 we had gone seriously to work. We used in our tunneling companies some of the best expert talent in the world, men who in private life had received large salaries from mining corporations. It was work attended by endless difficulties and dangers. Water-bearing strata would suddenly be encountered, which necessitated damming and pumping work on a big scale. The enemy was busy countermining, and we had to be ever on the watch to detect his progress, and by camouflets, to blow in his galleries. Footnote: a camouflet is a mine with a small charge, intended only to destroy an enemy's shaft, and not to make a crater. End of footnote. At some points the struggle was continuous and desperate, especially after February 1st, 1917. At the Bluff, for instance, between January 16th, 1916, and June 7th, 1917, 27 camouflets were blown, 17 by the British and 10 by the enemy. The Spanbroekenmolen mine, southwest of Washak, had its gallery destroyed. For 3 months it was cut off, and it only reopened by a great effort the day preceding the Messines attack. But the most dramatic case was that of Hill 60, where the enemy drove a gallery which was bound to cut ours. He was allowed to proceed, since it was ascertained that if our attack took place on the day arranged, he would just fail to reach us. In all, we dug 24 mines, and some of these were ready a year before the attack. We constructed some 5 miles of galleries, and charged them with over £1 million of ammo. 4 were outside the front, ultimately selected for our attack, and 1 was destroyed by the enemy. But on the evening of 6 June, 19 were waiting for 0 hour. From the last days of May, a pitiless bombardment had assailed the enemy area, devastating his front line and searching out his rear positions. The last remnants of Washak and Messini villages disappeared. The woods on the slopes ceased to be tattered and became fields of stumps. In that hot, dry weather, a cloud of dust hang all day long about the slopes, and at night they blazed like the boulevard of a great city. Our raiding activity was unceasing, and from dazed prisoners and from many captured letters, we learned of the miseries of the enemy. British aircraft spent their days over the German hinterland and prevented any enemy planes from learning the extent of our preparation. Our machines never even get so far as our front lines, wrote a German officer. In one fight, 5 British planes encountered 27 German, wrecked 8, and returned safely home. Between 1st June and 6th June, we destroyed 24 enemy machines and drove down 23 out of control, at the cost of 10 of our own. On the evening of Wednesday, 6th June, the weather broke in a violent thunderstorm. Torrents of rain fell, and from the baked earth rose a warm mist which enfolded the ground like a cloak. During the night the heavens were overcast, so that the full moon was not seen, and only a luminous glow told of its presence. But at 2:30 a.m. on the 7th, the skies cleared, the moon rode out, and to a watcher on the hills to the west, the whole landscape stood forth in a sheen made up of moonlight and the foreglow of dawn. Our bombardment had abated, but during the night the enemy had grown nervous. He had put up rockets and flares calling for a barrage, and his guns began to pour forth shrapnel and high explosives. Somewhere north of Washat, a dump had caught fire and set up tongues of red flame. As the dawn broadened, our guns seemed to cease, though the enemies were still active. The air was full of the hum of our bombing and reconnoitering planes flying eastward, and our balloons were going up, tawny patches against the June sky. Then came a burst of German high explosives, and then at precisely 10 minutes past 3, a sound compared to which all other noises were silence. From Hill 60 in the north to the edge of Messines, with a shock that made the solid earth quiver like a pole in the wind, 19 volcanoes leaped to heaven. 19 sheets of flame seemed to fill the world. For a moment it looked as if the earth, under a magician's wand, had been contorted into gigantic toadstools. The black cloud caps seemed as real as the soil beneath them. Then they shook and wavered and thinned, leaving a broom of dust, rosy and golden atop of the rising sun. And at the same moment, while the ears were still throbbing with the concussion of the mines, every British gun opened on the enemy. Flashes of many colors stabbed the wall of dust. A burst of shrapnel stood out wide against it, and smoke barrages from our trenches burrowed into its roots. The sun was now above the horizon and turned the fringes of the cloud to a hot purple and crimson. No battle had ever a more beautiful and terrible staging, and while the debris of the explosion still hung in the air, the British divisions of assault went over their parapets. They entered at once upon a world like the nether pit, poisonous with gas fumes, twisted and riven out of all character, a maze of quarried stone, moving earth, splintered concrete, broken wire, and horrible fragments of humanity. In most places the German front lines had been blown out of existence. A few nerve-shattering survivors were taken prisoner in the dugouts that had escaped destruction, and here and there a gallant machine gun officer, who had miraculously survived, obeyed his orders till death took him. Let us follow from south to north the progress of the British advance. The 3rd Australian Division, facing the extreme right of Otto von Bülow's 6th Army, pushed across the Douve on duckboard bridges, and assisted by a tank drove the enemy by the early afternoon from the southern slopes of Messines Ridge. This safeguarded our right flank and enabled the New Zealand Division to move securely on Messines village. The latter swarmed across the Steenbeck and, climbing the hill on the side where the Armentières Road dipped to the flats, cleared Messines by 7 o'clock. It was now reinforced by the 4th Australians, who moved on to the redoubt called Fanny's Farm, half a mile to the northeast. A tank cleared out the garrison, and by midday the 2nd Australian Corps had won their main objective. Further north, the 36th Ulster Division, with the 25th Division on its right, had moved from the trenches north of Wolverhampton against that part of the ridge which lay between Messines and Weyschat. They had before them a peculiarly difficult problem. On the western slope, midway between the two villages, lay the Bois de la Fère and the concrete fort of La Fère, and to the south, another nest of redoubts which was known as Hell Farm. To reach the crest of the division had to move down the exposed western slope of the Stenbeck Valley, cross the stream, ascend the opposite slope, and carry the various held positions. Beyond the crest were strong trench lines, and a long open slope all the way to Ostervern and Gaphardt. From their starting place, it was 2,000 yards to the crest. The German position had been held by the 40th Saxons, but on the evening of the 6th June, they were relieved by the famous 3rd Bavarians, so that the two divisions had to face an unwearied and most gallant enemy. During the night before the attack, the Cheshires in the 25th Division had moved into no man's land and dug a trench for their starting point next day. Hence the enemy barrage, when it began, fell behind them. The explosion of the Spanbroek-Molen mine gave the division some cover when they raced down the Steenbeck slopes. Across the stream and up the ridge they rushed, and soon the Cheshires were at work among the Hell redoubts. By stern hand-to-hand fighting they cleared them out, and presently the divisions were on the crest line, where a broad highway linked Messines and Weyschat. There they halted for reserves, and then swept through the trench system east to the road. Linked up with the Australians, they took Middle Farm and Despain Farm, and by midday were up against the Ostervern line. Weyschat fell to the left wing of the Ulstermen and the 16th South Ireland Division, when for the first time for generations were seen Irish units, widely sundered by politics and creed, fighting in generous rivalry for a common cause. The immediate obstacle, the wood called Petit Bois, was wiped out of being by a mine explosion. The Irish drove on into Weyschat Wood, tearing through the uncut wire and overwhelming machine gun nests by the speed of their onset. By 8 o'clock they were opposite the northern and western defenses of Weyschat, while the Ulstermen were waiting at the southern end of the village. Long before noon the place was carried, and the Irish were moving down the road to Ostervern. In the early hours of the day this division had sustained a grievous loss. The brother of the Irish nationalist leader, Major William Redmond, was hit by a shell fragment and died a few hours later. Though far beyond military age, he had enlisted early in the war and had steadfastly endured those hardships of campaigning which do not come easily to a man well advanced in middle life. He had striven all his days for Irish unity, and he had put his precepts most gallantly into practice. He lived to see that union of spirit for one moment realized, not in the dusty coulisses of politics, but in the nobler arena of battle, and it was an Ulster ambulance that bore him from the field. Meantime, on the left of the Irish and beyond the Weyschat-Vierstadt road, the 19th Division was moving on the northern butt of the ridge. It carried the Grand Bois, and soon was over the crest and through the German second system beyond the Ypres-Armentières road. By midday, it was fighting in Ostervern Wood, and was early in the afternoon on the edge of Ostervern itself. On the British left, the situation was more complex, but the tactical problem was far less simple than the straightforward assault on the ridge. Moreland's 10th Corps had to fight astride a canal in a confused country of hillocks and ravines and nondescript woods. The extreme left, the North England troops of the 23rd Division, had the easiest task. Around Mount Sorrel and Armagh Wood, the German front had been blown to pieces. Hill 60, with its elaborate defenses, had virtually disappeared. Our losses were trifling, and one battalion won its objective with only 10 casualties. But the Londoners of the 47th Division had a harder task. Few divisions had borne themselves more gallantly in the war, and Loos and Highwood were only two of their many battle honors. They were held by machine gun fire from the spoil banks on each side of the Ypres Canal, and with the 41st Division on the right, and to fight for the strongholds of Ravine Wood and Battle Wood, the White Chateau and the long fortified line of the Damstrasse. The last had been well broken up by our bombardment, but in the grounds and outbuildings of the chateau and around the dry lake there was sharp fighting. By the early afternoon, however, the 10th Corps had gained its final objectives, with the exception of a small part of the eastern end of Battle Wood, and a few strong points on the canal banks. The flank was therefore safe, and the British centre lay parallel to the Ostraverne line, between 400 and 700 yards to the west of it. Our guns had advanced, and the time had come for the final attack. It was launched about 3 o'clock. At 3:45, we entered the village of Ostraverne. At 4, the 11th and 19th Divisions had broken the Ostraverne line east of the village and captured 12 guns. Before the darkness fell, the whole of the line was in our hands, and Plumer had gained his final objective. The counterattack, which Ahmed had planned, was slow to develop. On the afternoon of the 7th, there was a small attempt on the right of our front, which was easily repulsed by the Australians. During the night, we secured our gains, and on the morning of the 8th, cleared a few remaining lengths of German trench. Not till that evening was there any sign of a counterstroke. At 7 p.m., after an intense bombardment, the Germans attacked along nearly the whole length of our new line, and at every point were repulsed. The surprise and shock of the action of the 7th had been too great to permit of a speedy recovery. During the next few days, the Australians took the farm of La Potiere, little more than a mile west of Warnerton, and the village of Gappard on the Ypres-Wharton road. The position of the right wing of Otto von Bülow's 6th Army between St. Yves and the Lys was now untenable. It gradually withdrew to La Basse-Ville, and by the 14th the whole of the old German positions north of the Lys, both front and support lines, had fallen into our hands. That evening we attacked again on both our flanks, clearing out some of the strong points north of the Ypres Canal, and forcing the enemy on the south back to the line of the River Warnave. Sir Herbert Plumer's task had been brilliantly and fully accomplished. In a single day's fighting, he had advanced 2.5 miles on a front of nearly 10. He had wiped out the German salient and carried also its cord. He had stormed positions on the heights which the enemy regarded as impregnable. His losses were extraordinarily small, and he had taken 7,200 prisoners, 67 guns, 94 trench mortars, and 294 machine guns. The Battle of Messines will rank in history with Neville's 2 victories at Verdun in the winter of 1916 as a perfect instance of the success of the limited objective. It could not be a normal type of battle. The elaborate preparation, the concentration of guns, and the careful rehearsal of every part demanded time and quiet, which cannot be commonly reckoned on in war. But Plumer had achieved what deserves to be regarded as in its own fashion a tactical masterpiece. Meantime, in order to mask the preparations which were being made for the main enterprise of the summer, the breakout from the Ypres salient, General Horn's Third Army undertook various small offensives. On 14th June, it carried by a surprise attack the enemy lines on the crest of Infantry Hill, southeast of Arras, taking 175 prisoners in 2 minutes. On the 15th, it took a sector of the Hindenburg Line, northeast of Bullecourt. For some weeks, Canadian and English troops had been active in the neighborhood of Lens, and on the 24th, the 46th North Midland Division carried Hill 65, southwest of the town, forcing the enemy to withdraw on both sides of the Souchez River. On the 26th, the Canadians took Le Collet, and on the morning of the 28th were in the outskirts of Avignon. That evening, General Horn devised an ingenious bluff. Elaborate demonstrations were made by means of the discharge of gas and smoke to convince the enemy that he was about to be attacked on the 12-mile front from Gavrel to Hulluch, and a bogus raid was carried out southeast of Los. The real attack was made on a front of 2,000 yards in front of Ampie, and by the Canadians and North Midlanders astride the Souchez River. They gained all their objectives, including the southern part of the ruins of Avion and the hamlet of Elu de Louvet, on the Lens Arras Road, together with 300 prisoners and many machine guns. More important, they succeeded in puzzling the enemy as to what was the aim of the main offensive. Aisne pointed to Lille as much as to Ypres, and the activity at Lens suggested that the British aim might be to cut in to the north and south of Lille, and wrest the great French industrial city from the enemy. End of chapter 82, part 1.